Good morning everybody and welcome back to Silverstone. Yes, it's going to be El Scorchio today. That's the weather. It's also going to be like that on track. Now, if we have the action like we did yesterday, boy oh boy are we in for a treat. Just a quick reminder, we had plenty of sideways action in the Caterhams and lots of close racing. For the British F4, it was a rookie win for Josh Irfan, and of course in the British Endurance Championship, two familiar faces, Peter Essing and Marcus Clutton, getting the win in their Audi R8 GT3. Today we've got two F4 races coming up. They are going to be absolute crackers. We've also got plenty of Caterham action again, and to round out the day we have the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship race, a 2-hour endurance race. We're going to be in the pits for that one. Right, let's get the action underway, shall we? Race 1 coming up. Let's go back to the Caterhams, and Sam was catching up some of the drivers ahead of the opening race.
Good morning. Yes, I'm down here with Peter Mott just before his second road sport race this weekend. Talk me through yesterday's race, because you qualified 5th and went and finished in 7th. It looked like there was a lot going on out there on track.
Yeah, there was kind of a pack of 7 or 8 of us at the front, and I was kind of hanging on and waiting to see if someone would make a mistake or someone would have some contact and try to clean up with the pieces afterwards. Didn't quite work. In the end, there was just a few thousandths between me and 5th in the end, so it's never good to start in 5th and lose a couple of places, but here on the 4th row, a sunny day, Silverstone GP, what more can you ask for?
Exactly, and this is your best qualifying for the UK, isn't it? You qualified 3rd at Zandvoort, which is brilliant.
Yes, I did, yeah, so it's good to get a little bit higher up. At least it gets me in touch with the guys, which is very important, of course, off the start, so fingers crossed, still close enough today, hopefully I can do something good.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the best. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Right, we'll just move on down. We'll have a quick word with Theo. Sorry, guys. Hope you don't mind me popping in. Good morning, Theo. Talk to yesterday's race. How was it for you?
It was terrible. Terrible in parts, like a curate's egg. Good in parts. I had stalled it off the line, so I remained stationary whilst 13 cars went past me. So I did. I went from P7 to P20 by turn 1. And then I got 11 places back by the end of lap 1, so I was in full race mode, which was a good recovery drive. And then I got locked in with another driver that we didn't work together, so we ended up losing the pack in front, and then it was just a cruise around until we finished the race. So it wasn't ideal in the last stages, but the early stages I'm happy with the recovery. I think I'll try a different start technique though. Yeah,
definitely, that's an awesome recovery. Well, hopefully you can put some of that fuel into your system for today's race from yesterday and make your way a bit further up.
Full send.
Full send, there you go. Thank you, Theo. Right, now I'm going to have a quick word with Roger Patke. We haven't actually spoken to Roger since his tyre incident back at Croft. Roger, I wanted to just catch up with you, because the pictures that I saw from your whole wheel coming off your car back at Croft looked quite frightening.
Yeah, it was certainly exciting. I hadn't actually realised that the wheel had come off until I got out of the car and had a look that there was a whole bit missing. So just a bit too much curb and abuse on that side, I think. But JB, as usual, getting the most perfect photos going. So
that's it. So how are you finding the 270 championship this year, moving up from Academy?
Well, it's certainly a steep learning curve. The top 10 are just, they're so close to each other. Brilliant racing, really great experience, and loving it so far.
Excellent, good. Well, I wish you all the best for this race.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Roger. Right, I'll tell you what, let's have a little move on down and speak to Giles Perry, as we've got a few more minutes. Good morning, Giles.
Hi.
How's your? I'm good, thank you. How are you? How's your weekend going?
No, very well, thank you.
Good. So, looking forward to today's race.
Yeah, very much. Yeah, absolutely. Decent race yesterday, made a few mistakes, lost the toe in front, but yeah, still some great racing, but yeah, some very fast guys out there this weekend, so it's all good.
And the toe is so key here, isn't it? You've got to hold on to somebody.
Yeah, the toe is massive. If you lose that, then you're dead, and you're just fighting the guys behind you then. So yeah, you've got to keep that momentum going, stay up the guy in front of you, really.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, well, wish you all the best for today's race. Thank you, Giles. Right, let's move on down and have a word. Oh, Steve Merritt, let's have a chat with him. Good morning, Steve.
Hi, good morning.
How's your weekend going?
Well, actually, this is my very first Caterham race, so I've really enjoyed it so far. It's been a baptism of fire, So I'm looking for some of the faster guys to try and hang on to the back of and try and make some progress.
So what's your background then? What's made you get into Caterham racing?
A long time ago I raced karts, but I've had more than 20 years off racing. But I love motorsport, and I wanted to give Caterham a try, so here I am.
Here you are. And have you had much testing in Caterhams?
I've done several test days and track days, but this is the first full weekend I've done, so, and I'll try and do maybe 1 or 2 more this year and see how I get on.
Excellent. Well, you've done pretty well for your first Caterham race.
So far so good. There's still 2 races left, so.
There is. Well, I wish you all the best, but that's the whistle gone, so we'll let you have a good race. Nice talking to you, and we'll hand back to you guys in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Sam. Yes, good morning from the commentary box, ladies and gents, and welcome to the home of British motorsport here at the Silverstone circuit, racing on the full Grand Prix layouts here this weekend. It's beautiful weather, the sun beating down here in Northamptonshire, and we are ready for a second day of action here on BARC TV, presented by the British Automobile Racing Club. 5 great races yesterday, some super close Caterham racing, a dominant performance from Peter Erscheg and Marcus Clutton in their Audi R8, as Ian has already mentioned, in the British Endurance Championship, and we saw a great race from the ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. They're back out for another 2 races today. We kick off racing with the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship, one of 3 Caterham Championships we have in action this weekend. And then it's the first of our 2 races today for the single-seaters, the ROKiT F4 British Championship. Then it's the Vertex Watches Caterham Road Sport Championship, followed by the Mottl Motor Oil's Caterham 7 310Rs, the quickest cars we've got here this weekend in terms of Caterhams. Then we have an hour for lunch, and then it's more Caterham action with the 270Rs with their 3rd race of the weekend, the ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FIA, back out for another 20-minute race, and then the Mottl Caterham 7 310Rs before our longest race of the day, the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship, mixture of GT and saloon cars, a 2-hour race with 3 mandatory pit stops for each car. My name's Dave Goddard, taking you through the action throughout the day from the commentary box, and I'm joined for our first race today, I'm glad to say, by Caterham expert Chris Hutchinson. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning. Another hot one out here today. It was already hot for our drivers yesterday in the 3 series that we brought here with Caterhams this weekend, and it sounded like it was going to be another 2 degrees hotter. We were already seeing angry tyres and sideways action, weren't we, yesterday? So we're going to be working to see whether their tyres can hang on in through Road Sport. We've got 1 race today, and the 217 310s both got 2 20-minute races for themselves as well.
And I cannot wait for this first race of the day, the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship. They had a cracking race yesterday. Freddie Chiddick's one of our championship contenders, taking the win. He pulled away as everybody else was fighting for second in the closing laps of yesterday's race, and one of his championship rivals, Charlie Lower, could only manage 4th. The grid for today's first race is set by the race yesterday, the race results, so it is Freddie Chiddick's number 66 on pole, alongside number 45 David Rook. Second row, 35 Mark Kendall was right in the mix all the way through yesterday. He got fastest lap as well. Starts alongside Charlie Lower, number 21. Third row, number 17 Alex Vincent, starts alongside 53 Michael Chaplin. On the 4th row, we just heard from Peter Mott, number 96, starts alongside the number 15, driven by Welshman James Cook. Row 5 is Theo Theato. We just heard from him as well. We've already seen him a winner at Snetterton this year in the Caterham Graduates Championship. He starts alongside Jonathan Ramsey, number 14. They were inches apart all the way through yesterday's race. Then on row number 6, we have last year's Academy champion, Rog Patke. We heard from him as well, driving number 29. Starts alongside number 27 of Chris Ephraimidis. Row 7 is number 99 Toby Boys and 71 Giles Perry. Then on the 8th row we have 46 Mark Williams and number 11 Steve Merritt. He was involved in a bit of contact yesterday but was able to finish. Row 9 is 48 Richard Hoare and 6 Marcus Eels. On the 10th row, number 19 Paul Higginbottom, who only just avoided Steve Merritt after he went off and rejoined yesterday and had to spin the car around, so finished a little way down the order, starting on row 10 alongside the 22 of Louise Deason. Row 11 is 65 Lydia Gould alongside 44 Ian Summers. Row 12, 63 Andy Palmer and 23 Alan Bateman. The penultimate row, 88 of Charles Vincent and 84 Joe Priday, who failed to finish yesterday's race. And watch out for fireworks on the back of the grid. Number 2, Mark Jones, who missed yesterday's race. He's 4th in the championship at the moment coming into this weekend. He's got to find his way through from the back of the grid. So watch for the number 2 car coming through. It's a very quick racer indeed.
Yeah, always spectacular to watch Mark Jones. He's never a dull moment on track. He's along him and Theo Theato are often the ones that you can concentrate on, but he's going to have to make his way through an awful lot of cars. But the Silverstone circuit, as we saw yesterday, there were some times when people were overtaking 3 or 4 cars down the straights. So a little bit, the wind today is still sort of gusting around. It's a bit of headwind still down Hanger Straight, so I think we'll see more of the same. And I think that does give Mark Jones plenty of opportunity in his paddle up grey machine at the rear of the field to come through. So definitely one to keep an eye on the timing screens for that. Can Charlie Lower come back to winning form? So he dropped to 4th place at the end of last race today, losing out sort of valuable championship points. It's been between him and Freddie Chiddicks at the top of the table, so Freddie Chiddicks did manage to convert that win, breaking away just at the end of the race, and so he'll be looking to see whether Lower he can sort of return the favour. But yeah, David Rook, Mark Kendall having some really good run of form, as was Peter Mott. We spoke to him, as we said, on the grid, and he's really coming good with 3rd qualification at Zandvoort, and now going, he sort of qualified 5th and still stayed in that lead group all the way through. Great for him.
Cars just completing their green flag lap to warm up their tyres. This will be a 20-minute race. First of 2 races today for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship. Mission Motorsport, the Forces Motorsport charity, set up several years ago by Major James Cameron. A lot of money has been raised for injured servicemen and their families through motorsport. So onto the grid they come then. The marshals pull them into position. Freddie Chiddicks, the grey car with the red nose on the right of your picture, in pole position alongside the red and black car number 45, David Rook, the Scottish-based racer. Second row, Mark Kendall in the green car. I reckon he could be in with a good chance for the first win here today. Charlie Lower, the black car with the blue nose, and Alex Vincent is in green and grey with the sort of citrus yellow roll cage on the number 17 car. Michael Chaplin in a darker blue and black, completing the 3rd row. Peter Mott is in black and white. James Cook, that's a distinctive car, the car with the Welsh flag on the bonnets. Then Theo Theato in orange and black, Jonathan Ramsey in grey and red. That's the colours of your top 10 cars on the grid, so we can see who to follow. The 270R is really the 3rd rung on the Caterham ladder, coming up from Academy and Road Sports. Green flag waves at the back of the grid then. Time to go racing on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuits. Everybody in position, waiting for the red lights to come on. When they go out, we will be racing. Away they go, down towards Copse Corner for the first time. Mark Kendall trying to come through the middle in the green car, but it's Chiddicks and Rook together trying to go through the middle. Is Charlie Lower moving across there. They've all made it into Copse Corner. Okay, the number 99 car, that's Toby Boys with the white wheels. We'll see who's leading as they come up towards Maggots for the first time. It's almost 3 wide. Freddie Chiddicks, Charlie Lower's come through into 2nd place into the Beckett's complex for the first time. Freddie Chiddicks has just about held his lead. Charlie Lower and David Rook together. Somebody kicking up the dust in there behind. I think that might have been Theo Theato in the 72 car, the orange car. They make it through this sweeping Beckett's complex, and then they'll charge down the Hanger Straight towards the daunting Stowe Corner for the first time. Back of the field there, number 23, that's Alan Bateman, and Freddie Chiddicks out on a very wide line as they head towards Stowe Corner for the first time. Charlie Lower trying to go through on the inside to take the lead.
Yeah, Rook got the best start of all of them and actually led as they went into Copse that time, but he wasn't able to hold on by the time they got to Beckett's S's, and you can see that he's now dropped down to that 3rd place. Chiddicks not giving anyone a tow down Hanger Straight that time as they head down to the Vale for the first time. It does still look like it is Chiddicks out front there with the Boss sponsorship on the back. A little bit of a lock up there. Theo Theato was on the grass already. Wonder whether that's kind of where his car is on that field, but it is Chiddicks. They lead them as they flew through Club Corner this time.
Through the club complex then up towards the right-hander onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straights, past the Formula 1 pits, then down towards the right-hander at Abbey Kerr. Charlie Lower has a look on the inside there. Looks like it could be number 53 of Michael Chaplin up there in 3rd place, the dark blue car. He's made a good start from the 3rd row of the grid. Yes, there he is, side by side for the lead. Charlie Lower at the inside into Village Corner, takes the lead. Mark Kendall's dropped back a little. There's the 96 car in behind him as well. That's Peter Mott. Michael Chaplin in 3rd place. Theo Theato on the outside of Mark Kendall. Theo was frustrated with his efforts in yesterday's race, but he's in there in 5th place behind David Rook, who has dropped back to 4th behind Michael Chaplin. A better start from Theo. Struggled off the line in yesterday's race as they start to fan out. Freddie Chiddicks looks to the inside as they go towards Brooklands corner.
Yeah, absolutely. Not ideal start to head out there off the line with stalling, but he did well to recover back through. As watching just deep in this field, you can see the action is absolutely nose to tail all the way through. Louise Deason in her orange and purple car as they head into Luffield this time. But it is Chiddix who it's Rog going out wide there, so he's going to lose some more places. Let's see where Mark Jones has made his way up to after this first lap as well. So they head down to complete that first lap.
Chiddix leads the way then by just a few hundredths of a second ahead of Lower, Chaplin, next Rook, Theato in 5th, Kendall in 6th position. There's Jonathan Ramsey side by side with the number 15 of James Cook. Mark Jones has gained 9 places. He's up into 18th place on the back of the grid. 3 wide for the lead through Maggots, Charlie Lower and Michael Chaplin. Chaplin goes through, 2 places made up. Great move by Michael Chaplin in the number 53 car. Can he hold it on the exit? Chiddix goes down to 3rd place. Charlie Lower in the 2nd. It's Kendall in 4th in the green car. Then it's David Rook, the Scottish base racer. Excuse me, chased down by Theo Theato. I'm losing my voice already. This isn't good. We're only a couple of laps into today's racing. Charlie Lower holds the inside. Chiddix moving out wide to try and break the toe as they head down towards Stowe corner. Chaplin's caught in the middle, and Chiddix, that move's worked to get for him, takes the lead on the outside.
So it seems like 2 spaces down Hanger Straight is perfectly possible at this early stage of the race. Chaplin joining us for the first time here at Silverstone this season so far. He did join us last year for some races. I don't think he's doing the full season, but nevertheless, absolutely, once he's joined us, he's back inserted himself fully into this lead group and has put himself out front. But it's Chiddix currently in the lead as there's this absolute pack of cars coming through club. A little bit of a lock up there, looks behind into the Vale that time through, but it is Chiddix that leads us up this Hamilton Straight, and it is Charlie Lower, so our normal 2 now looking like they're breaking clear of Chaplin a little bit.
It's damage on the front of Mark Kendall's car. His nose cone's pointing skywards, so I think there's been a bit of contact in there somewhere possibly. We saw a couple of dislodged nose cones in yesterday's races as well. That's going to affect the aero and affect the handling, I would think, on Mark Kendall's car as well. Not good for yesterday's 3rd place finisher. There's James Cook. You can see the flag of Wales on his bonnet. As sliding up the inside, Peter Mott takes the number 17 of Alex Vincent as they come through the loop. Then the left-hander at Aintree and down the Wellington straight towards Brooklands. This is where we'll see slipstreaming. We'll see some daring moves made. Charlie Lower is particularly strong. We saw yesterday in that section of the track. Just over 15 minutes of this race to go. Unfortunately, I think we've lost our camera at Brooklands at the moment, so our apologies there. We'll wait for them to come into view at Luffield. We'll see who is leading as they come towards. Looks like it is Charlie Lower ahead of Freddie Chiddix, then slight gap back to Chaplin and the rest of them as they come through to complete their 2nd lap. It's a long lap here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Charlie Lower and Freddie Chiddix side by side as they cross the line. Chiddix takes the lead back again on the outside, side by side with her between Chaplin and Rook. Then we've got Theato side by side with Mark Kendall. That's a damaged nose cone, certainly not slowing him down.
It's not at the moment. You can see when he drips in and out of the toe, you'll see that nose cone nodding up and down as it hits the wind and goes out of it, but it's going to be acting as an air brake, and more importantly, he's not going to be able to see. A little bit of a rear wheel arch there flapping on Rook's car as well, so Chaplin dropping a little bit further back. Rook, we saw him in 2nd place in yesterday's race, but you can see Kendall's nose cone is down while he's following closely with Chaplin, but as soon as he pulls out, that will be ripping up in the air. He'll want to see that dislodged because it's going to be affecting his visibility into the corners.
And Chaplin's got a loose rear wheel arch as well, I noticed there as well, so the parts department's going to be quite busy already after this race as Chaplin defends from David Rook. Here comes Theo Theato. He's going to try and go around the outside of all of them. The 2 leaders, Lower and Chiddix, the 2 championship rivals, have pulled away, and Theato is going for broke around the outside. So is Mark Kendall, and now Theato, can he get the line for the Vale and down towards the left into the club complex? I think he's going to get 3rd place here. There's the pink car we noticed there, Rog Patke in the middle of that. There's loads of cars missing rear wheel arches. It's been a bit fraught on these first couple of laps, but the 2 leaders have taken advantage of this squabbling for 3rd place to pull away as Chaplin there moving to the inside onto the Hamilton straight. Charlie Lower leads from Freddie Chiddix. It's David Rook in 3rd place, then side by side between Kendall and Theato. Theato pulls ahead down the straight there into Abbey on the outside. Next to come through is I think that's Peter Mott next in the order, isn't it? No, it's James Cook, sorry, the 2 black cars, tricky to tell apart from a distance. So 15 of Cook is next in the order. Next is Alex Vincent. Coming through on the inside is Cook. He'll try and take Kendall. Michael Chaplin in behind them, and Theo Theato's run wide there. just about holds the line back into the loop and then into Aintree.
Chaplin's lost out in that little section. He was up in the lead, wasn't he, a couple of laps back, and now he's down in about that 6th or 7th place. So he's been shuffled backwards down the order as we're looking at Alex Vincent and Peter Mott as they head down towards Brooklands then for this time. We're waiting for them to come back into our view. Here they are down at Brooklands, and you can see absolute nose-to-tail action as they head on through. We only attach the rear wheel arches with nylon bolts, so they do ping off, and actually drivers quite like it sometimes. It adds a bit more cooling to the tyres, so we definitely don't attach them for the very reason that it's better to have them knocked off than rip the bodywork apart.
Well, it gives some of our marshals out there a few souvenirs to pick up anyway as they come through to complete lap number 3. New fastest lap for Freddie Chinnix, 2:30.411. He's just over a quarter of a second clear of Charlie Lower. Here comes Theo Theato past David Rook up into 3rd place. There's Mark Kendall with the new nose design in 5th position ahead of Michael Chaplin. Then behind them James Cook, and the rest of them behind is Peter Mott, Alex Vincent. We've got Toby Boys in there, the number 99. He's running well. Here comes Chaplin up the inside. He charges up the inside into what is now 5th position past the 15 of James Cook. Kendall's dropping back. He's got a wheel arch hang off there. That car is shedding parts by the look of it there, the 35.
He's going to have to add a few more bits by the time we get to the second race this afternoon. But it's we heard from Theo Theato saying he was going full send. Well, he's a big winner at the moment, coming up from 9th on the grid up into that. He's just about battling for that 3rd place. But they have let the lead 2 get away. Charlie Lower, Freddie Chinnix are fully on their own battle and just working together to pull this gap, and therefore they're going to guarantee themselves that 1st and 2nd place. Chaplin moving back up, so he was struggling a little bit in that mid phase, but he's now back up into that 5th place again.
There they come down towards Club, the 2 leaders together, Chinnix and Lower duking it out for the lead. They are well clear to the tune of about 5 seconds. Big lock up from somebody there at the back of the field into the Club complex. See who's going to come out in 3rd place as they come onto the Hamilton straight. It is Theato who's trying to break the toe there, moving towards the Grand Prix pit wall. Chaplin in behind him. Then we've got David Rook, that car with its wheel arch still flapping behind it. Mark Kendall next in the order. This is a great fight for 3rd, but of course the harder they battle, the easier it is for the first 2 in the race. Lower and Chinnix to make a break. Theato defends to the inside into Village, and Chaplin 45 of Rook, that's the 35 of Kendall. Cook is next in the order, then it's Peter Mott. Behind him is Toby Boys with the white wheels, the number 99 car trying to go around the outside. Alex Vincent has dropped behind him. It's a solid line of cars heading down the straight into the Wellington straight. They go towards the left-hander at Brooklands past the BRDC clubhouse. They're going to go 4, but you can't go 4 wide into Brooklands, surely. They'll try and make it. Well, they look at Mark Kendall switching back to the inside, and Michael Chaplin goes around the outside of Theo Theato, takes that 3rd place away, and also trying to come through is Rook. So Theato's lost out there on that run into Brooklands. He'll lose 2 places, he could lose 3. Look at Kendall switching to the inside. He's deciding, oh, his car's a bit lighter than the others, to shed so many parts, so he's going for broke and trying to make advantage. I jest, of course, as the 2 leaders go over the line. Still Freddie Chinnix up front by 0.29 of a second ahead of Charlie Lower. Chaplin somehow defending that 3rd place.
Yeah, they're having to really sort of jink around, aren't they? They're really a game of chess, like we said yesterday, working out where do I want to put my car, where have I got the momentum. We saw Kendall had a load of momentum, but he had nowhere to put it. Theato being squeezed onto the curb that time through. Track limits have changed slightly for this race, and the drivers are all being aware of it, and they're certainly seeing quite a lot of track limits mark on the sort of timing screens as we go through. Theato losing out in that phase. He's going around there, losing out places Theato in that phase, and it's definitely Kendall with his nose cone in the air. You know, he will be his visibility will be limited as he heads around, but he's still managing. He knows his side, looking at the braking points out the side of his eye. But here are the 2 leaders, Charlie Lower and Freddie Chinnix, just swapping places, and they have got an absolute acre of time ahead of everyone else as they go 4 wide into Stowe this time.
Acres of time. That was a Ron Atkinsonism in football, wasn't it? Nice to hear that again. And so everybody else trying to be 3rd. We've got about a dozen cars in there. It really does look like, as we said yesterday, a bad day on the M1 motorway at the moment as they come up towards Club. Who's going to come out of this in 3rd place? The 2 leaders probably wondering where everybody else has got to. They're all in this solid scrub of cars, which takes up pretty much the rest of the field behind them. Let's see who's going to come through in 3rd. It's tricky to see from the sun as they come through into Club corner. It should be Michael Chaplin, I think, who comes out in 3rd. No, it's Is that Peter Mott who's come out, or is it James Cook? It's Cook who's come out into third. Where's he come from up there? That's a great move through the order.
He's clearly been working his way through, just like the M1. You have the lanes moving at different speeds when it's all busy, and just like on the M1, you've got to pick the right lane, the one's going to bring you further forward. And it looks like it is Cook who's made his way to the front of that field, chose the right lane and made his sequence around Club there very easily. So, but we're still seeing those bodyworks flapping. It's the battle of the rear wing versus the nose cone as Rook goes around the outside and Kendall has to lose that place. Rod Patke making gentle progress forward, but this pack is getting bigger and busier as we get through this race.
Mark Jones incidentally is up to 13th from the back of the grid, so we'll see him start to move into this battle fairly soon. Side by side down the straight, Chaplin moves back ahead of Cook, then it's the 45 of Rook, and Toby Boy's going well, the 99, round the outside of Mark Kendall there, trying to go with him. That's Peter Mott, the black and white car. There's Theo Theato, Rog Patke is in behind him, Mark Jones is in there a short way behind him. Is that Jones moving up the inside there of Patke? It certainly is, so he's now starting to make his move.
Yeah, he will do. He's thirsty for that, moving up through the field. He's got another race to move even further forward, but it looks like he's got the opportunity to get to third and no more as the lead two have checked out. It is still this Cook car alongside Chaplin. Chaplin crossed the line in front, but Cook's ahead by the time they turn through Copse this time through. Kendall again moving behind Mott, so Mott's absolutely keeping involved, isn't he, in this lead battle, just like he did yesterday. You just want to make sure that the timing of this now is 6 to 7 minutes to go. You've got to work out where do I need to be with this group. At the moment they're just all trying to figure out how do I carry the momentum. It's such a wide track here at Silverstone, there's plenty of opportunities to sort of put your car on the inside, but it always slows you down because cars side by side are always going to have a problem.
Here's a replay of some action further back in the pack. This is at the loop and into entry. Somebody spinning there towards the rear of the pack. A bit tricky to see through the heat haze who that is. Can't quite see the number.
Said Louis Deason was just ahead of him, so where it was, I think there's it's now David Rook. Is that Rook? We've also got it's that one of the cars has got another nose cone upset there, so more nose cones going wanting at the moment as they head down into the Vale this time through. But yeah, it's an absolute car park as they head in. We've seen lots of lockups already. Like I say, it's hard to see the colours of the cars as they head through here. They're just one big. We've got another rotator there spinning there. So one of those cars, is that Rog Patke? It might be a pink car there. So keeping an eye out to see as he comes back past the camera.
Yes, I think that might be Rog that has spun there. Number 44, Ian Summers, was the other car that spun up the loop a lap ago. No, it was Alex Vincent there that's had a lose. The number 17, I think, further back. Or is that Rog towards... No, there's Rog, the pink car. It was him who spun around there, so he's dropped back. Here comes the pack through towards... It's impossible to pick out. We've got two pink cars in this race then.
It did certainly look pink as it was coming towards us, didn't it? But no, Roger's definitely still in that pack, and he's just ahead of Theo Theato, so a little bit back. Here's the other angle, the reverse angle for that spin. So who was it who lost the rear of their car then? I think it might be Giles Perry, is that?
Yes, number 71. He's a similar colour to Alex Vincent, which is why I was confused in the first place. I can't keep up with this. Anyway, 5 minutes of the race to go, and the third place pack is coming down into Brooklands. Up the inside comes the Caterham 270R Superleggera of Mark Kendall. He takes third place away from Michael Chaplin. David Rook goes side by side with the 15 of James Cook. Then it's Boys, Mott's. Patke's up behind them in the number 29. He's got Mark Jones on his tail, or is it no, Theo Theato's in there as well. So Jones and Theato next in the order in this group. By the time you've read out the order they're in, it's all changed again on each corner.
Yeah, absolutely. They're kind of wheelbarrow racing, and they're in all sorts of analogies, car park driving. But at the moment they are absolutely loving this. I'm sure the drivers are going to be absolutely exhausted by the time. And the temperatures out there are rising rapidly as we head into the second day here at Silverstone. But here comes the two leaders sort of serenely on their way. Charlie Lowe and Freddie Chinnix. They know they're guaranteed first and second as long as there's no issues on their car, and Charlie Lowe's got a little bit of a gap there. But I wonder whether they can also, this opportunity to sort of try and get fastest laps. At the moment Chinnix has got that with a 2:30.4. They're still about they're about half a second away of the actual lap record, so still too hot out there on temperature track to allow them to really take that. But Charlie Lowe are now looking down the inside of Chinnix as they go into Stone.
Well, there go the leaders. They're an eternity clear in Caterham terms. Look how far ahead they are. They're over 11 seconds ahead of this battle for third. Look at the state of Mark Kendall's car. It's certainly different, isn't it? I imagine that if that nose cone tilts back any further, he won't be able to see where he's going. So David Rook has gone through into third place. And behind him is Michael Chaplin, one of our newcomers. You can see the novice cross on the back of his car. A great first weekend in the series for him. Somebody with a big lock up there at the back of this group. There's been possibly an incident up at... a bit more bodywork goes flying. That's on Toby Boyes' car. Marshall's going to have a bit of a clear up to do after this race, aren't they?
He just took a bit of too much curb on the inside of Beckett's there that time, and the kind of little sausage curves just took away that. I think you can see the car bump violently. It probably bottomed out as it did that. But Kendall doing really well with that air brake that he's got at the front of his car to sort of manage and maintain that position. There's Ramsey, who saw having a fight with Thea Theato all yesterday, and they sort of were a battle of their own. But it is Kendall out front. Packy coming back through. Thea Theato, after that sort of early move into that second place, has dropped up a little bit. Someone's off
wide, yeah.
outside of the track there. Again, hard to spot who that is. They're going to join the rear of this pack, losing out some of those places. Is that Cook?
It may have been James Cook there. It was either Cook or Peter Mott. Their cars look very similar from a distance, so we'll pick that up as they come through towards Brooklands. It's Kendall who has third place at the moment. They'll be starting the last lap this time. David ROKiT fourth place, then Chaplin side by side with Rog Patke, the Academy champion last year, who skipped the Road Sports Championship, which is... and Mark Jones a bit sideways there. Toby Boyes had to back off. Peter Mott goes through. I think that's Alex Vincent moving up on the outside as well in the 17. There's one car all over the place behind there.
The rear tyres on these cars are absolutely on fire at the moment. There you can see that there's absolutely no rear end grip for these cars. They're absolutely drifting around. These cars haven't got limited slip differentials. That's purely about grip and the temperatures out there on track. We're going to see that as being a thing throughout the rest of today. Who's going to be able to manage and maintain their tyres to the end of this race? 1 minute 50. Going to see when the actual leaders went across the line as to whether this is the last lap, but it's definitely getting close to the absolute death of this race.
Well, Chiddix leads ahead of Lower at the line. We'll pick the two leaders up in a moment. David Rook holds third ahead of Kendall now as they come through the Beckett's complex. The right, left, right onto the hanger straight. There's Chaplin in behind. There's Rog Patke. The 15 of James Cook and Theo Theato, the orange car, in behind him. They're still side by side for the lead. And there's even a wing coming off Freddie Chiddix's car now. The front wheel arches lifted up on the Boss racing car. So strong around the outside line there coming through Stowe into Vale, then down towards the Club Corner complex, braking for the left-hander off the Vale, then this long right-hander onto the Hamilton straight. It's Chiddix from Charlie Lower, and the rest of the pack not even in sight at the moment as they squabble for third place.
Got a minute left to see whether they're going to get back to the line in time. I think this will be the final lap. So where they've been working together for the entirety of this race, and you've seen how much of a gap they've developed just by doing that, they've got to now work out where do I want to be at the right time with 44 seconds left on the clock. Where do I want to be with Chiddix? Is Chiddix strong down into Brooklands? It looks like Lower's going to wait and see whether he can just trail him down and overtake into Brooklands. That's certainly what would be on my mind in this case. There's still chance though out of Luffield to get that place back by the time we get to the line, as Charlie Lower does get the slingshot out then as they go through entry onto the the Wellington straight for the last time.
20 seconds on the clock, so I think it's going to be checkered flag this time, and Charlie Lower is ready. He's going to attack as they come down into Brooklands. He's stronger through this section. We saw yesterday he could slingshot his way up the inside. Here he comes. Charlie Lower goes through, but has he got the move done too early? Because Freddie Chiddix could get him back, as you said, Chris, on the run up to the line, out of Woodcut Corner. Here they come through the double right at Luffield. The clock's gone to 0, so we're going to see checkered flag this time. Which side is Freddie Chiddix going to go? He's going to try and get in the slipstream and pull up alongside. They're absolutely side by side as they come up towards the line. They both run out wide. Checkered flag at the ready. Who's it going to be at the line? It's Freddie Chiddix, according to the timing screen, by 0.042 of a second. Well, Freddie outside Chiddix, I think is going to be his nickname after that one, because he went around the outside at Woodcut as well. Now, who is going to be third? Here they come towards line. Kendall and Rog Patke together, and despite the damage to his car, Mark Kendall finishes on the podium for the second time this weekend ahead of Patke, Rook Theato, Mark Jones, Cook, Vincent, Merritt, Ramsey, Pride, Williams, Fefremidis and Chaplin as quickly as that.
Stunning race there by the 270s, and absolutely Chiddix worked that one out perfectly. He went out that wide angle, and absolutely perfect.
Michael Chaplin must have had a moment on that last lap, because he only came across the line in 16th, so he must have either run wide or had a half spin somewhere.
Certainly.
So he's down to 16th.
Yeah, not a good end to his race, and he's got a lot of work to do at the end. And I did see a little bit of a gap there between Rog Patke and Kendall, which kind of suggested something might have happened down at Brooklands that time through. But it is Chiddix who worked that one to perfection, got the slingshot out wide, and was able to carry that momentum around the outside. Charlie Lower pushed him to the edge of the track, but he had that run. You see his front wing there just let go. We normally only glue glue the front wings on. So there you go, another reason that we'll see these things flapping around. Charlie Lower, though, has been bettered twice by Chiddix. He's got one more opportunity to try and get his own back a little bit later on. The temperatures are only going to rise, and we're going to see more of the action that we saw just then.
That was absolutely fantastic, to say the least. We'll confirm the results in a moment. Just a quick chance to mention a thank you to everybody who's commented on our YouTube feed. Hello to Colin Meakin, to Carl Britchford, John Ridley, and everybody else who's commented so far. Let's have a look at the results then. Freddie Chiddix the winner by 0.04 of a second ahead of Charlie Lower, who nabbed it back again. Freddie Chiddix out of Woodcote for the last time. Mark Kendall's rather battered car completes the podium ahead of Roger Patke. David ROKiT 5th ahead of Theo Theato. Then Peter Mott, Mark Jones on the back of the grid up to 8th place. James Cook and Alex Vincent completing the top 10. Then Stephen Merritt, our newcomer this weekend, Jonathan Ramsey 12th. Joe Priday makes up for a non-finish yesterday. He came through from the back as well to finish 13th. Mark Williams 14th. And in 15th was Chris Efremidis. 16th for Michael Chaplin, a problem for him on the last lap. Then Giles Perry, the number 19 of Paul Higginbottom. Toby Boyes had a bit of damage in there. He dropped down to 19th. Then Louise Deason completed the top 20. Then Marcus Eels was next home. Then Richard Hall, Lydia Gould, Ian Summers despite a spin, Andy Palmer, Alan Bateman, and the number 88 of Charlie Vincent completing the finishers. All 27 starters went the distance, which I'm pleased to say.
Yep, speeds out there not quite up in the lap record territory. Then again, temperatures are likely the reason for that, but Freddie Chiddix certainly worked out how to control those temperatures out there. Charlie Lower behind. Mark Kendall will be happy to be back on that podium. He's making a habit of that, isn't he, being the best of the rest, and Rog making his way back through that difficult battle pack into that 4th place. Rook will be a bit disappointed, I think, after his 2nd place yesterday to have drifted to 5th, but still strong points. Theo Theato, he said he was going to go full send 9th to 6th by the time he came to an end, and Peter Mott again holding on just ahead of Mark Jones, coming right at the back of the field all the way up to 8th place.
Well, that was a quite superb first race for the Mission Motorsports Caterham 7270R to kick off our 2nd day here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Next up we have the ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. Teenage racers just moving out of karting and junior racing. We could be seeing future Formula 1 stars in action here in our next races, especially as one of the first champions in British F4 a few years ago was somebody called Lando Norris. Wonder what happened to him. We'll be seeing him here at Silverstone in just a few days' time at the 2023 British Grand Prix, of course. Circuit being prepared at the moment. Let's hand down to our pit reporters to hear from some of the drivers in Park Fermé.
Yes, yet again another exciting race. Congratulations, Freddie. You got the fastest lap as well. You and Charlie were just in a league of your own there, weren't you?
Yeah, that was a brilliant race. I'm so happy when it's Charlie and I out at the front like that. We give ourselves a bit of time to make a gap, and then we go and have a bit of a play and some fun. Too wide around some corners was really nice and interesting. To get a win and fastest lap was brilliant.
Did you plan it right on that last lap? Because that's what it's all about here, isn't it?
Yeah, I knew if I was behind at that corner I'd get him on the line. So yeah.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
Right, let's have a word with Charlie. Charlie, congratulations.
Oh,
what a race you had with Freddie. That looked like a lot of fun.
Yeah, a lot better than yesterday, that's for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a good race. Shame I couldn't pull it off at the end. I knew he was really strong around the last corner, so there's definitely some setup changes I need to do for the car to get me around that corner a bit better at the end to get the benefit. But he was, always really fast around that corner and led after every lap, and I was like, there's no way I'm going to be able to pull this off. So now I'm happy with 2nd place, all championship points for me.
Exactly. Well, congratulations. And move on to Mark. Mark, your car survived and got you into 3rd place. I mean, that was, I think the commentators said it was like a busy M1 motorway.
It certainly was, yeah. I think it's more like driving the road to Thailand, to be honest, but yeah, no, it's pretty mental. I struggled with visibility because of my nose cone, so couldn't see the corners here, so that was a struggle, but we got here in the end.
I was going to say, considering your visibility struggles, you did very, very well to hold off that group, because it was,
I made a few dives on the last lap to get 3rd, so yeah, it was all worth it.
We didn't really have a clue who was going to come out in 3rd place.
Nor did I.
Well, congratulations, well done, well deserved. There you go, I'll hand back to you guys in the commentary box for the next race.
Okay, thank you very much, Sam, as we get ready for our first single-seater race action of the day. It's a reverse grid from qualifying yesterday for the ROKiT British F4 Championship, certified by FIA. Some of the highest rated young racers making their moves up from karting and into the world of single-seater racing. Identical cars, the Italian-built Tatus T421 chassis, powered by 1.4 litre Abarth engines. It'll be a 20-minute race. They have 2 races coming up here today. The first race yesterday, that was a first ever win in the category for number 12 Josh Irfan for the Rodin Carlin team. He's one of the Rookie Cup drivers this year as well, so a rookie victory in yesterday's race. But with a reverse grid from qualifying yesterday, anything could happen here. Let's hear from some of the drivers a little earlier on today.
Well, welcome everybody to the assembly area. Almost time to get underway for race 2 of the weekend for the British F4 Championship. As you can see, the cars are starting to line up behind us. Yesterday, what a day we had. Josh Irfan picking up the win. He's a rookie. Very emotional win for him as well. Right, Will McIntyre's second place, by the way, as well. Now it means he now leads the championship coming into this race. But this one is a reverse grid. So let's go have a quick chat with Isaac if we can. They're just firing the car up. Sounds good, doesn't it? So grab a quick word of Isaac. Isaac, on pole position. Yesterday wasn't your day. Today's going to be different though, yeah?
Yeah, hopefully we can make a good recovery after yesterday. I've started off pole before, so just got to get a good start and get in the lead early and just be consistent throughout the whole race, and that should be the aim.
Fantastic. I mean, Silverstone's a good circuit, isn't it? Fast and wide. Does that suit you?
Yeah, it's good. We saw yesterday that the slipstream was quite effective, so it'll be pretty difficult starting off pole. But I think the dirty air should affect them, and being in clear air should help me out.
Fantastic. Isaac, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Yet to get a podium this season, 18 drivers have. Another driver who hasn't yet, but has got a great opportunity, is Kai over here as well. I wonder if we could just jump in with Kai. Kai lining up second place. Are you ready? Are you feeling good for this one?
Yeah, feeling good for this one. The pace is going to be strong for the race pace. Looking forward to getting some good points today.
Yeah, it is going to be a fantastic race, isn't it? So look, I'm going to let you crack on. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck. Let's keep going. I must admit, I didn't get to catch a lot of that because just as I was saying it, the Caterham just came steaming past us as well. I just want to grab a quick word with Mika Abrahams here. Just turned 15 years old, so joined sort of halfway through the season. But Mika, how are we feeling ahead of this one? And tell us a little bit about how you've enjoyed racing in F4 so far, even though it's only been a short time.
Yeah, it's been a good start to the season so far. Obviously, we've had limited driving compared to all the other drivers, so just trying to catch up. We have good pace at Silverstone, just messed up the quali a little bit, so we're looking forward, hopefully getting a podium or win this race. But yeah, no, we started off really strong and we're looking to continue.
Fantastic. Best of luck, mate. Thank you for talking to us. Going to go for the podium. Watch out for this man. Could be a very good run. Reminder, reverse grid. This is going to be so exciting, this race. So I'm going to hand back to Dave, who's going to call the action, and I'll see you in Parc Fermé afterwards.
Cars coming up to the grid then for our second race of the weekend for the ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FIA, and as we just mentioned, it is a reverse grid from qualifying yesterday. So Isaac Barashi finds himself on pole position in the Finish This by Argenti run car, yet to score points this year, failed to finish yesterday's race, so looking for some better fortunes here. Alongside him is from India, Kai Daryanani for Virtuosi Racing. He finished down the order yesterday. Second row, number 78 of Jack Sherwood for Chris Dickman Racing, and Belgium's Dover de Decker in the Virtuosi Racing number 28. Row 3, number 29 Mika Abrahams from South Africa, and number 72 Sonny Smith recently got his first ever win at Alton Park. And on row 4, number 2 Noah Lyle from Australia for Rodin Carlin, and Jaden Parriott from India in number 77. Row 5 is another Aussie, Patrick Huitzenroder for Finsis by Argenti, alongside number 11, the championship leader coming into this weekend, New Zealander Louis Sharp. He had a very quiet race yesterday, only finished down in 12th place, so looking for some better fortune here. On the 6th row of the grid, we have number 49 Daniel Ginchard for Chris Dickman Racing, alongside 87 Deegan Fairclough, the leading player in the Ginetta Junior Championship last season. The Racing Star Scholarship ran from over the winter for JHR Developments. Row 7 is number 14 Akil Alipay, the South African for Virtuosi Racing, and Sweden's Gustav Jonsson, the current leader of the Rookie Cup points. Recognise the rookie cars in this race, they have yellow number plates as opposed to the white back numbers for the other cars. Yesterday's winner Josh Irfan starts back on row 8 for Rodin Carter alongside Japanese driver Kanato Lei. He had some problems before the start of yesterday's race and had to race through the field from the back. Row 9, number 18 James Higgins and 55 of Dion Gouda for Fortec Motorsport and Rodin Carlin. The 10th row, number 5 Will McIntyre for the High-Tech Pulse 8 team. That team based here at Silverstone. His teammate number 7 Gabriel Stilp starts alongside him. And completing the grid will be Australian James Piszczek for High-Tech Pulse 8 from the back. So the High-Tech cars all down there towards the back of the grid. Watch for them coming through the order. So it is the number 26 in pole position, Isaac Barashi, made his debut at Silverstone here last autumn, the 17-year-old for the Finsis by Argenti team, founded by former Porsche Carrera Cup champion Michael Meadows, running in the same colours as his Porsches, the blue and black livery. Scored a podium here, Isaac Barashi, at Silverstone last season. He's joined on the front row by the number 8 of Kai Dariani for the Virtuosi team. One of a number of drivers from India on the grid. A lot of drivers having come through the karting ranks in India. The likes of Dion Gouda out there, who was 3rd in the points coming into this weekend behind Louis Sharp and Will McIntyre. Look out for Jack Sherwood as well, driving for the Chris Dickman Racing team, their familiar red, yellow and black colours. Kai Darianani is his first full season of single-seater racing. He raced in the winter in the UAE Formula 4 Championship at the Yas Marina circuit in Abu Dhabi as well. He's one of the elder statesmen of the grid. He's only 18 years of age, drivers 15 to 18. Yes, we really have got drivers as young as 15 in this championship. Good to see a sizable crowd here in the grandstand down towards Brooklands, I think that is, here on the Silverstone circuit. We certainly have had a variety of winners. I think we've had 9 different winners up to this point. Well, it may even be 10 with a first win for Josh Irfan yesterday. The season opened at Donington Park at the start of the season. Louis Sharp scored a couple of wins there, and there was also a win for Noah Lyle, the Australian. There were wins at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit for Kanato Lee, James Higgins, and for Dion Gouda. He got his first win there. Then at the Snetterton 300 circuit, Dion Gouda had a win there as well, and I think Akil Alipay got his first win as well for Virtuosi Racing. They then went to Thruxton in Hampshire, the fastest circuit in the UK. James Piszczek got his first win there, the Australian. A success for Will McIntyre there as well. At Alton Park last time out, Sonny Smith, as we mentioned, got his first win. The wins for Kanato Lee and James Higgins there as well. He's a new name going to join them as a winner in the ROKiT British F4 Championship, certified by FIA. This is really the first rung on the single-seater ladder, the FIA single-seater pyramid. You never know. Remember these names, you might see some of them make it all the way to Formula 1 someday. Many karting champions out there. Plenty of drivers are recruited from the likes of the Ginetta Juniors, the Fiesta Junior Championship. Deegan Fairclough was successful in Fiesta Juniors. He had some great battles with Jensen Brickley, now a touring car racer. Beautiful conditions here at Silverstone today. This will be a 20-minute race. Josh Irfan going for his double, but he's their way back down the grid on the 9th row of the grid here for this second race in the number 12 car. Irfan driving for the Rodin Carlin team. Carlin, of course, one of the great names of single-seater racing in recent years. Multiple kart champion, and also in the Super 1 British Esports Championship as well, Josh Irfan. His teammate Louis Sharp currently leading the championship, the New Zealander. Hoped to make his debut at the start of the 2022 season in this championship, but he wasn't old enough. He didn't turn 15 in time. Scored 12 podium finishes last year and finished in 4th place in the championship, Louis Sharp. He's back on the 5th row here, only finished 12th yesterday. Dion Gowda was quite a way down the order as well, his teammates. 15-year-old from India. I'm really looking forward to this race. A great start from the 2nd row that lifted Josh Irfan into the lead in yesterday's race. There's James Pizzit. Watch for him coming through from the back of the grid, the number 4, the Australian. 23 there, Gustav Jonsson, the Swede, in the familiar colours of Chris Dittman Racing. Remember Chris racing in the F3 Cup in an old Dallara a few years ago, before setting up his eponymous race team. Thanks to all our commenters. Hello Maxine Henderson, she's waiting for the Britcar Trophy race later on. Hi to Callum. So to Kibble Faust, watching from America. Rusty Nails, Ian Buckley, he's part of our rescue crew here today. He's up at Beckett's. Hello to you, Ian, thanks for your service. Somebody called Chris Hutchinson has commented on our YouTube feed as well. Thanks, Chris. So up to the grid they come then. So Isaac Barashi in the black and blue Vinces by Argenti car starts on pole. Kai Darianani alongside. He's in much more blue machine, far more blue on the Virtuosi livery. Almost the reverse of the Vinces livery. Second row, Jack Sherwood, 78. He's in the familiar black, red and yellow of Chris Dittman Racing. And the 28 of Douwe de Decker, the Belgian. In the colours of Virtuosi. There's a bit of pink. He's got BWT sponsorship, of course. Familiar Formula 1 sponsors with Alpine. Row 3, number 29, Mika Abrahams in red and white. 72, Sonny Smith. He's in black. Watch for some of the quicker runners from qualifying coming through from towards the back with the reverse grid format in use. Well, his second race of the weekend for the ROKiT British F4 Championship, certified by FIA. He could be seeing Formula 1 stars of the future here at the Silverstone circuit. The revs are rising from these 1.4 litre Abarth engines. Second race of 3 this weekend for the championship gets underway. There's a yellow flag further back, so somebody hasn't got away there. Was that our pole sitter? Yes, I think Isaac Barashi hasn't got away. Oh, disaster for the pole sitter. And his bad luck this season continues. The race has got underway. We'll see who's leading as they come into the Beckett's complex for the first time. There's a bit of chop and change. It looks like it could be Kai Darianani who has got the lead. Pick it up when we can see the numbers on these cars. It's a Chris Dittman Racing car in second place. That's likely to be Jack Sherwood up there in second place. Everybody else is away cleanly towards the back there. The 29 of Mika Abrahams, not the best of starts for him. He was 5th on the grid, side by side for the lead. Jack Sherwood having a look down the inside. They start to fan out across the hanger straight into Stowe Corner. There's the number 28 car, Douwe de Decker, with the BWT sponsorship on the side pods. You can pick his car out as they head their way into the complex for the first time. Looks like it is Jack Sherwood, number 78, the Chris Dittman Racing car, who holds the early lead. 3 or 4 wide into Club Corner further back there. That's impressive from these little single-seaters. Sherwood leads the way then. Kai Darianani is in second place. Here they come then into Village Corner. 3 and 4 abreast in there. This is certainly very brave indeed. These young racers know no fear, to say the least. One of the Chris Dittman cars diving for the inside there towards the back of the field. This is great stuff so far as they head towards Brooklands for the first time. It is Jack Sherwood who continues to lead the way, trying to move up the inside there. That's I think one of the JHR development cars there. Could be Deegan Fairclough that's in there in the battle as well. A couple of lockups there into Brooklands corner as they chop and change positions. Trying to move to the inside there is James Higgins in the number 18 in the red, white and green car. He draws his way past. I think that's Josh Irfan in there, but it's Sherwood who leads. It's Sonny Smith up there in second place. He's just taken Kai Darianani coming through. Woodcut there. Fourth is Noah Lyle. Then it's Deegan Fairclough in fifth position. 77 of Jaden Parriott has pulled into the pits. He was seventh. Yes, we lost Abrahams on the first lap there, so we'll try and work out what has happened to him. Yes, there is Mika Abrahams spinning to a halt. That's out on the infield loop, so we've lost the South African. Didn't have a very good start and now has spun it, so I think that's coming out towards the loop. So Sherwood leads. It's Sonny Smith looking for his second win of the season in second place. Darianani is third. Then the blue and yellow car is Noah Lyle in fourth position. 55 moving up on the inside there is Dion Gowder. He takes Deegan Fairclough in the number 87, the JHR Developments car, and there's a spinner. That's the number 7 of Gabriel Stilp, one of our ROKiT Cup racers for the High-Tech Pulsate team. It's Oliver Oakes' team, the ex-karting champion, based here in Silverstone. Through the Hamilton Straight for the second time. It's Jack Sherwood who holds the lead, faced by Smith and Darianani. The rest of them charge their way through behind. A little lock up there for Gustav Jonsson, the Swede for Chris Dittman Racing. He's got the number 5 behind him, but Will McIntyre coming through from towards the back there in the lower reaches of the top 10 at the moment. Replay of that spin down at Stowe Corner. This is Gabriel Stilp. We'll see what happened to him yet. So a little bit too hot into it there, locked up the brakes and round he went. Thankfully nobody close enough to tag him. Gabriel Stilp will rejoin at the back of the field. Leaders coming through to complete their second lap. Sherwood leads, but the fastest lap for Sonny Smith. There's only 0.3 of a second in it now at the front of the field. Darianani in third place, then it's Lyle. Deegan Fairclough heads the next group. He's got Louis Sharp, the championship leader, on his tail. And behind him is Kenato Lee. He's gained a couple of places past Jonsson and McIntyre on that last lap. Leading the top 10, McIntyre and De Decker. We've got Dion Gowder, a quiet weekend for him so far, looking to keep his position in the top 3 of the championship. Leading the ROKiT Cup at the moment is Jonsson, De Decker in second, and third Josh Irfan, who's down to 16th place at the moment, yesterday's winner, showing just how evenly matched these cars and indeed these drivers are. There's Jonsson. Rest of the field goes through single file. There is the number 12, that is Josh Irfan, yesterday's race winner in the Rodin Carlin car, as they head through Stowe Corner up towards Vale and Club. Isaac Barashi's got his car going. He's down in 18th place. He threw away his pole position, stalled on the line. Thankfully nobody hit him. He's kept it going. Mika Abrahams is still going as well, but a long way behind after that spin. 14.5 minutes in this 20-minute race to go for the ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. Trying to make a move there on the inside is the number 28 car, I think that was. Tricky to pick out the numbers on these cars in the sunlight, so apologies for any missed calls here. Charge their way down the Wellington Straight towards Brooklands once again. There's Lyle in 4th place, Deegan Fairclough behind him in the 87. It's been told there's a bit of damage on Kenato Lei's car, the Japanese driver. He's in towards the back of this group. Fairclough being chased by Louis Sharp, the number 11. It's for 5th and 6th position. The lead gap remains at 0.3 of a second as they cross the line, so no change up front. Sherwood from Smith. Lyle's up into 3rd place, then it's Fairclough. Rest of them come through. Yes, Canato Lay has pulled into the pits, I can tell you, with that bit of damage. And Darianani's pulled into the pits as well. I thought we'd lost the third place man. Didn't see him pull in there. So we lose a couple of cars there. Darianani has got some sort of a problem as well. So it's Noah Lyle up to third. Fairclough is fourth. Then Sharp is fifth. Gustav Jonsson up into sixth position. There's the number 4. That's James Pissick, who has come through to 13th from the back of the grid. Leaders head into Stowe Corner for the 4th time in this second race of the weekend for the ROKiT F4 British Championship. There's number 17, Patrick Huitzenroder for the Argenti team. Australia currently in 11th position. Out of Club Corner. Sherwood trying to increase his lead over Sonny Smith. Jack Sherwood down in 15th position in the points coming into this weekend. Best result he's had this year is a podium in round 3 at Donington Park. Again, a fairly quiet run for Louis Sharp, the championship leader in the number 11. He is chasing after Deegan Fairclough in the 87 car. Midfield heads down into Brooklands. There's one of the Chris Dittman racing cars in there. 3 of them in the race. That'll be Dan Ginchard further back with the white numbers on his car. He's chasing James Higgins. They're battling for 14th place. The lead gap has come down just by a few hundredths there between Sherwood and Smith. Noah Lyle up there in 3rd. Then it's Fairclough, Sharp. Johnson leads the Rookie Cup in 6th position. Will McIntyre behind him. He's come through well from towards the back. Will McIntyre, the ex-junior saloon car champion. 8th behind him is David De Decker, and it's Dion Gouda and Patrick Huitzenroder now completing the top 10 because we have lost Canato Lay. He's headed back out of the pits, so has Darianani. There's one car still in the pits, that's Jaden Pariat in the number 77. Here come the leaders. Through the right-hander and Stowe. Lyle coming under pressure now from Fairclough for that 3rd place. There's Jonsson, the Rookie Cup leader, and McIntyre. There's De Decker, number 28 for the Virtuosi team. With a lock up there, somebody gone straight on up there. I saw smoke on the outside. Here come the leaders. We'll see if anybody's disappeared in there. I don't think they have, just somebody running out a little bit wide. Through Abbey, up towards Farm and Village. Gustav Jonsson leads the Rookie Cup, and he leads the Rookie Cup points as well. Of course, it was a rookie winner yesterday, Josh Irfan, but he's only in 4th place in the Rookie Cup points. Gustav Jonsson has done the majority of the winning in the Rookies division. He leads Gabriel Stilp in their separate points charts. Under the bridge down towards Brooklands. Once again, McIntyre 7th behind him. There's De Decker. And behind him is the 55 of Dion Gouda. In the Carlin car, the black and pink shoe. He's got Huitzenroder on his tail. Over the line go the leaders. The lead gap is up to about 3/4 of a second now. Jack Sherwood continues to lead the way. Is he going to be race winner number 11 for the championship this year? No change in the order that time through. Just the one car not running, the number 77 in the pit lane. Yes, the lead gap is definitely increasing slightly. Noah Lyle trying to go after the leaders in car number 2, the Rodin Carlin car. Came into this weekend in 7th in the championship. It was Louis Sharp who led by 5 points ahead of Will McIntyre. Dion Gouda 3rd. McIntyre made gains yesterday though, with Sharp and Gouda having slightly disappointing runs. Kanato Lei, the Japanese driver, the former Ginetta Junior racer, 4th in the points, but he's had a troublesome weekend so far as well. That's the number 4 of Jimmy Pissick from the back of the grid. He's come through into, let's see where he is, down the order, 12th place now. He's got ahead of James Higgins. Next target is Akil Alipay, the South African, in the Virtuosi car. Yes, Jack Sherwood rather continuing to increase his lead. So the 8.5 minutes of the race to go. Lyle turns his way through Village. Jack Sherwood, the 16-year-old, has raced in GB4 in the past. So with the Ginetta Juniors. Drove 4 rounds of the series last season as well. Somebody off there, that's a problem for one of the Chris Dittman cars. Is that our leader? I think our leader has slowed. Yes, I think that's Jack Sherwood. That's on the exit of the loop. So problems for Jack Sherwood. Rather put the curse of the commentator on him there. And the Chris Dittman racing car is clearly out of the race. I'm not sure what the problem is, whether he's doing a reset. Well, he's got it going again. I do not know what's happened there. So your leader is now Sonny Smith, number 72, looking for his second win of the season, ahead of Noah Lyle by 0.9 of a second. And Deegan Fairclough up into third place. What on earth happened there for Jack Sherwood? Disaster for the long-time race leader. He's down to, we'll see where he comes to. I think he's down to the back of the field. Sonny Smith leads through Beckett's. Then we've got 7 minutes of the race to go. Scored his first win recently at Hillspark. No, Jack Sherwood's pulled off again under the bridge on the run into Brooklands. There's clearly an issue with his car and he's out of the race. Disaster for Jack Sherwood. Was all set for his first win. Son of Justin Sherwood, the long-time single-seater and GT racer based up in Leicestershire. So Sonny Smith continues to lead the way then from Noah Lyle, now in second place. Deegan Fairclough is in third place. Now Louis Sharp is up into fourth position now, the championship leader, the New Zealander. Gustav Jonsson, the Rookie Cup leader, rounding out the top 5. First 4 breaking away slightly now. Still around 3 more laps to go. Go towards Village. Noah Lyle is starting to turn up the whip now and start to attack Sonny Smith out in front. Deegan Fairclough isn't far away either, nor is Louis Sharp. Go towards the Wellington straight they go once again. But up holding on now for Chris Dittman Racing is Gustav Jonsson and Daniel Ginchard, who's down in 13th place, the karting graduates. Big lock up there from our second place man. That's the number 2 of Noah Lyle. He's up into second there on the run into Brooklands. Great move by Noah Lyle down the straight as the pit boards signal the drivers over the line. Let's see what the gap is, and Noah Lyle's going to go for the lead as they come into Copscore. He throws it up the inside like a cart through there. Has he made that move stick? That was a superb move out of nowhere from Noah Lyle. They're side by side on the exit up towards Maggots. Deegan Fairclough tucked him behind. Look, there's 4 of them going at it. Lyle slings it up the inside, somehow gets the car stopped for Beckett. Oh, brilliant. Noah Lyle takes the lead. I don't know how he got through there in one piece. Oh, this is fantastic. Second place now is Sonny Smith. Deegan going to try and slipstream his way into second. This is like Caterham racing up front at the moment. There'll be 5 of them together soon because Jonsson's closing up as well. To the inside goes Deegan Fairclough on the run into Stoke Corner. He's going to go through up into second position. Fastest lap of the race, and certainly by Kanato Lay, who's recovering further back down the order. So the leaders head towards the club complex once again. Noah Lyle, out of nowhere, just threw it up the inside, going into Copscore. He tried to do that into Brooklands, but wasn't close enough. That's where we saw the lock-up. He held off Deegan Fairclough. It's Lyle who leads the way now, the Australian. Fairclough up into second place, down to third. I think has gone Sonny Smith, the 72. Through Village, here comes Gustav Jonsson up onto the tail of Louis Sharp now. 5 of them together for the lead of this superb second race for the ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. Noah Lyle could definitely be one to watch for the future with bravery and car control like that. There's a yellow flag on the run into Brooklands there because of the stranded car of Jack Sherwood. Rock up there from Louis Sharp. They're not letting Noah Lyle get away here. Deegan Fairclough keeping up the chase. So is Louis Sharp. 3.5 minutes of this race to go. So it'll be 2 laps to go this time. Up towards Copse Corner there. This is where Noah Lyle slung his way into the lead a lap ago. Fairclough 0.59 of a second back on him. 2.5 seconds covers the first 5. 6th place Will McIntyre is trying to close in as well. He's only about a second further back. Through Beckett's go the leaders. There's McIntyre, the silver car, in 6th position. Up towards the right-hander at Stowe Corner on the penultimate lap of this superb race, a superb drive by Noah Lyle, and Louis Sharp I think has taken 3rd place in there ahead of Sonny Smith. So Louis Sharp is up into 3rd position. Sonny Smith tried to resist the pressure, couldn't quite do so. Through the club complex they go. Caterham lay in with a new fastest lap last time through, although he's running at the back of the field after making a pit stop with some damaged bodywork. 3 leaders now pulled away. It is Louis Sharp in 3rd, Sonny Smith dropping back into the clutches of Gustav Jonsson in that 4th place. It's in the order McIntyre, then De Decker, Gouda, Hudson-Roeder and Alibai round out to the top 10. Double yellow flags out as the marshals try to recover Jack Sherwood's car to a position of safety behind the barriers. Going round to start their final lap this time. Noah Lyle, the Rodin Carlin driver, lead. Deegan Fairclough of JHR Developments. Louis Sharp in 3rd place in the 2nd of the Carlin cars. These 3 have definitely pulled away from Sonny Smith in 4th position to the tune of 2.5 or so seconds into the Beckett's complex. Well, Noah Lyle showing plenty of guile in this race. First year in single seats as last year. He raced in the ROKiT Cup last season, winning 11 races in that division. Raced in Spain in the Spanish F4 Championship as well. Can Deegan Fairclough catch him though? There was 0.64 of a second in it at the end of the penultimate lap through Stowe Corner. We're hoping that yellow flag has disappeared from Brooklands. He'll try and slingshot his way down the inside, Deegan Fairclough, but will he be close enough? A bit of a lock-up there from Louis Sharp. He's trying hard to stay in touch as well after a disappointing race yesterday. Sonny Smith still in 4th place, I think. Or is he? Take a look back. No, it looked like the red and black Chris Dittman car up into 4th place. Yes, so Gustav Jonsson is 4th. Have we lost Sonny Smith there? I couldn't see the black number 72 car there, so we may have lost him earlier in the lap. Pick that up in a moment. Yes, it's definitely Jonsson in 4th. I think it's McIntyre up to 5th. Through the loop. Down towards Brooklands this time for the final time. Is Noah Lyle going to hold on to take the win for Australia? Down towards the left-hander at Brooklands. I think he's just about built enough of a gap here. I don't think our 2nd place man is going to catch him. A little bit of a lock-up again from Fairclough. He's pushing hard, but I don't think he's going to get close enough. In race 2 of the weekend for the ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FIA, and with a fine drive, car number 2 is going to finish in P1. Noah Lyle is coming home. There's the checkered flag. Noah Lyle takes the win. 2nd for Deegan Fairclough, and Louis Sharp takes 3rd. Who's going to come home in 4th place? It is Jonsson from McIntyre. Yes, we have lost Sonny Smith on the last lap there, unfortunately. Gustav Jonsson wins the ROKiT Cup in 4th position. McIntyre 5th. De Decker 2nd of the rookies in 6th. A good run for him. And Gouda, Hudson-Roeder, Alibai and Pissick from the back of the grid, completing the top 10. It's Noah Lyle who will celebrate victory by just over half a second, 0.576 of a second, his winning margin. And Louis Sharp 7/10 further back. There's Canato Lay, who comes in after a pit stop. Kai Darianani is still running further down the order as well, so we'll have 18 finishers to this one. We lost Jaden Parriott into the pits, so Jack Sherwood sadly pulling off out of the lead. Such a great shame for him, and we've lost Sonny Smith somewhere on the final lap as well. Let's have a look back at some of the highlights of that race. While Isaac Barashi was on pole position, he didn't go anywhere. There's another car caught in behind him as well. Let's see who that was. As the race progressed on, we saw the spin for Gabriel Stilp down at Stowe Corner. Move of the weekend so far for Noah Lyle, just throwing the car up the inside at Cops Corner, side by side with Sonny Smith, or the lead towards the Beckett's complex, and then sideways on the entry. He gave it full send, as they say through there, to take the win. No, take the lead and take the win. Noah Lyle, quite superb indeed. Sadly, we then lost Sonny Smith out of a potential podium. Well done to Noah Lyle, an accomplished drive from the young Australian. Okay, provisional results of that race for the ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FA. Noah Lyle taking the win by just over half a second ahead of Deegan Fairclough, with Louis Sharp completing the podium. Gustav Jonsson, the Rookie Cup winner, in 4th overall, ahead of Will McIntyre. A good result for Devon De Decker in there in 6th position. Dion Gouda was 7th, ahead of Patrick Huitzenroder, then Akil Alivai and James Pishik, who started from the back, completing the top 10. James Higgins next, ahead of Daniel Ginchard. Josh Erfan, yesterday's winner, 13th. It was Isaac Barashi recovering from stalling at the start to take 14th place, then Gabriel Stilp, Mika Abrahams despite a spin, then Canato Lay and Kai Darianani, the final finishers after their pit stops. We lost Sonny Smith, sadly Jack Sherwood out of the lead, and Jaden Parriott was an early retirement as well. We'll head down to Parc Fermé shortly to hear from our top 3.
We've got 2 podiums. Overall, top 3.
Oh my word, what do you make of that? What a race. Here is Noah Lyle. He wasn't even going to be here this weekend. He was going to race the Spanish F4. I bet he's absolutely delighted right now. Let's have a word of him. No, I'll let you get your helmet. You take your helmet off, don't worry, maybe have a little rest. But this is what it means. Let everybody high-fiving, everybody clapping. This was absolutely incredible. No, you weren't even going to be here, were you? You were going to do Spanish F4. I bet you're glad you came now.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice for qualifying to go a bit better, but, you know, it's like pretty good consolidation to come back with a win in race 2. Yeah, it was a really tricky race, managing the tyres and keeping Deegan behind, but we kind of took the opportunities when it came and, yeah, made the most of it.
You say you take the opportunity. It was a hectic race out there, wasn't it? A lot of it was a case of take the opportunity, stay on track, pump in lap time after lap time, and you did it.
Yeah, I think it was just a case of consistency and just waiting for the opportunities to come, and, yeah, I think we did a great job of it. The car was mega out there, so couldn't be happier.
Well, I know. Congratulations. Go celebrate. Where's Deegan? There he is as well. What a drive it was from this man. He started well down the order. Deegan, before you go for debrief, that was incredible out there. You started way down the order to come in second. You've got to be happy. You don't look happy, but you've got to be happy. Come on.
Well, I mean, that was good racing. Well done to Noah as well. I think there was some good racing, and obviously coming from the back in the reverse grid feels quite good, honestly. But I, on my behalf, think it's a racing incident, the contact that I made at the chicane, because he locked up and then started going towards the apex when he knew I was clearly coming for the overtake, and then yeah, we made a bit of contact and he lost his rear wing, and luckily my car was alright, and then I was able to just head down and then carry on and then managed to get on the podium. But it's such good racing this year. Well, yeah, this year is so close in everyone in the championship, so it's bringing some good racing, but I think there's still a bit of racing out there that needs to be ironed out, because it's a little bit carnage out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you did an incredible job, Deegan. Thanks, George. I'll see you later anyway, mate. So there we go. Let's just keep going down. I wonder if I've got Louis Sharp over here. He finished in 3rd place. Of course, he won the opening 2 rounds of the season. Louis, let's have a great. It's great to see you back on the podium, but it's quite chaotic out there. Just a case of keeping it going.
Yeah, no, it was a really tough race. Starting from 10th. I knew maybe we had a shot at a podium, but I knew it was going to be tough, and luckily I was able to make some moves and benefit from other people's mistakes, so I was able to get a P3. So no, it's a good bounce back from yesterday, because obviously qualifying wasn't
I mean, we didn't qualify where we should have, so I was a bit disappointed. And obviously, race 1 yesterday didn't go to plan either. So yeah, it's a good confidence booster to get back on the podium. But saying that, I still need to put together a solid last race, and hopefully we can.
Still time in there. Good luck. Great to see you as well. Right, there we go. We must give a mention to Gustav Johnson as well, top rookie. Well done to him. Next race coming up for the Caterham, so I'm going to hand back to Dave, who's going to take you through the action.
So we'll see the ROKiT F4 British Championship back out a little bit later on. Next up on track today is going to be our second and final race of the weekend for the Vertex Watches Caterham Road Sports Championship. It was the first win for Edward Cozzi in the number 3 car, the Sussex driver, in yesterday's race, with the championship leader Ben Timmons beaten in a photo finish, just 11 thousandths of a second between the two of them. It doesn't get much closer than that. So can Ben Timmons get back to winning ways, or will the likes of Toby Ballard, Tom McEwing challenge from the second row of the grid, and the marvellously named Lionel Tolmash, who took the win in the opening race of the year at Alton Park? Maybe he can take a second win of the season. Also look out for Nick Bryant, who retired from yesterday's race. He was well placed, but his car sadly let him down up at Beckett's, so he'll be coming through from towards the back of the grid. 2 races to go until the lunch break. The Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship will be our last race before lunch, the quickest Caterhams we'll have here.
Great to see Ed Cozzi up there though yesterday, ahead of Timmons, making that move up there with Toby Ballard in that 3rd place. Tom McEwing drifting just late in the race off of the podium down into that 4th place. So it's been between him and Timmons all year, and again those gaps that Tom McEwing would like to be able to make that move forward. But here is the grid for this second road sport race then, with Ed Cozzi and lining up alongside Ben Timmons on the front row, second row for Toby Ballard and Tom McEwing. We've got Rob Kennelly on row 3 alongside Lionel Tolmash. Alistair Davidson, a great result for him on row 4 alongside Sol Rogers, Ryan Wilby, Craig Boyle, both drifting backwards late on in the race yesterday, make up that row 5. And row 6 is headed by Richard Harris, who's going to be alongside Darren Butler. Lyndon Arnold lines up alongside Henry Littlejohn. Oliver Kibble-White is alongside Guy Crossman. Rob Gregor lines up 17th alongside 18th place Tony Jenner. And then a little bit further back we've got Harvey Lawrence, with a disappointing race for him. Starts 19th today, so he's going to be trying to make his way forward. He lost a lot of places late on alongside Rob Lowe, who we saw had a spin halfway through. James Empson a little bit lower than we might expect. Graham Finlayson alongside him. Simon Sabin, Mark Soden, Zach Lower, Andrew Bailey, Charles Hazelwood, Garrett Cross, Ian Beddis lines up on 29th on the grid. We had 2 DNFs yesterday, and that was Nick Bryant, who we saw lose an engine. He's got a new engine and gearbox strapped into his car for today's race. Daniel Hope as well was another one. Craig Boyle set the fastest lap yesterday, and looking to do more of the same, see whether he can make his way up from 10th place on the grid. Ian Beddis is looking forward to a good race this year. He's looking to see whether he's also shouting out for some sponsorship. He says he's got plenty of room on the back of his Crazy Horse car, and if anyone there is, he said in fact he would like Vertex watches. He's seen some of their watches out there this time, so thank you very much to Vertex for sponsoring the Road Sport Championship, and he would happily take a Vertex logo on the back of his car.
Yes, Vertex watches, great to have them here this weekend, the sponsors of the Caterham Road Sport Championship. This is the second rung on the ladder of Caterham racing, effectively. Well, we can hear from some of the drivers who our pit lane reporters spoke to earlier on.
So I'm down in assembly with Richard Harris. Richard, you had a really good race yesterday. Qualified 22nd, but then finished 11th. So that's a good. You made up some great places.
Yeah, no, I was really pleased with yesterday. So yeah, quali didn't quite go to plan. Just never really found my groove. And then when I did, made silly mistakes. So yeah, really pleased to be able to work my way through the pack. Benefited from a a few spinners and incidents in front, but no, really successful day. So pleased to be starting decidedly further up, try and hang on the back of the faster boys up the front and let the battles commence behind and see where we get to.
Because we all know how important the toe is here. It's you need to cling on to someone, don't you, to be able to work with them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 2 seconds a lap is huge in one of these. So the spread of the entire field's about 6. So 2 seconds a lap of the toe, especially with the windscreens in these, is massive. So with such long straights, absolutely critical.
Well, thank you very much. Wish you all the best of this race.
Cheers.
Thank you, Richard. So I'm down with Darren Butler. Darren, I think we last spoke to you at Croft. How's your weekend going at Silverstone?
Actually, my weekend's going very well. I'm not a great qualifier, I have to say. So I qualified in 21st, and I sort of expected it. Silverstone has been a bit of a circuit for me, but I was very happy because I ended up getting through, working quite hard, and I ended up in 12th. So my good friend Richard across the road there, we had a really good session. So in terms of racing, actually, this is probably yesterday was one of the best races I've actually had in my Caterham sort of exploits, I suppose. So yeah, I'm hopeful. I've got Craig in front of me, very good friend. Shame about Dan. Obviously, he's now at the back of the field, but I expect him to move up quite quickly. So yeah, we'll see. I'll get in amongst the lead pack here and see what can happen. Anything can happen in Caterham, can't it? Anything, you know.
Anything can happen, but it's good that you've got your friends around you to work with, and obviously you must have worked with Richard yesterday because he started 22nd.
He was actually just behind me on 22nd. So yeah, I mean the good thing is now in our road sport we know the drivers, we know what they do, what they don't do. So and that's all part of the racing as well. So you've got utter respect for a lot of the drivers here who if you're going to get right behind them, you know that they're not going to be they're not going to go out of the way unexpectedly. So you can follow them through, and yeah, working with someone because ultimately, we're all after the same thing. It's just a shame because you come onto the last lap board. If you are ahead, you're pretty much going to be behind by the end. So tactics there. So I'm looking out for the last lap board and maybe make sure I'm behind someone to try and get across the line one place ahead.
That's a great plan. Well, thank you very much. Wish you all the best for the race. Thanks, Darren.
Well, thanks so much to Sam down there, catching up with a couple of the drivers. The car's out on their green flag lap then. Let's say hello to Melissa Brownsell, who's watching with partner Carl while having breakfast. Thanks for getting in touch. Melissa's daughter Holly has been doing her cycling for motor neurone disease research. British truck racing fans will have seen Holly being interviewed by our pit reporter Pointy on the truck coverage. We'll see them back out at Thruxton, I'm sure, in a couple of weeks' time. There's Nick Bryant towards the back of the field. Engine failure ended his race yesterday. He'll aim for some better fortunes here. Watch him coming through. But it's Edward Cozzi, the black car with the yellow trim on pole position. Ben Timmins, distinctive purple machine on the front row of the grid. Toby Ballard and the green machine of Tom McEwen. Third row, Rob Kenley and Lionel Tolmash. We've got Alistair Davidson, good race for him yesterday, and likewise Sol Rogers. There's Craig Boyle, the number 93 car, the bright yellow car there, going well in yesterday's race when he had a spin up the loop.
He did. He wasn't. There wasn't the best result for him in the end, was it? Because he was right in that lead pack, and then, like you say, had a late spin, which meant he couldn't fight his way back through. Ryan Wilby also drifted back. He was up in about second or third at one point. So there's lots of people ready to move forward. That lead pack was deep, and these road sport cars, 125 horsepower, they've still got their windscreen on, fully road legal. You see, they've got number plates, not necessarily the road legal number plates they'd be on if they were on the highway, but nevertheless, they do all have to be road legal cars, and they have the biggest tow effect of all the cars here today, with those windscreens pushing the air out of the way. The following cars maybe 7 to 8 miles an hour faster as they get to the end of some of these straights, which is why we were seeing yesterday them overtaking 4 or 5 cars.
This will be a 20-minute race then for the Vertex Caterham Road Sport Championship. Good to see Dan Hopes back out, number 99 at the back of the grid. They had some contact off the start line and broke his suspension yesterday. So up to the grid they come. Easy to recognise Edward Cozzi's car with that yellow Dayglow yellow number plate cover on the front of his car. In purple it is the number 8 of Ben Timmins alongside him. In grey and orange that's Toby Ballard, number 72, from Bristol. completing the second row. Tom McEwing in the bright green number 89 car, the Yorkshireman. Last few cars just pulling into line at the back of this big grid. We should have 31 cars out there for this one if everybody's returned from yesterday. Just waiting for Daniel Hope, number 99, to pull up at the back of the grid. This will be a 20-minute race. The Vertex Caterham Motorsport Championship. This should be just as action-packed as we saw from them yesterday. Green flag about to be waved at the back of the grid. The marshals are happy. Clerk of the course is happy. 5-second board is held aloft, waiting for the red lights to go out. Revs are up, and away they go. Down towards that first corner at Cops. Decent start by Ben Timmins, tries to move across on Edward Cossie, but it is the pole sitter who will lead the way into Cops the first time. Toby Ballard is third, then it's Tom McEwing, and up into fifth position comes Rob Kennelly in the number 14 car as they head towards Maggots and Beckett's for the first time. Everybody's away around Cops corner okay for the first time. Ben Timmins to the inside as they go into Beckett's. He's going to take the lead away on the inside. Ben Timmins goes through, takes up the running as they head through the complex for the first time. It's Toby Ballard in third place. McEwing is fourth in the number 14 car of Rob Kennelly. Next Lionel Tolmash in the black and gold car in sixth position. And everybody round the first few corners okay. Side by side, the 70 of Simon Sabin, the 20 of James Empson. Sabin was the car that made contact with Dan Hope at the start of yesterday's race, so he's got some work to do through the field. Toby Ballard moving to the inside in the 72. He's going to try and take lead, and McEwing does a Freddie Chiddicks around the outside almost there, and it was almost 4 wide there for the lead into Stowe corner for the first time.
Fantastic sight these Rowe Sport cars make. There's Harvey Lawrence trying to fight his way back through, but he's out on the dust on the outside of that white line there as he heads through Stowe, so that's not the great start, but a great sight these cars make as they come through the Vale Club complex this time through. And it does look like Timmins has gone back, and McEwing did make that outside move stick then, so he did overtake 4 cars as he went into Stowe that time through, and he now leads Timmins as they head up the Hamilton Straight.
Well, Tom McEwing it was who made that outside move stick coming into the Vale. So here comes Toby Ballard. He cuts back around the outside now, retakes the lead. Number 88, Brian Wilby, is on the move from his slightly lower than usual starting position. Who's going to get the lead as we go into Village? 22 moving up on the outside, that's Tolmash. Swinging into the left-hander at the loop, it's Toby Ballard from Tom McEwing. Ben Timmins could be shuffled back even further through there. As the lead pack heads up towards the Wellington Straight. Yes, Ben Timmins is caught on the outside somewhat there as they fight their way along towards Brooklyn. Now it's time to break the toe. Edward Cossie's being shuffled back as well. It is Toby Ballard who's got the lead. Tom McEwing's going to try and send a move up the inside into the left-hander. He won't get the line away though. Although Toby Ballard, a little bit of a wiggle there under braking, and McEwing gets the overlap. He takes the lead. Ballard into second place. It's Timmins back up into third position meanwhile. Challenging behind him is Edward Cossie, yesterday's winner.
Yeah, Tomash just behind him as well. McEwing looking determined at the moment, but you can see the toe just starts dragging in. So McEwing's going to be under threat from Ballard and Timmins as they head through this opening lap. As they head over the line, then Ballard got the outside line as he got the momentum. McEwing lost 2 places there, I think. Cossie's still sort of fighting back, and it is Kennelly as well in that battle. But Timmins comes out in front ahead of it. It looks like we're going to be overtaking at every single corner this time. We've got the toe in these Rowe Sport cars keeping this pack together. Timmins leads them this time through then into the Beckett's complex.
14 of Kennelly trying to make a move up the inside there as well on Edward Cossie, who holds him off. Tolmash has been shuffled back slightly behind him. Then it's Ryan Wilby, and Craig Boyle's in there as well. Boyle drives at the inside. There was a bit of contact there. Tolmash has been sent wide. 3 into 1 didn't go there. And Lionel Tolmash, who beat Ben Timmins in a photo finish for the win in round 1 at Alton Park, the only man to beat Ben Timmins until yesterday here at Silverstone this year, has dropped back down the order. 3 wide for the lead as they head into Stowe. Round the outside again comes Tom McEwing. But round the outside of both of them, it's Ballard who does a Freddie Chiddicks this time and takes the lead. Side by side between Timmins and McEwing for second place. Already great action here with Ed Cossie shadowing them in fourth.
Tomas now going to have a lot of work to do. He's dropped quite a long way deep into that field. He's got the speed in that car, but he's got 16 minutes. See how far he can recover that. Saw that yesterday in the 310s as well, didn't he, with Lars Hoffman getting spun out a little bit through the race. But it's now there's a little bit of replay here. You can see that contact then. So Ryan Wilby does just get a half a wheel alongside, and Tomas was turning into the right-hander there at Beckett's and just caught the rear of the car and sent him out onto the grass. Did well to recover that up without spinning. he has now got a lot of work to do, but it's Ballard who leads Tom McEwing there into second place.
Leaders coming up towards Village. It is Ballard who covers for the lead, with McEwing in second place. There is Craig Boyle, who was nearly involved in that contact up there at Beckett's. Tom McEwing tries to cut back towards the inside. Then it's Timmins in third place, Cozzy in fourth. Very busy indeed in the pack. That's the 66 of Oliver Kibblewhite, with number 28 Nick Bryant on his tail, of course, coming through from the back after those problems yesterday. See where he can make his way up to during this race. It's 3 wide for second as they come down into Brooklands. Ben Timmins up the inside takes Tom McEwing. Here comes throwing it to the inside. It's a bit optimistic from Edward Cozzy there as they throw it through Brooklands. Fifth is Rob Kennelly up behind them, through into the double right-hander of Luffield. Then it's out towards Woodcote and the pit straights. Ed Cozzy just keeping a watching brief on those battling ahead, and he wants his second win of the season in the Vertex Caterham Motorsport of this weekend, I should say, in the Caterham Motorsport Championship, sponsored by Vertex Watches. Ben Timmins has a look up the outside. It's Toby Ballard who continues to hold his lead. The man from Bristol leads the number 8, the man from Chelmsford in Essex, Ben Timmins. All over the back of them here is Tom McEwing, the Academy graduate, as are many of these drivers. He has a quick look to the inside at Maggots. Ben Timmins over the curb there on the outside, and he's got the lead. Ben Timmins cut the curb quite fine there going into the Maggots-Beckett's complex. That was a good move. He's got the lead away from Toby Ballard.
He leads again then as they're coming out to the hangar straight. That probably means he's not going to be leading from Ballard as they enter into Stowe, as they get down the end of this long, slightly downhill and also slightly headwind, crucially, as they come down. You can see Ballard also alongside Cozzy, looking to see whether he can get that double slingshot. McEwing closing in quickly in that green car as well. It is going to be Cozzy to the outside then as they head into Stowe. That outside momentum line is really working today, isn't it? You can see McEwing looking down the inside, but he's going to be pinched, so he's not going to have the run out, and the outside line has the benefit if it turns into the inside line as they head into Vale, as the crows go scattering as this pack of cars come through and down into Vale this time.
Superb from Edward Cozzy once again, and he's got the lead for the second time this weekend. It's Timmins in second place, then the green machine of Tom McEwing. Now Timmins back to the inside as they head towards the Hamilton Straights, then up towards the right-hander at Abbey. Here they come then, moving to the inside. I think that's Solomon Rogers further back there trying to make a move in the white and yellow car at the inside, but it is Cozzy who's held his lead ahead of Timmins. McEwing in third. Ballard is down to fourth position, and a small back to Kennelly in fifth place. Craig Boyle behind. No, it's Rogers, I think, who's come through into fifth position now ahead of Craig Boyle. So Kennelly's been shuffled back a couple of places there in the silver number 14. So Solomon Rogers rising through the field well from the lower reaches of the top 10 on the grid.
Absolutely great to see. Oh, we've got a spin there. That's his boy. Is that Boyle again, or is that Butler?
No, that's
Butler was
Dan Butler.
So he was trying to make his way through. We heard from him, but unfortunately he's had a spin that's dropped him deep into the field. It's Timmins coming down the outside of Cozzy. Cozzy came good late on in the race yesterday, didn't he? He came through the field from 12th on the grid, and it was only on the last lap, last corner, that he really took that. That's Sol Rogers now out wide, so all that good work that he was doing to move himself forward, he's just had a bit of a lock up into Brooklands, then that shuffled him right back down the order. But Cozzy fully ensconced in this battle from the whole race now, rather than just those last couple of laps worth of effort to get through. But so Ballard having to protect now as well from McEwing as they head over on to complete their third lap.
Here they come over the line then. It is Timmins who leads up the line by 1/10 of a second, just under ahead of Cozzy. Ballard back to third ahead of Tom McEwing, moves to the inside. 12 minutes of this race to go with the Vertex Watches Caterham Road Sport Championship. 4 cars battling for the lead. It's Kennelly in 5th, Craig Boyle's there in 6th. Tolmash has recovered well up into 7th after that earlier moment here at Beckett's. Sol Rogers, after running wide, is back to 8th. Then it's Alistair Davidson and Ryan Wilby rounding out the top 10. Here they come into Beckett's. Superb sight they make as Ben Timmins leads Edward Cozzy. There's Tolmash, the black and gold number 22, the almost John Player special Lotus lookalike. Of course, the Caterham based on a Lotus design, the Lotus 7 of Colin Chapman. Here comes Toby Ballard down inside. Look at McEwing moving across to the inside. He's going to try and go underneath 4 of them in one move. Oh, this is going to be very tight. Look at Kennelly round the outside. Where's he come from? Rob Kennelly. He can't take 4 of them in one move round the outside, surely.
I think they're using that wide line so many times that the dust is being cleaned up, and they're actually really having a success around there, especially with the tight line on the inside. The tyres, when they're getting this hot, they're going to be hard to cling on to the inside apex there. But yeah, he did. He made it round everybody to slingshot around it. Oh, is that now McEwing McEwen back in front, so it's all give and take. It is McEwen back in front, just old Ballard. So whilst it did have an early sort of position gain, I think he lost out as he went into the Vale that time. McEwen heading towards us, a few cars out wide there. They've got to be careful about their track limits infringement. Timmins having to fight off from Boyle there, but it's Kennelly's made some good progress then. He's sort of coming into this lead group as we meet the halfway mark, so we've got that all to do again. Let's see how much action we can have in the second half of this race.
Well, Kennelly did get second place around the outside there, couldn't quite get ahead of Tom McEwen. He was using the tighter line. Further back there's Edward Cozzy, who's been shuffled back a little into the clutches almost of Lionel Tolmash. Now he's got Sol Rogers on his tail as they head towards the Wellington Straights. Once again, this is fantastic stuff once more from the Vertex Caterham Road Sports Championship, the second rung on the Caterham ladder for the Academy graduates. And here comes Ben Timmins. He was on the back of Rob Kennelly down there. He's going to go around the outside, trying to go around the outside of both of them. Ben Timmins, can he get the car stopped as they run into Brooklands? Tom McEwen side by side with him, but Timmins is going to have the inside line for Luffield. That's a superb bit of driving by Ben Timmins, the championship leader, third to first, through the middle almost at Brooklands, and now ahead of Tom McEwen into Luffield.
Didn't lock up and he didn't move off his line either, did he? He did that really well controlled as going into there. It's a very difficult corner to get all your turning, stopping and racing underway, but McEwen gave him that car width exactly as he's expected to do. McEwen's back down the inside now, so he will take the lead as they come into turn one. Really, every single place you make is just almost to sort of defend for the next couple of corners. You know that you're going to have cars coming back past you, but you've just got to maintain your position by constantly pushing forward each time you have an opportunity as they spread out again, heading into Beckett's. There's not really the space there, but Kennelly finds a little bit of room. He's going to compromise him through this. It's going to bunch them all up as they head through Chapel this time.
Craig Boyle's in there as well. He's going up the inside into the second part of Beckett's. He goes third, but he slides wide on the exit. So Boyle into the equation as well in that citrus yellow number 93. McEwen's been shuffled back. The big loser on the last lap was Edward Cozzy. He lost 4 places. He's at the back of this first of these two little groups at the front of the field. 4 is going to be 5 wide this time. Here's Boyle on the inside. Ballard goes to the outside. Cozzy goes to the outside of the outside. I can't keep up with this at all. Craig Boyle's got the lead for the moment, but it's all going to change, I'm sure, by the time they get to Vale.
As a driver, you're trying to work out when I go in and, you know, with that 4th place on the straight, where am I coming out? Where do I want to be each time? At the moment, they're just working probably hand to mouth, working, you know, what's in front of me, what's behind me, and how am I going to avoid touching everyone while still maintaining my momentum, because that's the main thing here. You've got to keep that momentum going. Every time they're going side by side, they're costing each other time, and if Boyle, someone like that, pings off at the front, we saw it a couple of times yesterday, you can have drivers move away, and Boyle is looking to see whether he can make that happen. The toe is from about, you know, the length of a straight almost. You can still be picking up a toe in this Caterham Road Sport, and so yeah, they're just trying to manage this situation. It's not an easy place to be.
Craig Boyle unlucky yesterday to have a spin up the loop. He's desperately trying to make up for those lost points from yesterday. Here comes Cozzy back into the equation now, attacking Ben Timmins. They're fighting for 4th place. Tom McEwen in that 3rd position behind. I think that's Kennelly in 2nd place. Sol Rogers side by side with Tolmash further back. They've dropped behind Ryan Wilby. That's an orange and white number 88 car down towards Brooklands. What's going to happen this time through? It's Craig Boyle, number 93, who has the lead. Ben Timmins, this is where we saw him take the lead a lap ago. He's going to the outside on Tom McEwen. He's got to be mindful there's cars behind him there though. So Ballard in 2nd place, I'm sorry, not Rob Kennelly. He's in 5th position as they come through towards the completion of their 5th lap of this Vertex Caterham Road Sport Championship race, a pulsating second race of the weekend. We'll see what the gaps are as they come over the line, see what the order is. Boyle leads by 1/10 of a second ahead of Toby Ballard in 2nd place. Ballard's going to have a look as they come down towards Cops Corner. He's up the inside, side by side with Boyle, takes the lead. Great move by Toby Ballard in the 72. Oh, it might have been a bit of contact there. I think Ben Timmins just touched the back of Craig Boyle. We saw him get sideways, he saved it, and he's still up there fighting the top 3. Here they come then. Edward Cozzy moves across the block and attack from, is that Ballard's been shuffled back? No, it's not. Ballard's got the lead. Who was that got shuffled back in there? It was Rob Kennelly, the silver car with the red nose. Now running out wide there. This could end in tears. Craig Boyle out of shape again. I think if Boyle had a tyre going down at first, his car's sliding about everywhere.
I think it just over-angered those rear tyres as he got upset. There's a little bit of a contact. It was absolutely millimetres between Boyle and Ballard, and I think then Timmins, like you said, just clipped him as Ballard came out. He sort of already touched the curb, so his car's unsettled. He lost a bit of momentum, so I think he did lose that all by himself. Timmins didn't touch him. He would very well to gather that all up and Timmins to avoid him. So yeah, no touch going on there. It was just the car unsettled over the curbs on the inside. They did lose him momentum, and he's now been shuffled back a little bit. it.
Yes, Ben Timmins exonerated by the replay there. It was because Boyle went up on the curb on the inside of Copse that he slid out there. So here they come through Club Corner. It looks like it is still Toby Ballard with the lead ahead of Ben Timmins as they head towards the Hamilton Straight. 5.5 minutes of this race to go. Tom McEwing in third, Edward Cozzy. They go across the Hamilton Straight rather than down it. This is fantastic stuff. Here they come then into Abbey Kerr. It's Rob Kennelly fifth. Ryan Wilby's up to sixth ahead of the number 22, which is Lionel Tolomash. To the inside goes Edward Cozzy trying to take Tom McEwing. Doesn't quite manage to do so. Boyle's been shuffled back a couple of places in there as well.
Wilby definitely had to stop the rot. He was falling backwards. He's come back through Kennelly, obviously Tolmarsh, and Tolmarsh was looking like he was going to make to the front group again, but at the moment with 5 minutes to go, he definitely needs to move forward. 5 minutes, the business end of this race. You can see further back in the field there's absolutely epic battles further down, towards the top 20 as well, but they're concentrating on this lead battle quite rightly as he's going every which way. Cozzy looking now down the inside of McEwing. McEwing this time trying to defend around the outside. I think he might have learned that lesson, that as long as you can hold on around the outside, you get the inside now for Luffield, which kind of maintains your position. So at the moment they're kind of defining their tactics on a corner by corner basis. Boyle fighting back through now, but Cozzy, remember, he came good late and he's got a little bit of work to do to make his way back through, and he's going to come down the inside of Woodcote this time through on the inside of McEwing. They've got a 5 minute board being shown to the drivers this time through. It's 4 minutes 20 on the clock, so probably a couple of laps left.
That looked like a last lap board actually, but it's a bit early for that, I think, as Toby Ballard leads the number 8 of Ben Timmins, who runs a bit wide there coming out of Copse Corner. This could close everybody up again. They'll spread out as they come into Maggots and Beckett's. Tom McEwing in third place, Boyle back to fourth, there's Cozzy in fifth, Kennelly in sixth. Those half dozen have broken away very slightly from the battle between Tolmarsh and Sol Rogers. Ryan Wilby's been shuffled back again into ninth position as they swing their way through. Then up towards the Hanger Straight once again. Toby Ballard, can he hang on? Here comes Ben Timmins down the inside, keeps the inside line covered. McEwing's going to try and go through the middle. Craig Boyle's dodging about behind them, and look at Edward Cozzy, they haven't spotted him. He's trying to do the slingshot around the outside. We've got 4 wide behind, so it's impossible to know where to look. The 87 coming up as well, that's Henry Littlejohn. We've not seen him in the battle yet, he's getting involved.
No, great result for him if he can maintain that battle. Spread out a little bit with the front sort of 5 or 6 broken away from that trailing pack with Sol Rogers in there. Who's coming out in front this time? It's either McEwing in the green machine. Looks like he is heading that field and maybe ahead of Ballard there. So it's still the same names there, but they just sort of spread themselves out. I think it is Ballard. Then it's Timmins who finds himself in that third place. Cozzy just behind them as they go right up against the wall this time to try and defend. As they come up then into Abbey. McEwing managed to hold on that time ahead of Ballard. He's going to have to get out of the throttle a little bit just to make sure he doesn't hit the rear, and that gives Timmins the run on him as they head into Village.
Here they come down towards Village. Ballard has a look up the inside. Cozzy is positioning himself ready for the loop. I think they've got 1 more lap to go, but I thought I saw a last lap board out. So
the 5 minutes is on the back of the last minute, so one side is the 5 minutes, one side is the last lap. There you go.
Fair enough, that's what confused me. I thought it was the same both sides, but here they come down towards Brooklands. Then what will be the penultimate time, side by side for the lead under the bridge. Around the outside comes Toby Ballard. He almost leans on the number 89 of Tom McEwing. Timmins side by side as well, further behind them. That's with Craig Boyle, but he loses out there to fourth place. That's I think Kennelly that's come through in there. It could be Ed Cozzy as well. We'll pick up when we see when there's got that yellow band on the front of the car, but it's Toby Ballard has retaken the lead from Tom McEwing through the final section of the lap. Now we go last lap. Here we go. Now it's time for the drivers to really attack. They'll see that signal be like a red rag to a bull, as here they come up towards the Copse Corner, and Ben Timmins has gone past both of them. Timmins up the inside. Well, he didn't waste time on the attack, did he? He's taken the lead, but the place you don't want to be leading is probably into Brooklands for the final time.
I was going to say, we've got Hanger Straight to go as well as the Wellington Straight, so this might be the best place for him to be. He might well drop back on this the Hanger Straight as they exit the Beckett's this time, but that probably puts him in a good place to come back up. McEwing onto the grass on the inside of Beckett's. Is he going to be able to rejoin this? A dodgy situation for everyone. He managed to catch it all together. Boyle goes round his outside. Well managed. That was a scary situation for a bit there. He just lost the rear of the car and it sent him onto the grass. He had nowhere to go, but it's Timmins now. That was his championship rival losing out.
Yes, indeed. McEwing has been shuffled back to about 8th or 9th place. Here comes Toby Ballard around the outside. Cozzy's not finished yet either. He wants a weekend double. Kennelly's in there. Boyle as well. They're fighting for 4th position. And I think that's Ryan Wilby that's come through into 6th position. He's not finished yet either. Still 10 or 11 of them battling for the lead of this race. They come down into the Club Corner complex. It looks like it's Toby Ballard just about got the lead from Ben Timmons, or is it? Because somebody's run a little bit wide in there. It is Ballard that's got the lead, Timmons second. Boyle was the driver, slightly out of shape, but he has been for the whole race. He's in there in third. Cozzy in fourth. Now they go across the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight once again rather than along it to try and break the toe. Timmons moving to the inside. Here comes Cozzy up the inside as well. He's got to time his move absolutely right. It's like the end of pack racing in NASCAR at Daytona or something. You've got to time your finishing move absolutely right.
He was trying to get through then, he didn't manage it. Can he do it up here into the loop this or the village this time through? He can't, so he's going to have to try and make up 4 places. I think that's left slightly. Boyle out wide though, because he's looking around his outside. Can he have the momentum around the outside? They are going to go side by side. 93 on the inside, squeezes, shows the edge of the track to Cozzy. That's going to ruin their momentum. The front 2 then are clear. Ballard, Timmons are heading off with a nice little gap above the following 3rd and 4th, so I think Timmons is in the hot seat at the moment.
Here they come then, down towards Brooklands for the last time. Ben Timmons moves across. He's going to try and make his move on Toby Ballard. He's got it absolutely right, but he's got to hold it through Luffield and Woodcote if he makes this stick. He does make it stick ahead of Toby Ballard. Going after them is the number 3 of Edward Cozzy. He wants to try and steal a second win of the weekend. It's side by side for 4th place behind them, but I think Ben Timmons has got it right, just as we suspected he might. That's a very well judged last lap from the championship leader. Ben Timmons comes in out of Woodcote for the final time to take the win in our second Vertex Caterham Road Sport race of the weekend. Timmons wins it, so we'll see what the order is as they come across the line behind. It's Ballard second, Cozzy third, Craig Boyle is fourth, then Kennelly, Tolmash, Wilby, McEwing recovers to 8th, then Littlejohn and Rogers completing the top 10.
Ooh, what a finish to that race, absolutely superb there. I think Timmons read that extremely well and got a bit lucky with Cozzy and Boyle going side by side. Boyle was very wide in Brooklands that last time through, so he did extremely well to recover it back to 4th. It looked like he might slip further down the line. Tolmarsh coming all the way back up to 6th as well, in fact ahead of Wilby, who he had that contact with going through Beckett's that time about halfway through the race. McEwing going to be really disappointed to slip to 8th there, just a mistake going into Beckett's that time. Rear end stepped out and off we went onto the grass. There's some highlights from the race then.
That was quite brilliant from Ben Timmons going into the final lap there, diving up the inside to take the lead into Copse for the last time. There's a bit of 3 wide that didn't quite go through Beckett's, and that put Lionel Tolmash back down the order, but he recovered. He got the fastest lap incidentally as well. Darren Butler's race was ruined by a spin at the loop, and then we had 5 wide for the lead going into Stowe Corner. Rob Kennelly using the extreme outside through there, and it very nearly worked. He took 3 of them, couldn't quite get ahead of Tom McEwing. And then this brilliant move, this was really the move of the race, from Ben Timmons round the outside into Brooklands, managed to stay ahead of Tom McEwing on the run into Luffield. That was a superb piece of driving, showing why Ben Timmons is leading the championship. Then there was a rather scary moment for Tom McEwing as he went across the grass on the inside of Beckett's, gathered the car up, somehow managed to keep going without collecting anybody on the way back onto the tarmac. And then Ben Timmons judged it to perfection on the final lap, down the inside of Toby Ballard into Brooklands, was able to get away to take the win, add to his list of wins for the season, keep his championship lead. Let's have a look at the provisional results then. Ben Timmons taking the win in our second Vertex Caterham Road Sport Championship race of the weekend by 0.22 of a second from Toby Ballard. Edward Cozzy, yesterday's winner, in 3rd place. Craig Boyle, a better result from him in 4th. Rob Kennelly, a good run to 5th position, ahead of Lionel Tolmash, who got the fastest lap. Ryan Wilby 7th. Tom McEwing will be disappointed to slip to 8th with that mistake late on. Then Henry Littlejohn and Solomon Rogers rounding out the top 10 ahead of Alistair Davidson. Harvey Lawrence, quiet weekend for him. Simon Save in 13th. And Dan Hope from the back of the grid came through into 14th place. Nick Bryant completed the top 15 ahead of the 44 of Rob Lowe. Lyndon Arnold was next home ahead of Tony Jenner. Then completing the top 20 were Zach Lower and number 40 of Rob Greger. Pleasingly, all 31 cars went the distance as well. And I have to admit this, I didn't see any wings missing.
You just pointed that out. I never thought about it, but actually, yeah, no, they were all clinging on in there, weren't they? There today. So, yeah, great racing by the second step of this Caterham Motorsport ladder. Remember, they're not the most experienced drivers out there, but they were showing how racing happens here at Silverstone, and what a fantastic Vertex Caterham Motorsport race. That's their final time out here at Silverstone. We've still got a couple of Caterham races, in fact 3 races to go still today for the Caterhams, but we'll see them back out on track then at Thruxton on the 29th, 30th of July. Looking forward to that, seeing them around that really fast circuit at Thruxton and seeing how they can get there. It's more chess games, no doubt, and you saw how compact the whole field was sort of all in that one line as they went down there.
Okay, let's head down to Parc Ferme. I must mention a comment on our feed from James Nash, who says, good, clean and fair racing. That sums it up very well indeed. Let's head down to Sam in Parc Ferme, see it from the drivers.
Well, that could have been about 5 different people that could have come out of that race winning. So we'll come to Ben first. Ben, congratulations.
Thank you, Sam.
That makes up for yesterday's food poisoning, doesn't it?
It does indeed, it does indeed. When I woke up this morning feeling 100% better, I was like, yes, today could be a good day. So, but also I'd like to say well done to pretty much every single person there. And I think that could have been between about 1 and 7. Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. And everyone's super respectful, just enough space. Don't think there was any contact really. So yeah, great race. So well done to everyone. Really enjoyed that.
Excellent. And did you intend to be in the lead at certain points quite early on that last lap?
Yeah, so yesterday I did a pretty bad job of trying to figure out my strategy towards the end of the race. So I spent certainly the first half trying to figure out where do I need to be. So I really wanted to lead into Maggotts and Beckett's so people could overtake me in the hangar, and then I knew I'd be in the right place coming down here. So kind of sat behind Toby through Abbey and Village and Loop, and then had to try and use the toe to just about pip him. But amazing second place again. Your first win is coming.
I'll move on. So Toby, congratulations, second place today. That's awesome. That could have been any one of you really, couldn't it, coming out on top?
Close. It was Ben just timed it right again, so well done.
He's got his strategy down to a T now, hasn't he?
I thought I had it today, but not. But got closer, but happy with second.
Yeah, definitely another podium, more points.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. I'll head round to Ed in a moment. He's just talking to Alan Hyde. But yeah, that could have been. I think there's I counted 11 of them in that top group. So at one point, so that could have been any of them really that came out on top. So yeah, we'll just move on. Thank you, Alan. Hello, Ed. Congratulations.
Hello.
Well, you're making this a regular occurrence now, aren't you, on the podium?
Well, if people stop hitting me, I can actually get up here. So, yeah, no, it's lovely. Obviously, would have loved the win, but Ben's did an incredible job today. It was always going to be really difficult to hold him behind me. He's an incredibly talented driver, very quick, and that toe is just insane. So, yeah, no, it was good. Yeah, we fight forward. Good for the points as well, so yeah.
Perfect. Well, great weekend for you.
Yep, very good weekend.
You can go and celebrate now.
Go have a beer now.
Congratulations. Right, there you go. You've heard from our top 3. We'll head back to you guys for the next Caterham race.
Thank you very much, Sam. Yes, one more race to go before our lunch break here at Silverstone, and it is the Motl Caterham 7 310R Championship. These are the quickest cars we will see from Caterham Motorsport here today. The grid based on the result of yesterday's race. It's Germany's Dominik Mansberger who took the win on that occasion, holding off Hugo Busch to take the win, so they form up on the front row. Second row, Ben Lopez Appleton and Taylor O'Flanagan in the yellow number 11 car. Then on row number 3 we have Jack Sales, number 35. Fighting for the lead of the points going into this weekend, lined up alongside David Yates, who had a good run through the field late on yesterday. The fourth row is number 9 Harry Cook alongside 71 Alan Cooper. Completing the top 10 on the grid, Tom Willis, number 81, and 43 Alan Curtis. He got fastest lap in yesterday's race. The sixth row, Philip Bianchi, number 92, alongside 84 Andy Murgatroyd. Then row 7, number 70, Lars Alexander Hoffmann from Germany. He got spun out by a bit of contact at Beckett's late on in yesterday's race, so he's going to fight his way through from 13th on the grid. Ryan Lovett, number 28, lines up alongside him. Row 8 is 55 Harry Eyre and 38 Jeff Price. Row 9, number 10, Chris Fraser in the Dutch Barn Vodka car, alongside number 77 Kevin Cooper. Row 10 is ex-Caterham CEO Graham McDonald, alongside number 8 Darrell Cresswell. Then on the 11th row, 98 James Hall and number 50 Wes Payne in his pearlescent liveried car. Look out for that one. Had a couple of spins in yesterday's race, unfortunately. Row 12, 27 Johnny Jarrett and 99 Michael Kelly. Row 13, 16 Steve Metcalf, 85 is Rob Bullen. Row 14 is 68 Chris Welch and 64 of Paul Herndon. The 15th row, number 12 Ron Mounsey failed to finish yesterday's race. Likewise Harry Landy, watch for him coming through. Number 21 was in the lead battle yesterday, picked up some damage to his nose cone and had to pit in yesterday's race. And 53 Tim Steele, his car is there, picked up some damage. He got a bit of a wallop going into Beckett's for the first time by a car that went across the grass, but the car is repaired and starts from the back of the grid. So Dominic Mansberger then, I believe, going for 5 wins in a row.
Yeah, this would be 5 from 5 for Dom. He's extremely happy with that 4th win in a row there after 3 race wins for him out in Zandvoort. A great run of form for him at the moment. Spoke to Harry Landy briefly. He did actually have a radiator puncture, so the nose cone sort of unfortunately damaged his radiator, and it was a leak that caused him eventually to come in. I think it was also affecting his steering. You can see by the leak just get onto his outside tyre so he can turn the car. But Mansberger looking 5 from 5. Hugo Busch came back late in that race, didn't need to get that second place and only just got denied Ben Lopez Appleton after that contact with Lars Hoffman. So Hoffman, I think that's the watch out for this one. The 13th place starting on this grid. He'll be looking to really come through strong.
Second row of the grid, Ben Lopez Appleton along with Taylor O'Flanagan, a former Academy champion. Quick hello to Wilf Cooper, who's watching on our YouTube stream. Looking forward to the 310s. Go the Cooper boys, he says. That's Alan and Kevin, of course.
Didi Allen ending up in 8th place yesterday after being fully ensconced in that battle, nearly coming over the podium, but it was just so close at the front. Jack Sales making some really good late moves to demote him back down into that 8th place. Jack Sales ending up in 5th, kind of recovery because he was in about 9th or 10th as he went into Brooklands on that lap, I think. So really good from him, but then all these cars, I'm really looking forward to this race actually. The road sports were epic yesterday, as were the 270s, but today I think these 310s, they've got 2 more, well, this race and another one later as well, so they've still got to look after their cars, because remember the finishing order for here is going to be the starting order as we watch the tail end of this 31 car field then heading around.
The car I'm watching for is the number 70 of Lars Hoffman, the Motor Oil's sponsored car. As we said, he got spun out by a little bit of contact in yesterday's race up at Beckett's late on and only finished 13th. He was in the fight for the lead, so I reckon he could come through and challenge for at very least a podium here. He was frustrated at the end of yesterday's race. Something of a surprise package late on yesterday. Number 15, David Yates. He had a great run through. He started on about the 7th row of the grid after qualifying, the Surrey-based racer. He's going to come through from there into 6th position, so coming through from row 3 this time.
Highly experienced driver, started with me in 2013 and has been racing Caterhams pretty much every weekend since, so yeah, knows his stuff, and really good to see him pushing forward, managing that situation well late on again, because he was further back in that pack as we entered into that last lap, so to see him coming out 6th, great result for him. But yeah, it's going to be Dom Mansberger in again, Multiple sponsored, his blue and green car alongside Hugo Busch in the grey and orange car on the front row. Then Ben Lopez Appleton alongside Taylor O'Flanagan make up that 2nd row before we get to Jack Sales and David Yates in his blue Matt Blythe Motorsport car.
That's Jack Sales, the white car with the green cage there. Taylor O'Flanagan is all in yellow. Ben Lopez Appleton in a grey car with a bit of green trim. David Yates in blue and whites. Harry Cook is next on the grid. That's the black car with the white wheels, number 9. Alan Cooper is in almost a Rothmans look-alike livery, number 71, the old Rothmans Porsches of the 80s at Le Mans. Then we've got Tom Willis, he's in silver, number 81. Completing the top 10 on the grid, Alan Curtis, a silver and blue sort of livery for him. Watch for him coming through. Regular in the CaterhamRacer.com sim racing series online as well. So the last few cars coming into line at the back. There's Tim Steele, the yellow car. Harry Landy in the green car with his front end damage from yesterday repaired. 20-minute race then for the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship. This one is going to be an absolute cracker. Waiting for the red lights to come on then, waiting for the signal from the marshal at the back of the grid. There is the green flag. Drivers focus on the red lights. Tension mounts. Revs are up. Ready for a start, and here we go. Down towards Copse Corner for the first time. Good start by Mansberger from the outside. He's going to try and take the lead, but he's side by side with Hugo Bush on the run into Copse Corner for the first time, trying to charge around the outside. There was Tom Willis in the number 81. Now, who's going to be leading the way as they come into Maggots and Beckett's for the first time? It looks like Mansberger has just about held it. Taylor O'Flanagan had a quick look to the inside there, but it is Dominic Mansberger. The German has got the lead through Beckett's for the first time. Looks like Ben Lopez Appleton up in second, and a great start by Jack Sales up into third.
Yeah, great start from Jack Sales there as they head on round. Then Beckett's onto Hanger Straight, the crucial Hanger Straight as it's turning out to be this weekend. But how many times a little bit of dust kicked up on the exit there. Mansberger heads them down. Ben Lopez Appleton straight up from third on the grid to try and take that lead. Jack Sales from fifth on the grid is looking like the outside line is going to work for him. Taylor O'Flanagan behind, looking to see whether he can carry his momentum, but Jack Sales is going to carry it around the outside. The outside of Stowe, as long as there's no contact, will turn into the inside as they head into Vale. Everyone else sort of working out where all the grip is at the moment as these 310Rs, 155 horsepower, these cars coming down into Vale for the first time.
Here they come then. It is Jack Sales has just about held his lead in the white car, but no, he's gone wide on the exit there. Mansberger back at the inside, we're going to tangle at the back. A couple of at least 3 or 4 cars involved there. We'll try and work out who is involved. There's a couple of cars off on the outside. That might be a safety car.
It does look like that's the first time we might have a safety car. Most cars are moving off though, so it might avoid it. Well, there's this one car here. It might be like that Ryan Lovett's car. I think that might be struggling on the inside there, but he is able to move the car. If he can get it behind the barrier, we might be okay as far as safety car. Jack Sales though takes that lead as we head straight back into this lead pack. David Yates making some good progress, holding on to that 4th place. Taylor Flanagan looking like he wants to demote him though, with Tom Willis behind as they head out and around then through onto the Wellington Straight.
Okay, we'll try and identify who was involved in that tangle when we see who doesn't come through over the line. Let's wait for the leaders to come into sight at Brooklyn. Jack Sales has the lead then as they head down under the bridge, and tucked in behind him is Mansberger. 3 and 4 abreast behind Taylor O'Flanagan, side by side with David Yates. And who's that coming up? Is that Lars Hoffman coming up on the outside, the white and red car? I think it is. There's a couple of white and red cars there. Somebody running wide. That's Andy Murgatroyd coming out of Brooklands corner there. Loses a couple of spots. And yes, that is Hoffman moving up on the back of David Yates. So he's not wasting any time here trying to get to the front of the field. They cross the lines completely first lap. Sales leads from Mansberger only just. They were side by side over the line. Lopez Appleton is third. Next O'Flanagan in the yellow machine in fourth. Mansberger retakes the lead around the outside into Copse Corner. Yates is fifth, Tom Willis sixth, then Hoffman up to seventh. He's gained 6 places on that first lap, while Hugo Bush from the front row of the grid has lost 6 places. He's down to 8.
Yeah, Hugo Bush definitely the big loser there. A bit further back, Ray McDonald making up 7. In fact, Landy has made up 14 places on that opening lap. Remember, he was second place on the qualifying grid yesterday, dropped away because of that radiator leak and nose cone issue. He's made up 14 places on a single lap. Incredible. But it's Jack Sales who currently leads them as they head out onto Hanger Straight then, but Mansberger was looking like he was going to be attacking. In fact, it's Ben Lopez Appleton ahead of Mansberger as they head down here. Murgatroyd having that wide issue at Brooklands, still having to see whether he can recover, and I think that's McDonald alongside, but it is going to be Mansberger on the inside. Jack Sales seeing whether he can carry that outside momentum, but again we've got another M1 car park, haven't we, as Lars Hoffman sees where he can hang on around the outside. 6 places in a lap and he's thirsty for more.
Let's have a look at this incident again. The cars involved, I can tell you, were Alan Cooper, Harry Eyre, and as we said, Ryan Lovett were the 3 cars that tangled up there. I think Wes Payne was caught up there as well in the number 50. So 4 cars have dropped down to the bottom of the timing screen. Ryan Lovett has not come through at the end of the first lap, so he was the one that took the major damage there. There's bits of debris in the gravel trap there, but everybody else is still going. Here come the leaders. Mansberger leads with the number 5 of Ben Lopez Appleton, experienced Caterham racer, tucked in behind him. Then it's Jack Sales, the championship leader coming into this weekend, and Hugo Bush has fought back as well. He's side by side with David Yates. Mansberger under pressure as they head up towards the infield loop before the Wellington Straights. And Lars Hoffman is right on their tails as well.
Absolutely, interesting to see. So Alan Cooper now dropping the 18th, 19th place, so he's come in here quite high up in the championship, so he's now lost out a little bit of that, and ahead of his older brother still in the race here so far. But it's Jack Sales, man on the move, 5th to 3rd, looking like he's going to stay in front of this battle here. But Hugo Bush, who was down in that sort of 6 places down, is now recovering back into the 4th place, just ahead of David Yates in that blue. He's just about got the overlap done, as Hoffman now looking around the outside. So we said watch out for Hoffman from 13th on the grid, and now he finds himself in 7th, looking to see whether he can demote David Yates another position.
It's David Yates, another good consistent run for the Caterham veteran now, going back some 10 years his career, not to be confused with the ex-production saloon racer of the same name from the 1990s. He's from the Sapphire Cosworth. Here comes Lopez Appleton having a look on the inside, but it's Mansberger with a bit of a gap now, about 3 or 4 Caterham lengths as they head through Copse Corner there. Jack Sales in the white and green car trying to close up on him, and Hoffman positioning himself for an attack on Hugo Bush. He's got Taylor O'Flanagan in his wheel tracks, and yes, Hoffman up into 4th place. He's certainly been one to watch here. The Mottel car, the red and white machine. The German comes through into 4th, looking to join his fellow countrymen at the front of the field. Through Beckett's they go, line astern this time, but they'll all fan out as they head down the hanger straight once again. Let's see what's going to happen this time. Mansberger has the lead. He holds the inside run. Moving to the outside is Lopez Appleton. He's going to be in the middle though, because here comes Jack Sales, and Hugo Bush moves to the extreme outside. Who's going to come out of this little lot with the lead? Jack Sales round the outside. Yep, it's working for him, just as we saw in the road sports category in the previous race. I think Jack Sales is going to get the lead away.
Just those extra few miles an hour of momentum you can carry into the outside of Stowe, and it's clearly sticking okay, although Kevin Cooper was a bit out wide there, a little bit to recovering back, but Jack Sales does indeed, the outside of Stowe turns to the inside of Vale, and he manages to make that move forward, and it is Hoffman who's getting closer to Ben Lopez Appleton, and it was those two that had that contact which caused that issue yesterday, so I'm sure Hoffman will be looking to see whether he can get in front of that, and he's alongside Ben Lopez Appleton. I think we're just behind him now on the field with Taylor O'Flanagan. All this quality field, all stacked up in this top 10. Again, all of these drivers capable of winning this race, but Jack Sales currently heads the field.
Taylor O'Flanagan on the tail of the number 70 of Lars Hoffman, has a look to the inside on Ben Lopez Appleton's number 5 there as they go into the loop. We don't very often see passing moves made at the loop. They normally wait to slipstream on the straight afterwards, and Hoffman, I think, thought better of it there, just kept back in behind. The leaders head down the Wellington Straight, then under the bridge. Jack Sales under fire from Lopez Appleton, who moves to the inside. Bush in 3rd place. There's Hoffman up the inside trying to take 4th place away. Now we had a change for the lead. I think we have. I think Lopez Appleton has moved through ahead of Jack Sales.
It really is a fluid situation at the moment with all these drivers moving around. Tom Willis absolutely still firmly in part of that battle, and it is Mansberger who leads Sales as they head over the line then this time through. There is the Mansberger Mottel sponsored machine coming towards us after 4 wins from 4. Can he make it 5? He's going to be trying that. It's still Hoffman going wheel to wheel with Ben Lopez Appleton. Bush in sort of middle ground between them. David Yates trying to stop his backwards momentum at the moment. Tom Willis though is moving forward at this stage, and Alan Curtis ready to pick up the pieces as well. Side by side into Beckett this time. Mansberger on the curb and is now looking a bit wonky. Maybe that's just my trick of the illusion, but Bush now overtakes him to take that 2nd place, so he's in a prime place to take the lead coming down into Stowe this time.
It was Mansberger who took the lead at Brooklands last time through, not Lopez Appleton. My apologies there, as they head down the hanger straight once again. Hugo Bush, having fought back from a poor start, moves to the inside, going to the outside. This is Lopez Appleton this time. Hoffman's going to be caught in the middle. Oh, goodness me, that was close. Nearly a bit of wheel back. Hoffman's gone through the middle of all of them. How's he done that? Incredible.
There was about a millimetre either side of his wheel, wasn't there? You can see the little jingle. He managed to make a thread that needle, and off he goes into the lead of this race. So Hoffman, our latest person, coming from 13th on the grid to lead as they head into Vale this time. And it's still Mansberger there ahead of Bush. Jack Sales has lost out in that sequence. He was a bit squeezed, and he's being even more squeezed onto the curb on the outside. As soon as you get a wheel on there, it does tend to bring you further off into the dust and dirt. So hopefully he'll get that all back together. I can see he's still sort of running alongside Mansberger there, but it's all changed at the front this time.
Yes, Ben Lopez Appleton, the man from York, moves up the inside into Abbey, takes, and he runs wide on the exit, and Hoffman back ahead of him. Hugo Bush is going to go through as well. Well, he led for a split second there, Ben Lopez Appleton. He's back up the inside attacking Hugo Bush. I think he's getting a bit impatient here. Ben Lopez Appleton needs to just cool it down a little. He doesn't want to make any moves that are too rash, or he'll either spin out or he'll take somebody else out with him. Jack Sales in 4th place behind them. They go into the straight once again, the Wellington Straight down towards Brooklands. There's David Yates, who's dropped back into 10th place. He's got Tom Willis and Harry Cook ahead of him as they head down to Brooklands. They're going to go to the outside of Lars Hoffman, heading down into the left-hander this time. Ben Lopez Appleton side by side with Hugo Bush, who's tucked in behind Lars Hoffman. Sales looking on, and in 5th position behind them. That's Dominic Mansberger trying to fight back. He was leading a lap ago. He's down to 5th place now. That's how quickly it can happen in the Caterham 310R Championship. It's the Mottel back car that will lead over the line of Lars Hoffman. Here comes Mansberger fighting back. Lopez Appleton moves to the inside. They're dodging about all over the place down the straight. Lopez Appleton up the inside. He retakes the lead again. He's going to run wide though. He's trying too hard here, Ben Lopez Appleton, I think.
Yeah, Hoffman manoeuvred him then. He sort of sold him the half dummy. He was going to attack down the inside, didn't, and then did the undercut instead. And you can see the momentum he's carried over the top of Mansberger. Ben Lopez Appleton losing out a lot of momentum there because Hugo Bush is in third, Jack Sales fourth. I think that is Ben Lopez Appleton then in fifth, so losing out quite a few places. And I think that's Alan Cooper. Is that Cooper back in the battle? No, surely not. He hasn't fought his way through there. But off goes Murgatroyd and the 81 is Tom Willis. So we were saying Tom Willis was making that progress forward. It's all changed again. Each half lap is like an epic adventure for all these drivers as they head down Hanger Straight.
Mansberger's gone from fifth to the lead in the space of a few corners there. They throw these cars around down the straight. I've no idea who's going to come out of this corner with the lead. Jack Sales goes for the outside in the 35 car, is going to try and take the lead away on the run along the Vale. He's come back into this. He was fourth at the end of the previous lap. Hugo Bush is tucked in behind him. Yes, Jack Sales has got the lead back again. I think it's Mansberger in second place. It's hard to tell as they come towards. It's just like one great solid scrub of Caterhams as they head through the club complex. Let's pick them up as they come down the Hamilton Straight. It is Sales who leads the way. Lopez Appleton's dropped back a bit, I think, in there as well. Hugo Bush now moving to the inside on Mansberger, who tries to cut off his attack. Hoffman is in fourth place. Then it's who's that in fifth position?
Yates.
Just behind them. David Yates. He was down to 10th a lap ago. How's he come back through?
No idea. It is Bianchi, the car. I couldn't. There was a little bit of contact there. Hugo Bush to the rear end of Mansberger as they headed up that time. Hoffman round his outside, so they're just misjudging your nose slightly there. But David Yates, like you say, coming through, and it's Bianchi that I had misidentified, didn't see him in this pack, and then suddenly he's sort of come out mid-pack. So great to see them there. But it's Sales and Bush there were sort of running so close on the track. But it's Mansberger's rear panel is going to have a little bit of a dent from the front end of Hugo Bush. But the contact was light, and I don't think they're going to have any problems.
Down towards Brooklands, there's Harry Cook. He's under fire from, I think that's Tom Willis, trying to get around the outside, the lower reaches of the top 10. There's Bianchi up the inside, taking Ben Lopez Appleton. He said he was being a little bit too rash, and as a result, he's been shuffled back. Harry Cook is the next man to make him a target. It's over the line. They come to complete their fifth lap. It's Jack Sales who leads from Mansberger by half a second. 7.5 minutes of this race to go, so we're already past half distance. This incredible race for the Motul Caterham 310R Championship. Hugo Bush moving up to have a go at Lars Hoffman for third place. David Yates is fifth. In sixth in the yellow car, it is Taylor O'Flanagan. And Bianchi in behind them. He's missing a rear wing, but he's just lost out to Ben Lopez Appleton through Cops Corner. Behind them is Harry Cook. Tom Willis rounding out the top 10 as they swing their way through the Beckett's complex once again. We're going to see what's going to happen at the end of the Hanger Straight. There could be 6 or 7 abreast once again fairly shortly. There is Willis chasing the number 92, I think it was, of Bianchi, but here they come, the leaders. It's going to be 3 wide already. Hoffman in the middle. He had that amazing eye of the needle moment later on. David Yates trying to move to the inside in the 15 and get involved in the lead battle now. He could move into the podium positions here. Sales on the outside and Hoffman are side by side for the lead on the way out of the corner. Who's going to come out of this with the lead into the Vale and Club complex? It looks like it's Jack Sales who's held it.
Yeah, just about holding on there. These drivers are going to feel like they've been out there for half an hour already, but they haven't even been done 15 minutes yet, but they are coming down to the tail end of this, which is where the tyres were starting to scream enough in the earlier races and the races we had yesterday. So watch out for the tail end of these 310Rs with a limited slip differential start sliding around. Jack Sales has been down at least 3 straights now where he hasn't been overtaken, and that's unheard of so far today. So well done to Jack for getting that little bit of a gap and a rest, but that's not going to last to the end of this race as Hoffman and Hugo Bush try and sort out second and third place. Mansberger is going to have to stop the rock now with 5 minutes to go and come back, and he is in a solid fourth place now ahead of his erstwhile companion Taylor O'Flanagan in the yellow machine there. Looking down the inside was Ben Lopez Appleton, I think, once more. Again, he's looking for any single slight opportunity, isn't he? And that's causing him, I think, costing him time rather than gaining him time right now. But David Yates still there behind that O'Flanagan car, and Jack Sales has got down another straight without being hassled as Hugo Bush is looking up there to see whether he can go down the inside. Yates is down the inside of O'Flanagan this time as they head into Brooklands, and again side by side that's Bianchi, and that Wes Payne up it can't be we've seen him in this group. I think might be one of the Willis cars there in that sort of top 10, but David Yates did make it through. Ben Lopez Appleton follows on behind him.
That's Bianchi and Tom Willis are battling out. Wes Payne further back because he spun on the opening lap at the club complex in that little tangle. So Sales leads from Hoffman as they cross the line with 5 minutes of the race to go, just over. The gap is half a second. Taylor O'Flanagan staying ahead of David Yates there around the outside, up into 5th position. Behind them, Lopez, Appleton, Cook, Bianchi and Willis. Here they come up towards the Beckett's complex once again then, and Hoffman trying to go around the outside. He's done it, takes the lead away. Good move there into Beckett's by Lars Hoffman. 3rd place is Dominic Mansberger. Here's the fight for 4th between Yates and Taylor O'Flanagan. Ben Lopez Appleton is just behind them in the grey car. He's being chased by, I think that's Harry Cook next in the order. Here we go then, down the straight once again. Jack Sales wasting no time, throws the car across to the outside. Hugo Bush is in there as well. He's tucked in behind Sales. They go round the outside of Hoffman. Mansberger tucked in there in 4th place, but Jack Sales, he's got that move down to a T now, hasn't he?
They are absolutely holding on. They know that outside line is the overall win around Stowe now, so Jack Sales, instead of protecting at all to the inside, is moving to the outside line. He knows he's going to have the momentum, but it's still a tight one. He had a little bit of a gap last time we were here on the last lap, and he's not got that anymore because it's Hoffman right up behind him now. So yeah, the outside line at Stowe is definitely the place to be, and the drivers have worked that out.
Here they come towards the straight towards Abbey, the Hamilton straight. It's still Sales, but only just. David Yates trying to go through the middle. He's lost a couple of places, I think, on that lap. It's Hoffman in 2nd place. I think that's Mansberger back up into 3rd position. They head towards Village Corner. Hugo Bush in there as well. This quartet starting to break away very slightly. Now Hugo Bush got a wheel onto the grass there on the outside. That could have been nasty. That could have spun him around. David Yates is still there in 5th place. I thought he dropped away, but he's still chasing hard, looking to time his finishing move right. There'll be a couple of laps to go this time, I would think. We'll see what the time is as they cross the line. I think they get 2 more laps out of this as they head down the straight towards Brooklands. Is Hoffman thinking about an attack? Yes, he moves to the inside. No, he thinks better of it. Not close enough to Jack Sales, or is he? Well, he went back in to get more slipstream there. I've never seen that before. He moved out, had one look, moved back in to move a bit closer in the clearer air, and then tried again. I don't think I've ever seen that before done there.
Definitely opportunities to do that with the sort of wind we've got here today. They're going to cross the line with about 2 minutes 40 seconds, aren't they? So they are going to have a couple more laps. This is not the last lap yet. They've got 2 more circuits around the 3.6 mile the Grand Prix loop. Jack Sales has headed this field the last 3 laps, I think, and that's an impressive feat given how much we were seeing the swapping earlier in the race. But that was not the time to lead over the line. It's 2 laps time that we want to see him in front.
Here they come towards the Beckett's complex. Dominic Mansberger ready to make a move. No move is made though. Jack Sales just hanging on. We've got 6 cars line astern in there. Harry Cook holding on to the back of this. He could spring a surprise here if he times this right. And the next group headed by Lopez Appleton with Bianchi in behind him. Taylor O'Flanagan's dropped back a bit in the yellow number 11 there. Here they go, weaving about down the straight. They look like they're on a green flag lap, warming their tyres, weaving about, don't they? As Mansberger moves to the inside. Hoffman's going for the middle again. We've been here before. Lars Hoffman through the middle. Sales on the outside, we've been here before as well. They're side by side on the exit, and I think Sales might just do enough.
So violent was the toe that David Yates had to actually jink his car to almost get it sliding on the hanger straight to avoid the rear. I think it was Hugo Bush he was following as he went onto the straight. One of the cars slow there through the middle of club, maybe a missed gear. That's all shuffled itself once more. I'm not sure. I think it was Jack Sales maybe missed a gear or something, but he's fallen back. And Darren Creswell, I think there was someone having a rear end moment there as on the power. But it's Mansberger who now leads. Jack Sales got all that work to do again. Mansberger, where have we seen this before? David Yates to the lead then. He's come through from 5th or 6th place as he crossed the line now into the lead of this 310i race as we've got 1 minute 10. So this will happen 1 more, we believe, to go.
That all happened because Jack Sales was slow off Stowe Corner. It's very easy to do there through into the club complex. He must have missed a gear or made some sort of mistake. A lock up there from Hugo Bush. He dies at the inside, and look who's around the outside of Bush as he made that mistake. Harry Cook. I said he might be in with a chance. He's up to 3rd now. It's Mansberger who's got the lead in the Mossel back car. David Yates up there in 2nd position, who came from absolutely nowhere. He was down to 10th at one point in this race, remember? Side by side as they come into Brooklands. Oh, and somebody's off into the pit lane entrance. That's Lopez Appleton. There was some contact there. I didn't see who with. Lopez Appleton, good recovery there. He avoided the barriers. But meantime, the lead battle continues, coming around to start their final lap this time. It's Mansberger from Yates. Cooper in Cook rather in 3rd place. Hoffman's still there in 4th place. David Yates almost pushing Dominic Mansberger there, coming through into Woodcote. He moves to the inside, and now we're into the last lap, and all hell is going to break loose really this time.
David Yates absolutely wanted to do that. A little bit scary incident down there towards Brooklands, wasn't it? I think he did knock his nose cone, so hopefully he's not damaged his radiator. But it is the Cook, yes, like you say, coming out strong in this last 5 minutes. Jack Sale's got a bit of body rub on the rear tyre there. Maybe that's where that front contact happened with the rear end of Jack Sales. There's lots of bodywork now in the middle of the track, but David Yates in the blue Matt Blythe Motorsport car leads them as they head through the Beckett's complex. It's back to Mansberger in that second, Cook in third.
Jack Sales isn't finished yet either. There he is. He's got some damage there. The wheel arch is rubbing on the tyre, but he won't let that hold him back. Phil Bianchi's moving into this group as well now in the 92 car. Yates has got the lead. Here we go. Watch them throwing these cars around as they come down the hanger straight. Taylor O'Flanagan trying to go up the outside further back. Harry Cook moves to the inside in the number 9. I said he might be one to watch. He was on the back of the group. He was in the right place to try and get his finishing move right. He's got the lead as they head into Stowe Corner for the last time. The clock is at 0, so it'll be checkered flag for definite this time. Up the Vale they go towards the club complex. Jack Sales not letting that little bit of damage slow him down. He's going to try and make his way through this pack, right through the middle of it. Here they go round towards Club Corner, then up towards the Hamilton Straights. Who's it going to be leading as they come back towards it? Is Harry Cook from Dominic Mansberger, David Yates, then Lars Hoffman is in 4th place. He's got, I think it's Hugo Busch tucked in behind him. Hard to see in there, they're so close together. Up towards the loop for the final time.
Here comes that man Mansberger back up into 2nd place though. Can he make this 5 from 5? He's looking to see whether he can demote that, holding on to that 2nd place. David Yates caught a wing there, or something was in the middle of the track. David Yates has cost him all the momentum. Jack Sales coming through there still with that tyre rub. I think that is costing him speed in his car, and that's going to be crucial as they head into Wellington Straight this time through. Mansberger might be in the hot seat here though.
Well, first two have broken clear very slightly because of David Yates slowing. Somebody running wide there over the curb on the outside. I think that might have been Hoffman as the two leaders come down. It's broken up now. This car's all over the place coming out of the loop there. It's between two of them for the lead into the final corner. Harry Cook is up there ahead of Dominic Mansberger. Can the German get through on this final corner? The number 9 of Harry Cook, the man from Wimborne in Dorset, I think is going to hang on to take his first victory of the season. I don't think Mansberger's going to catch him here on the run to the line. He's trying his hardest. I don't think he's going to get up alongside. He'll try and jink out as they cross the line, but it's Cook who takes the win. Mansberger in 2nd, and David Yates completes the podium ahead of O'Flanagan, who came through for 4th from nowhere. Hoffman 5th, then Bianchi, Bush, Willis, Sales and Curtis completing the top 10.
I mean, there's a car flapping front wing and nose cone there. Definition of a fluid race, that one. It was absolutely anyone's game as they headed down and through into Brooklands that time through. I think it was that Jack Sales missing a gear or having no pickup coming out of the Vale, which really kicked everything off. But Cook coming late on and just absolutely crossing the line first, the only time, the last time, which is the one that counts.
Here's a replay of an incident that happened early on in the race. We saw a tangle between about 4 cars. Only one dropped out as a result of that, though. That was Ryan Lovett, number 28. And from then on, well, making a highlights package of this race is impossible. Every corner had a highlight of some description. It was absolutely incredible. Lars Hoffman coming through brilliantly from 13th on the grid to fight for the lead. Eventually had to settle, though, for 5th place in the end. It's hard to call as they cross the line there. Ben Lopez Appleton had to turn the lead. He was, in my opinion, a little bit over-eager in that one and eventually dropped back down the order. Jack Sales, brilliant once again, but was just a bit unlucky. That mistake resulting in a little bit of contact and picked up some damage. Hoffman did fight his way into the lead. We saw this brilliant late battling, and there's the contact. Yes, Jack Sales was hit by Lopez Appleton. It was Jack Sales, so well spotted there on our replay.
That out of the wall. Congratulations for the car.
He was lucky not to fly up into the air, Ben Lopez Appleton there. And then David Yates, I think he caught the back of Mansberger. He came across the front of him there, going through towards the loop. So that's what happened to David Yates and delayed him. But, well, I have to say I called it there. He was on the back of those half dozen going into the final lap, and Harry Cook judged that to absolute perfection.
Yeah, absolutely.
.036 is margin of victory over Dominic Mansberger, who fails to make it 5 wins in a row. David Yates taking 3rd place, and Taylor O'Flanagan finishing in 4th. Lars Hoffman was 5th ahead of Phil Bianchi, then Hugo Busch starting on the front row, ends up in 7th. Jack Sales down in 9th behind Tom Willis. Alan Curtis completing the top 10. Well done Harry Landy, running through from the back of the grid to take 11th place ahead of Graham McDonald. Ben Lopez Appleton, after a scary moment there down the Wellington straight, finishes 13th. Jeff Price in 14th ahead of Alan Cooper. Then it was the number 8 of Darrell Cresswell in 16th place, then Wes Payne, Harry Eyre, 98 of James Hall, and Steve Metcalf completed the top 20. We lost Andy Murgatroyd on the last lap there. The only other non-finishers, Chris Fraser and Ryan Lovett.
Fantastic action from the 310s. They're back out on track for one more go at about 1:50 this afternoon. Just after, we're going to go into a lunch break soon, but just after the lunch break we have the 270s out for their final race, so still plenty of Caterham action on hand here at Silverstone. And what a spectacular sight these Caterhams have been all day today, flying around, and it's a definition of sort of NASCAR-esque racing where they're all following each other and working out the tactics of where do they want to be, and some drivers really nailing it into the tail end. But yeah, some of them coming out on top, but everyone is within a chance of winning.
Let's head down to Parc Fermé with Sam to hear from some of the drivers. We'll give them a moment to get their breath back first of all, I think.
Another great race from Caterham's as always. I just wait for Harry to get out of the car, but he came from 7th on the grid. That's, you know, not easy with these very experienced drivers. Congratulations, Harry. I'll let you get out of the car first. So was the podium in the plans for today's race?
Yeah, well, I was hoping for a win. I was hoping 3 wins this weekend, so a bit of a disappointing result yesterday, but happy to have it. It's been a bit of a tough season, but yeah.
Got the one, just got to do it again later then, haven't
exactly.
you? But from 7th on the grid, that's not easy, is it? I know, you know, anyone can win when in a pack where the toe's really strong, but obviously with these guys being so competitive and they're, you know, really strong drivers, it's hard, isn't it?
Yeah, I think 15 people could have won the race today. I think it's just that you've got to have a bit of luck and then just make sure you don't fall back to the pack. But yeah, it was good. Happy to win.
Yes, well, congratulations. Thank you. Right, I'm going to go and speak to David in 3rd place. Congratulations, David. I mean, that looked eventful out there, didn't it?
A little bit eventful, yeah. I was coming off on the penultimate lap, and I took Dom, and I was like, I'm in the lead, and I was like, I'm in the lead, and we're going onto the hangar straight. This is not going to be good. And they all came piling around. Managed to stick with 3rd. Had a small coming together with Don on one of the corners just before the end, but managed to hang on to 3rd, and I got 3rd in the championship. I'm very happy with that.
Yeah, definitely. Well, you should be. That was, you know, very eventful and tough race.
It was like literally first corner right to the end. It was just full on the whole time. Everybody's fighting for every bit of space, and it was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. The same as yesterday, and probably the same as we're going to have for the 3rd race.
Yeah, we'll be having similar conversations later,
well,
won't we?
Hopefully we'll be having similar conversations.
Excellent. Well, congratulations
Thank
on
you.
3rd place. Dom, not quite the 5th win in a row, but
No.
still a 2nd. That's great for the championship, isn't it?
Yeah, still a great championship. When you saw the race today, what happened? I mean, look at my car. It's not looking like a Caterham anymore. But yeah, timing was really, really perfect until the second last corner, and then David hold the nose inside, touched me. I was about to turn the car around, and yeah, that gave Harry the gap that he needed, because today the wind direction changed a bit, so the toe was not that big anymore on to Brooklands. Yeah, so in the moment where he hit me on the rear, I knew now Harry's gone. So, but I'm happy. It's still the 2nd, good points. Yeah, and good starting position for the 3rd race.
Exactly. Well, congratulations. Well done. There you go. I think it's a lunch break now for us, but we've got some more for racing action for you this afternoon. Head back to you guys.
Okay, so thanks very much, Sam. Well done to our Caterham 7310R racers, and they've got another race coming up this afternoon to prepare for as well. We're taking a break of about 45 minutes now. 12:40 is our next scheduled race. The Michelin Motorsport Caterham 270R Championship have their third race of the weekend. That's followed by the third of the weekend for the ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FIA, our single-seater racers back out once again. Then we've got the cars we've just seen, the Motul Caterham 7310Rs, and it's our longest race of the day, the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship, mixture of cars such as Ginettas, BMWs, VWs, Porsches and Renault Clios out in that race a little later on. 2 hours with mandatory pit stops and driver changes. That's all coming up a little bit later on, but for now, a chance for our teams here at Silverstone to take a bit of a lunch break. I must thank all our volunteer marshals out there braving the hot conditions this weekend, for a chance for them to get some cool drinks. Couldn't go racing without our marshals and other officials, and thanks to our camera teams out there as well, a chance for them to cool off a bit as well. We'll be back with you at 12:40 or so with our next race here at Silverstone on BARC TV.
fantastic it is. Of course something can happen.
So I found Wes Payne in Parc Fermé, just finished his race. James Hall walking across there. Wes, how's your weekend going?
It's mixed. It's been turbulent. My race yesterday, I think it was covered. I had a few spins. Some were my fault, some were not. And today we had sort of more of the same. There was an incident on lap 1. I don't know what was covered on the footage and whatnot. But I ended up having to reverse on track, which is not the quickest way around Silverstone. So then I sort of made a bit of progress, and I have no idea where I'm starting the last race. But I just want a clean one, and yeah. It's fun.
How do you find Silverstone's GP circuit?
I love it personally. It's long straights and lots of tactics, so it's a lot of fun. Bit too hot today, but it's the same for everyone, so it's fair. But yeah, overheating is a big issue for everyone at the moment, I think.
Yeah, definitely. There's a bit of a breeze though today. Yesterday felt a bit more humid.
This is nicer. It's nicer today. I came prepared with ice cubes, which I'm sticking down the back of my neck and everything. I'm a bit sunburned, but you can't tell. So yeah, no, it's better today, but still sweltering in there.
Yeah. Oh, you don't think about that though, do you, when you're driving around?
Well, that's all I think about.
Oh,
I just want it to end. I just want the bottle of water at the end of the race. That's all that matters. So yeah.
And the ice cubes.
Absolutely. It's got an ice lolly waiting for me somewhere. So yeah, can't wait.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the best later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wes.
Cheers.
So I've just come into the Williams Motorsport awning and I've come across Andy Palmer. Andy, you've joined in the Mission Motorsport 270R Championship. How is it all going for you?
Well, it's a lot tougher than I thought it was. I'd come from just before COVID from GT4 and a little bit of GT3, so coming in here with a very raw car is really exciting, but a lot harder than I ever imagined. Croft was a bit of a disaster, got a little bit better at Zandvoort, and this weekend not bad.
Well, yes, and how are you finding Silverstone GP circuit? Is it one you've spent much time on, done many test days?
This is probably the circuit that I'm most familiar with from my Aston and Nissan days. So at least I know which way the next bend goes.
Yes, exactly.
But it just didn't give me any excuses, of course, for poor performance. But no, it's a lovely circuit. It's one of the best in the world, isn't it?
Oh, 100%, yes. So talk us through, you're ex-CEO of Aston Martin. What do you think of our cars that we're bringing out later on this year? We've got the Caterham EV,
yep,
which is a 7 but an electric one. And then we've got Project V, which is going to be unveiled at Goodwood Festival Speed.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see. I was responsible for the Nissan Leaf when I was Chief Operating Officer at Nissan. And of course, have known Bob Lashley, your CEO, for, let's say, a lot longer than I'd like to think about. But I think what Caterham is doing, what he's doing with the new series is looking good. EV, it's kind of inevitable that we're, as an industry, going to end up there. But how do you keep the spirit of Caterham with an EV is the key test. And of course, I think that's about lightness. It's about getting the weight out, making the car still light, but have all the performance that you can get out of an EV car. The new one, the V, the concept car, I'm looking forward to seeing that at Goodwood. I confess that I've seen a photograph, so I know what it looks like, and I definitely know it's worth waiting for. I think it's really good. Takes the group in a new direction, but keeps the spirit of Caterham, which is really important.
Definitely. Well, it's lovely to hear from you. Thank you for talking to us.
My pleasure.
And good luck for the rest of the season.
I need all the luck I can get. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we'll be back shortly with some more information from the paddock. Right, welcome back to us. I've got Ian with me. We're going to have a little walk through the Caterham paddock and show you what goes on behind the scenes and what everyone's up to on this lunch break.
Well, actually, Sam, let's ask, how are you doing today as well? Because we don't often get a chance to talk, do we? I'll be doing F4, of course, we've got the ROWE Britcar Trophy race coming up a little bit later. You've been covering off the Caterhams. Have you had a good day?
I have. The racing has been fantastic. It's so close. But what is interesting here at Silverstone, because the tow is so strong for these guys here, you know, you have no idea who's going to come out on top, and it could be out of 5 cars, whereas at other tracks you've got a pretty good idea who's going to win.
The Caterham racing is so exciting, isn't it? And the wind's just started to pick up now in the lunch break as well. I wonder if that's going to have a little bit of an impact later. Let's take a walk, shall we?
Let's walk and talk. So we've got on our left here, we've got some. This is 270R Championship guys, and these guys will be running themselves, so they won't really have any team support. They do it all themselves. Whether they trailer the car.
I wonder, have we got Harry? We grab Harry, don't run away.
Don't go anywhere.
Is it hot enough for you, Harry?
Yeah. Yeah, it's very hot. Just cooled down a little bit over there, but it's all right. Yeah.
Well, hopefully you're going to have another win this afternoon.
Yeah, that's the plan. So yeah, I think stay out of trouble for the most of it is the main plan, and then sort of fight for that position on the last lap and see what happens. Yeah.
Make sure you're not in the front on the last lap.
Yeah, that might be the trick. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Excellent. We'll let you move back. Thank you. See you later.
Hey, Sam, I was very worried about your knee there.
I'm used to it now. I'm used to that. Yeah. You do have to be very careful bending down and just even touching that, I'd lose all the skin on my leg. But yes,
obviously Harry Cook had a good race then.
Fantastic race
in his class.
Yeah, and he said he was on for. He would have liked 3 wins this weekend. Okay. So it didn't go to plan yesterday, but he has got 1 win in the bag, and hopefully 1 more this afternoon if he can pull it off. But obviously there's some other people that are very much wanting to win. So here we've got Williams Motorsport. So these are for the guys that want to have full team support.
Yeah.
So it could either be they run 270s and 310s and some 420s as well. So which we're missing on this weekend.
So is this almost pay as you drive then, essentially? Is that the Williams set up for them?
I'd imagine you'd pay them a budget for the season to transport your car, bring it to every race, repair it if there's any damage, or do any setup changes. And some of them have engineers as well, and driver coaches going through all the data where you've gone wrong. All right.
We've got Laura Payne over here. I wonder if we can grab Laura. Can you just come here, please? We are live as well, so please don't swear. It's lovely to see you. Tell us about your role within catering, because you're always busy, aren't you?
Yes, I am a coordinator, so I run around the paddock and make sure everyone is where they're supposed to be.
Well, you do a great job of it. Where do we get one of these as well, by the way?
I don't know, where would you get one?
Maybe speak nicely to Laura.
No, this saves my legs.
Well, I suppose you better get off now, actually, because not too long to go for the next race. So do you call everybody? How early do you have to call everybody to get them in order in assembly?
They have to be in assembly 20 minutes before their race, so I'm heading down there now.
So that's now.
It is, yeah.
Excellent. Right, we'll let you get on. See you in a bit. So you can.
My favourite area, by the way.
Lunch. Yeah.
Lunch. Let's keep going down, shall we? Watch your back as well, John. We don't want you to get hit or anything. What's on the menu today? There's fruit there, there's sausage rolls in there.
I had a lovely breakfast in there this morning, actually.
Did you?
Yes, I had porridge.
I think let's go and have it. They won't mind, will they?
They won't mind us going in here. Maybe we could speak to Steve. He's one of our scrutineers before he grabs his lunch. Oh. No, he's too busy looking at. He's avoiding us. He said they're all avoiding us.
You can't run away. You can't run away. You've got to come to us, Mr. We are live.
Yeah, no, they're all moving away. I wouldn't talk to Bob, our CEO, but he is behind having his lunch. But one person we can speak to quickly, Paul Woodman from Love Cars. Hello, Paul. So missing you in the championship this year, but are you going to come back?
Well, I hope so. It'd be nice to get a sponsor if anyone wants to sponsor me, but as always. But no, I hope so. It's amazing. I love watching it. They're so tight, the races, all the races, always. It's amazing. But I would prefer to be amongst it, that's for sure. Fighting in the mid-pack, as I always was.
Yeah.
What do you mean, yeah?
You're not supposed to front as well.
Thank you. You're not supposed to agree.
Right, so what are you having for lunch? You got
Well, so far I've got some potatoes. They look very nice.
Yeah, lovely.
And I'm going for some salad, bit of a ploughman's today. So
nice.
yeah,
On
good.
this warm day.
We could do with seeing you out there driving one year. Academy, maybe?
Maybe. I would do Academy.
You wouldn't do Academy.
I
because
would.
You're too good for Academy.
No, I'm not.
You've had a racing licence for how long?
I haven't had a racing licence.
There you go. Sam Parker, Academy 2024. And I'll do road sport. No, I won't. I'll do 270.
Okay.
Perfect. That's a deal. That's a contract.
Thank you, Paul. I'll let you enjoy your lunch.
There we go. So the challenge is on now. I'm afraid you're going to have to be out.
Partake in Caterham Academy. I would do Academy. I've never had a race licence, so that is the championship I would go into.
Right.
I'd want to start at the beginning.
Yeah, me too, actually. Definitely. For those who don't know where we are, we're actually just outside the main pit straight, aren't we? So
Yeah.
we're just outside it because we've got F4 just the other side of these trucks here, and then we've got all the Britcar Trophy cars over there as well. We've got that 2-hour race coming up a little bit later, but we've got a couple more Caterham races still to go, haven't we?
We have. We've got two more. 270s and 310s, so they are all getting ready now because they're like we spoke to Laura, so they'll be called very shortly, won't they?
Well, in that case, I guess we better let you go actually, because you're going to go catch up with them over at Assembly, are you? Or?
I will do. Yes, I will be interviewing a few of them before their race.
Fantastic. So there you go. When we come back, you won't be with me. Fortunately, you'll be with Sam, which is even better. So there we go. And that race coming up very soon. Thanks for watching, guys. See you in a bit.
Thank you.
Gets the winner's trophy. Speaking of David and Colin, they are the winning team, and to represent them onto the podium, thank you very much. A team representative from ROWE Britcar. Well done, team's winners, and going for a presentation of the trophy with a handshake. That's it. That's only the presentation of the overall trophy and team. They're all banked up together on great as well. On the second step of the podium, number 28 down the left. Congratulations, Tara.
Right, everybody, we've come down to the Britcar Trophy Championship hospitality area because we know sim racing is a big deal. In fact, I spoke to Deegan Fairclough in the British F4 Championship. That's how he earned his seat via sim racing. So what we're going to do is chat to Sim Dynamics. They're very close, of course, to the British Endurance Championship and the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship. We've got David here now. Now, I believe, David, are you the lap record holder on this?
Yes, currently, yes.
Now, I'm going to put you off, aren't I, doing this? But tell us a little bit about this rig, because I think you told me yesterday it's about a £10,000 setup.
Yes, with everything here, so the PC, the frame, and the hardware, is roughly around about 10,000. So it's mid-tier, but it's high-end for some people getting into it.
Now, for people getting into it, we know Deegan through F4, he earned his seat via sim racing. It really is becoming a viable way to make it into motorsport on real-life circuits, isn't it?
Oh, most certainly. It allows you to keep doing, like, just load up the computer, get into racing, and just keep doing laps and laps and laps. Builds up consistency, and it's a really good tool, especially for the modern age, and hopefully more people get into it.
And even at a rig like this at £10,000, it's a lot cheaper than real life motorsport too.
Yes, believe it or not, it's a lot cheaper, and it's a great way for people to train. If you can't go abroad, you can just load up a simulator which has that track, get it downloaded, and just drive to your heart's content.
Tell us a little bit more about Sim Dynamics then. What is it you guys do other than providing the rigs?
So Simon, who owns it, he does actually cater the rigs to the drivers' needs. So if they have a certain series, he will download the appropriate software and simulators for it. But he'll also set up the steering wheel, because we use direct drives. He'll set it up so hopefully should feel exactly like your car, but it will cater to the client's needs.
That is pretty impressive, isn't it? Now we're on the Silverstone GP circuit, just like we are here for this afternoon's ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship race. What's your fastest time you've ever done on the sim here?
This weekend with R Factor 2, my fastest is the 2016, which I said yesterday when it was slightly cooler in here. But on different sims, Assetto Corsa, I think I've done the 157s and GT3s. It's all sims are slightly different, but you can take the braking point and turning points, they're pretty similar.
Has anybody got close to you this weekend?
No.
We saw a chap yesterday, I think he was doing 208s, wasn't he? And then Truman, actually, our cameraman, said he did a 210. That's not bad, is it?
Well, it's not bad. If it's someone that's not into it, they don't know the track. It's all about learning the track and where to, optimize using all the lines. So it's just about learning it, especially the gears as well. So it's just practice.
I'm going to let you crack on because you've just done a 203, so it's my fault you're going 2 seconds a lap slower. Right, don't forget that 2-hour ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship race is coming up, and it is going to be sweltering. It's going to be an absolute cracker. Dave Goddard's going to call the action. We'll be in the pits for live driver reaction. See you soon.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the home of British Motorsport here at Silverstone on BARC TV. We're getting ready for the 4 races taking place across the course of this very warm summer afternoon. It's like an oven outside, thank goodness for air conditioning in the commentary box, eh Chris?
Yeah, I've nipped out to grab some food, and yeah, I'm quite happy to be back in here now in the nice cool breeze of the commentary box and ready for some more Caterham action then. So it's the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7270R Championship, their second race today, their last race for this weekend, and we've already had Chiddix winning both races so far, and it's been a couple of different places. So Charlie Lower making it back onto the podium in our last race we saw this morning, as well as Kendall maintaining his 2 third places. But plenty more action, another 20 minutes of action, and we've seen how much they can pack into that 20 minutes.
Yes indeed, so the grid lines up with Freddie Chiddix going for a hat-trick on pole position. This grid based on the result of the race we saw earlier on today. Charlie Lower alongside him in the number 21. They were well clear of everybody else earlier on. Second row of the grid, 35, Mark Kendall, who's hopefully reattached his nose cone and other bits of car that fell off in the earlier race, and Roger Patke goes alongside him. Row 3, David Rook, number 45, and 72, Theo Theato. Then on row 4 of the grid, 96, Peter Mott, and number 2, Mark Jones, came through from the back of the grid to 8th place in the first race today, so he'll be a factor here. James Cook and Alex Vincent completing the top 10. Row 6 got number 11, Stephen Merritt, and 14 of Jonathan Ramsey. Row 7, Joe Priday and Mark Williams, 84 and 46. On row 8 of the grid we have 27, Chris Efremidis, the Greek driver, alongside 53, Michael Chaplin. Row 9, 71, Giles Perry, and number 19 of Paul Higginbottom. Row 10 is 99, Toby Boys, and 22, Louise Deason. On the 11th row, number 6, Marcus Eels, and 48, Richard Hoare. 12th row, 65, Lydia Gould, and 44, Ian Summers, survived a spin at the loop in the earlier race. Then row 13, Andy Palmer, 63, 23, Alan Bateman, and 88, Charlie Vincent lines up at the back of the field. Now I reckon the man to watch in this race could well be Theo Theato, number 72 from the 3rd row.
Yeah, he made up some of those places, didn't he, in the first one? Always spectacular out there himself, and Roger Patke, who came through late in that race, didn't he? But it's Freddie Chiddix and Charlie Lowe dominated the race this morning. I also caught up with Lydia Gould. She finished in 23rd after the race this morning, and she was just saying how absolutely she's back in after having a knee operation, and she's saying how just one little mistake cost you so many places around here at Silverstone, given how many cars we pack into such a short amount of space. But I think Chiddix and Lowe will be looking to do the same thing again, won't they? They'll be looking to tidy and work together, and you know that people like Theo Theato and Peter Mott are going to be working to try and stop them from doing that.
So they get underway with their green flag lap then. There's Alan Bateman, number 23 at the back of the field. Thanks again to Mission Motorsport, the Forces Motorsport charity, who have raised so much money over the years, founded by Major James Cameron. They've raced in all manner of motorsport, everything from MX-5s to Caterhams to the Citroen C1 24 hours. I remember them fielding a couple of cars at Rockingham, the sadly missed Northamptonshire venue several years ago.
Absolutely, and while I'm watching a green flag marshal there, this is why it's called the green flag lap. All the marshals supposed to be showing those green flags. So my chance to say a huge thank you to all of the Orange Army and everyone out there on behalf of all the drivers, Caterham specifically, but you know, everyone out here today. We can't do what we love to do without them, and we love them for that. And thank you, especially in these really hot conditions. Okay, it's not wet and miserable, but they're suffering in the heat today. So make sure that you get lots of water on board. But again, thank you so much for all you do.
The cars head through Stowe Corner then. Freddie Chiddix, the grey and red car in pole position. Charlie Lower, the black car with the blue nose. They were the class of the field in this morning's race, finishing a long way clear of the rest of the field. We'll see what let's take on the results sheets, what the exact margin was there. 15 seconds clear of everybody else.
Virtually unheard of, but because they were working together and the chase pack were absolutely stumbling over each other. We've seen how wide the Silverstone circuit is, and when you don't use the full width of it, you carry significantly less speed through, and so they managed to fire off, and it was all down to pretty much the last minute they decided who was going to win that race, and it was Chiddix who came out on top.
So 3/4 of the way round there. Green flag lap then. Other colours for leading cars. Mark Kendall is in bright green. Roger Patke is in his familiar pink, the Academy champion of last year, who decided to skip the step of road sport, go straight up into the 270R class. David Rook is in red and black, number 45. Theo Theato is in orange. Peter Mott in black and white. Mark Jones in black and red. I think he'll be a factor here started last in this morning's race because he missed qualifying in race 1 yesterday due to family commitments, and managed to breeze through the field into the top 10. James Cook with the familiar Welsh flag liveried car in row 5 alongside the Dayglow yellow and grey car driven by Alex Vincent, number 17. So those are the colours for your top 10 on the grid.
Alex Vincent's got a kind of green Union Jack on the back, so that's where he can easy to spot him. Like you say, Mark Jones coming through in his grey paddle up machinery. Watch to see whether he can make his way up in that number 2 car. But plenty of people to keep an eye out for, and one thing we know is that it's been unpredictable today. But the most consistent has been Freddie Chiddick's managed to get those 2 wins, but there'll be plenty of drivers seeing the opportunity here. 3rd race for them, last opportunity today for them to get out there before we see them again at Thruxton on the 29th and 30th of July, so looking forward to that. But yeah, another game of chess for them. 20 minutes of this Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R Championship.
Yeah, certainly the fastest games of chess you will ever see. Into position then, ready for 20 minutes of racing. The Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R Championship. Chiddicks versus Lower from the front row once again. Mark Kendall with 2 podiums so far this weekend. Out to stop them, the green car with the blue roll cage. Can Rog Patke get his first win at this level? The pink car there on the left of your screens, positioned ready to attack down the inside, ready to rumble once again here on the Silverstone circuits. Looks like everybody is just about in position, ready for a start. Here we go. Down towards the first corner at Copse. So Lower getting away well, and just about slotted in front of Freddie Chiddicks on the run into the first corner. 3 wide for second place. David Rook coming up on the outside. The 96 around the outside there is Peter Mott as they head out towards the Beckett's complex for the first time. It looks as though it's Charlie Lower who has got the lead, but Freddie Chiddick swarms up alongside him. He goes through, up into the lead there. Kendall is in 3rd place. Patke is in 4th, and slotting into 5th is David Rook. Then Theo Theato in the orange number 72 car. Then it's Peter Mott in 7th place. Everybody through Beckett's okay for the first time. Then we'll see them start to fan out slipstream down the hanger straight.
Quite consistently we've seen whoever leads into the first corner doesn't lead by the time they get to Beckett. It is Chiddicks on the outside there. They're not giving each other any toe, are they? But Patke's chosen Chiddicks' toe, and it looks like Kendall's chosen Lower as they head down into Stowe. We saw the outside line working, but Lower has the momentum, and it's going to be Rog Patke who takes over from Kendall in that 3rd place. Kendall dropping to 4th, then Rook, and then Theo Theato as they flow around Stowe now down into Vale for the first time.
They head up towards the Vale and Club complex then. Trying to move through on the inside is Mark Kendall from 4th place, but it's Rog Patke who holds that 3rd position. Chiddicks just ahead of Lower at the front of the field, but only just. David Rook finishes the top 5, then it's Theo Theato behind him in 6th position. So a slightly more reserved start this time compared to the earlier race, it has to be said. Charlie Lower tries to make a move at Abbey, but doesn't quite make it down the inside. Chiddicks, the championship leader, continues to lead the way. He's just behind Charlie Lower by a couple of points coming into this weekend in the championship table. Yes, there was only 1 point between them, so Chiddicks will have leapfrogged into the championship lead with his 2 wins so far this weekend. Patke's in 3rd place. Then we've got Mark Kendall, David Rook, there's Theato. The number 17 of Alex Vincent from 10th on the grid has come through into 7th place ahead of Peter Mott in that sort of black and white, almost camouflage liveried car in 8th position. Mark Jones is in behind him. They head down the Wellington Straight, and Freddie Chiddicks on the inside line. Charlie Lower around the outside. He cuts across into Brooklands. He's going to get the car stopped there at Brooklands. That was a daring bit of driving. We know how strong he is through the Brooklands section, and Charlie Lower takes the lead.
His tyre will not be appreciating that though. We saw a couple of lockups. He drifted a little bit wide. He will have some momentum around that side of Chiddicks. But we got Kendall spinning in the middle of the pack there. He just lost the rear end of his car as they're exiting. And there's some gravel in the background. Maybe someone having to dive to avoid him. So Kendall's going to have to regather that all up. He's not going to be on the podium. One of the cars is left out there. Who is that? Is that Mark Jones? No, it's 14. That's Ramsey, isn't it? I think.
Yes, Jonathan Ramsey, unfortunately.
So he had to go into the gravel to avoid a spinning Kendall, and that's going to be, I think, probably the end of his road, certainly from a competitive point of view.
As the timber businessman from Lancashire out of the race, sadly, as Chiddicks and Lower go side by side once again on the road to Beckett's. Chiddicks takes up the running. Here comes Rog Patke having a look on the inside. He won't be close enough to attack there. David Rook is in 4th place. A bit of a hole in the field created by that spin for Mark Kendall. We'll take a look down the timing screen. I don't think Kendall has... no, he has got going again. He's down in 25th position, so we'll see him do a burn from the stern, as they say in American racing here, to try and come through. One of the car that didn't take the start, incidentally, was number 88, Charles Vincent, from the back of the field. Side by side then for the lead into Stoke Corner. It's Charlie Lowe around the outside who takes it up. Patke third, Rook fourth. There's Alex Vincent attacking Theo Theato in the fight for 5th position. It's Peter Mott, I think, in 7th ahead of Stephen Merritt. He's running well, one of our newcomers this season. Let's have a look again. Watch for the green car of Mark Kendall in 5th position. He was sideways all the way round Luffield 2 there. Just couldn't quite save it. It was Vincent that went wide initially to avoid him. So Jonathan Ramsey clipped the back of somebody else, and that's why he went off, as they all bottled up behind.
It just concertinaed, didn't it? A wing go flying there.
Something flew off there.
To the edge of the track, so one of the front wings there gone a miss. Won't be missed by that driver, and it's gone to the outside of the track, so all good. But Chiddix is heading this field with the red nose cone of the Boss colour, chased by the Quad Lock in 2nd place. These front 4, they do still have that gap over the field, but they'll be wanting to see whether they can stretch that before the field have a chance to regroup. Mott's still firmly ensconced in that battle there, and Merritt, as you say, Merritt is new into the championship, and to come and fight in the front of these competitive fields is no mean feat, and there he goes, feeling like he's been here all along. But great result for him in the 270R championship so far.
Side by side, and again Lower, just as we saw on the first lap, cuts across going into Brooklands. That's quite a daring move. One false move and you'll make contact, but Lower's got that judged to perfection there. He holds the lead. Roger Patke is up there in 3rd position, then it's Rook, and then I think it's Vincent still there in 5th place. So a slightly more spread out field than we saw in the earlier races this weekend. I'm just waiting to see if there's a yellow flag there coming through Woodcote because of the stranded car. I think the marshals have got that clear, so we're okay through there. Chiddix on the inside retakes the lead. So even with that good move through Brooklands each time, he can't hold it down the straight. He gets slipstreamed by Chiddix every time. He's got to leave his move as late as possible between these two, Lower and Chiddix, to try and make it stick. They're side by side again. It's as if they're tied together with a bit of string, isn't it?
They're definitely working again to see where they can string this field out. They've got they worked out how in the earlier race how to spread this field out, and the least they can squabble, the more it spreads out, the more opportunities they have to get that podium. But Theo there ahead of Vincent and Mott, and there's a bit of a wonky nose cone there as well as they head out onto the hangar straight this time. But it's going to be Lower and Chiddix still at the front. Patke just desperately holding on, and Rook, he had a bit of a disappointing end to that last race, didn't he? But he's back now firmly in this front battle.
First 4 are broken away. Here's the fight for 5th. Here comes Theo Theato through on the inside at Stoke Corner, up in 5th position ahead of Alex Vincent. Looks like it's possibly Peter Mott still in there in 7th place behind them, battling with James Cook in the number 15. There's Cook on the left, the black, red, white and green car with the Welsh flag livery, the man from Newport in the south of Wales. Swings its way through the club complex. The first 4 have definitely got a sizable breakaway on here. Here they come, and who's that on the inside there? That's a slowing car. Oh, that's Ramsey, isn't it? He's got going again, but he's touring round to the pits. That looks like Jonathan Ramsey.
I wonder whether he's just letting them go through, but he didn't look like he'd collected the barrier or anything. But equally, a disappointing day for him in this final outing for the 270Rs for him. But he'll be back out in action at Thruxton, no doubt, as Vincent now heads Theo Theato. This is the second chase group on the track, and there's contact there between, I think that was Vincent, was that, and
yes, Theato's gone around. Disaster for Theo Theato. He's not had a lot of luck this weekend. He stalled at the start of yesterday's race and had to fight his way back up the order, then had to contend with the loose nose cone as well. So Theo Theato, a bit of frustration for one of the relative newcomers to Caterham racing over the last couple of years. Side by side between a couple of pairings there down the straight into Brooklyn. That's Stephen Merritt under fire. I think that's possibly is that the 99? It's come through. No, it's not. It's the 84 Joe Priday getting into the battle. He had a non-finish yesterday, so he's had to fight his way up the order in the other 2 races. We'll see again what happened here.
So just, I think it was, is it Vincent up the inside? Just a little bit of an overlap, and as Theo Theato is just sent spinning around the rest of the field. It's Mott that had contact with him.
Vincent was just in
Mott
front.
that just caught the rear as Theo Theato turned into that corner, therefore, and sent him spinning around. That's going to be he was already behind the lead group, so he's certainly not going to be figuring on the podiums, all things being equal now. Chiddick's got a bit of a comfortable lead here on screen now, just ahead of Lower, but we know that will disappear pretty rapidly. But it's Chiddick who wants to take 3 from 3 in this race. Can he do it?
Peter Mott losing a few places as a result of that. The big winner on the previous lap was Joe Priday. He's up into 8th position now, gained 4 places on the last lap. Theato's going again. He's down to 20th place as a result of that spin, so no major damage. He's been able to keep going as they weave their way down the hanger straight again, as if they're on a green flag lap, keeping their tyres warm. This to try and break the toe and stop people slipstreaming past them. Here's the second group headed up by Vincent. It's James Cook in 6th, Michael Chaplin, who had a bit of a mishap on the last lap and dropped to 16th in the race earlier on. He's up into about 7th place now, and there with a wing flapping away, I think that's Mark Jones behind him.
Well, Joe Priday is in the sister car. It looks just like Mark Jones's, and actually Priday's ahead of Mark Jones by a few places on the timing screen, so that would be the Priday car involved in that battle. But nevertheless, Chiddick's making a hanger straight, probably about 30 to 40 metres longer by all that weaving, but it just shows how powerful the toe is that he was able to keep out in front because they weren't able to follow him. He's trying to protect his toe, but he's not going to be able to do it. This is the chase battle again. Vincent with Chaplin and Cook there all battling as they head through Abbey this time through and heading up to the loop. It is Vincent that heads this mini group with Chaplin down the inside, then it's Cook on the outside, and then just behind them that's the number 84 of Priday. So that is the Mark Jones car lookalike. It's the other paddle up car, and he's lost a few wings on his way to this position.
That's the 84 of Priday, just ahead there of number 11 of Steve Merritt, who's enjoying, I think he said earlier it was his debut weekend, the man from Oxfordshire. He's chasing hard at the bottom end of the top 10. Peter Mott behind him, recovering after that bit of a tangle with Theo Theato earlier on. They're going to try and go 3 wide, maybe down into Brooklands there, but no, Priday moves back to the inside. Chaplin has got the place away from James Cook into Brooklands. We reach half distance, 10 minutes of this race to go. Freddie Chiddick and Charlie Lower continuing to scrap it out for the lead at the head of the field. Rog Patke currently holding that 3rd place as the leaders go over the line. We'll see what the gap is. Chiddick's ahead of Lower by 0.4 of a second. New fastest lap for Charlie Lower, 2:31.157, and now Patke and Rook, if anything, starting to get just a little bit closer there to the back of the 2 leaders. They don't want them to get away again and win by 15 seconds, these 2. The gap back to Vincent is now just over 5 seconds, so it's a breakaway of 4 at the front. It's a bit like a stage of the Tour de France, isn't it? You've got the breakaway at the front, and then the rest of the peloton trying to catch them up.
There's only 3 podium-paying positions at the front here as well. Fastest lap is important in Caterham. That's an extra point on your championship total, and you've seen how hard it is to keep and maintain a position here, so an extra point is definitely worthwhile having as they come absolutely side by side onto the straight. Chiddick's holding to the inside, and maybe even we'll get the double toe as he just skips along the back. I think he is going to get round the outside now. It's not, Charlie Lowe has still got the overlap, but there is an opportunity on the hanger straight to get that double toe as they head down, but they've had plenty of opportunity today to race as the pack behind continue to squabble, and therefore will continue to lose time to that lead group as Priday moves forward again. So he's just behind Chaplin and Vincent there, but it's all coming back together in this chase group.
Yes, they were almost 5 wide there into the right-hander at Stowe. See the 4 cars in the breakaway for the lead ahead of them. Still just about Vincent that's got the place for 5th position ahead of Chaplin. It's Priday up into 7th place. Down the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight they come further back. We've got Chris Efremidis, the Greek driver, holding off. I think that's Mark Jones trying to recover up the order after a bit of a slip earlier on. Battling his way through has been a feature of his weekend. He's had to do it twice today. He slipped back at the start, and the 45 car, David Rook, has got a wing hanging off there. He's run wide into the loop as well. It's lost him a little bit of ground. So here comes the battle for 5th, and Vincent under intense pressure now. Well, he was under intense pressure from Michael Chaplin, who just made a mistake and slid wide there into the loop.
Yeah, he just didn't hook up the inside of the line there again. Remember, we're well over halfway distance now. These Avon ZZS tyres will be crying foul as Charlie Lower once again proves he's the master of Brooklands this weekend so far. He's flinging it around the outside, he's flinging it down the inside, and Chiddick's watching him go, but it is this 2 that have kind of firmly pulled ahead of the chase 2 of Patke and Rook, who are going to be fighting out for that final position. Charlie Lower still maintains that lap at the moment, but Chiddick's coming round his outside as they head through Woodcote this time through, see whether he can take that fastest lap back.
So these two starting to pull away slightly now. They're a couple of seconds clear of Rog Patke in third place, side by side with David Rook, and Chiddick's retakes the lead around the outside again, coming down the straight there. Seems to be so much stronger on the outside line, does the Boss Racing car. They head up towards Maggots and Beckett's. Here comes Charlie Lower. What's he going to do into Maggots? Yep, goes through once again. They swap places for fun, these two, in every race.
Yeah, from on board, it is all about the momentum, you know, and you've got to almost get a clearer view from your onboard rather than from a camera angle outside, and it's about where you're carrying that extra speed. And if you've got to run around the outside, even though it's the longer run in a Caterham, once you've got that extra 5 miles an hour and you're side by side, well, you're going to continue to maintain that. And as they continue to work together, though, they're not really fighting hard against each other at the moment. They've known how to do this. We saw them move to like a 15-second lead. They're now a couple of seconds ahead of their chase group, who are already still another sort of 5 seconds or 6 seconds ahead of the group behind them.
Towards the Vale, they were side by side through Stowe Corner. Once again, it's Chiddick who comes out with the lead this time. Rog Patke under fire from David Rook. They're still scrapping for third place, and then everybody else is trying to be fifth, with Alex Vincent coming under fire, trying to get around the outside of him there. We'll pick up who that is in a moment. Here come your leaders down towards Abbey Curve, down towards Farm and Village. It's Chaplin in sixth position further back, then Pride and the rest off. Battle of third between Rog Patke and slightly damaged car of David Rook, and a man with a wing hanging off. Still Chiddix has got the lead, only just ahead of Charlie Lowe, with David Rook jinking around in the wake of the pink number 29 car as they battle for third position. 5.5 minutes of this race to go, and again David Rook one's wide. He always does there.
He's trying to take the slingshot, isn't he, out of the corner, and it's sort of helping him a little bit, but you almost want to be sat a little bit further off the rear of the car as you're joining the straight, so that you've got then that little bit of run and momentum. So you'll often see, actually, if you're 4 car lengths off, that's actually a better place to be. This time through, we see Chiddix has worked out how to get into Brooklands in the lead as Lower watches him do that, and they're going to be analysing each other. They're moving into this final 5 minutes, but as we saw in the race number 2, they kind of left it to the very last minute before they actually started shuffling things around for the actual race lead. But it continues to be Patke who leads Rook, and has done for quite a few laps now, and this chase group haven't really got any closer, so it's all kind of become stationary, and this chase group are a bit more strung out where they're trying to chase down and maximise their speed. So it's 2 for the lead, and then it's 2 for that final podium paying positions, and then it's everyone who wants the position for 5th.
David Rook getting closer again to the back of the 29 car of Rog Patke for that third place. Less than half a second in it for the lead between Chiddix and Lower. Is Rook going to make his move here as they come into Maggots corner? Yes, he is. He's going to make it stick. Yes, David Rook up into third position. Further back, I can tell you, Michael Chaplin, we just caught a glimpse in the background, has got ahead of Alex Vincent for 5th place. Then it's Pride, Cook, Boys, and Peter Motts has dropped down into 10th position. Here comes that group out of Beckett's. Side by side, though, for the lead, and Chiddix nearly edged onto the grass there to the right of the Hanger Straight, the left as we look at it, as they come into Stowe Corner. Still Charlie Lower that's got the lead, and Patke back up the inside, retakes 3rd position, retaking 5th position around the outside is Alex Vincent. Chaplin will fight back. There's Pride in his wake, number 84. Then it's the number 15 of James Cook. In behind him is number 99 Toby Boys in the Matt Blythe Motorsport car. You recognise his cars by the white wheels. Into club they come, the 5th place fights. Very close indeed between about 7 of them.
It's definitely the on-track action is in that chase pack down there, with these wheelbarrow racing going on between this lead of the race and for that final podium playing position. But this little battle pack have actually been again swapping around. It's not quite as tight as they were earlier in the race. Again, some of their tyres will be crying enough, and it's the temperature is rising as the day goes on all the way through. We are scheduled for maybe some rain, but I don't think that's going to be during the action out here on track. I think that's going to be into the evening, but right now everyone's cooking in their race overalls, no doubt. We saw some tired drivers after the first opening races of today, and we can pretty sure they're going to be a bit out of breath on the podium today as well in this race.
Yeah, probably rain while I'm trying to drive home, knowing my luck recently as the cars head along the Wellington Straight. Once again, looks like it is going to be last lap at this time. The leaders have already gone through. This is the fight for 5th place. Michael Chaplin under fire from The number 17 of Alex Vincent tries to get ahead there on the outside, doesn't quite manage it. Prix coming under fire from Cook. As they battle their way through the top four, you can just glimpse them there in the background, see what the order is as they take the timing line this time. Chiddick ahead of Lower by 0.08 of a second. Here they go onto what will be their final lap. It's Rog Patke still in third position, just ahead of David Rook, who was having a look to the inside as they came towards Copse Corner down the National Pit Straight. And once again, it is just between these two at the front of the field. Here comes Lower once again. He's got that move down to a fine art as well, hasn't he, through Maggots?
Where does he want to lead, though? If he leads here onto Hanger Straight, it probably means he's going to be in second place by the time they get out there. But second place is going to be the right place to be for the second half of this lap. They're going to try and manage each other. And I've been in early races before where you both try and go as slow as you can. And they've got a bit of a gap there, haven't they, to the chase group. So they don't have to worry about the cars behind. They're going to be working out between themselves who wants to be in the lead. It is going to be Chiddicks who leads going into Hanger, but they do look like they're having a thought process going on, and maybe Chiddicks will try and let him go through and this before they get to Wellington Straight. I think it's whoever's going into Brooklands has the best chance, but we've even seen overtakes happen before the start-finish line, haven't we?
Well, every time Lower's managed to dive his way into the lead at Brooklands, he hasn't led over the line. It's been Chiddicks by a few hundreds, so that may not be the system he wants. He may want to hang back through Brooklands, Charlie Lower, if he's behind, and make the move coming out of Luffield into Woodgate if he can get the slipstream.
We've seen how the wind direction can really have a big effect. We heard from Mansberger earlier on that they weren't getting sumptuous a draft down into Brooklands, so maybe the draft is helping across to the start-finish line today. So again, they'll be assessing where is their car fast and slow, but it is definitely for these two for the lead coming into the loop for this time through.
Here they come then into the loop, and Chiddicks moves up on the outside. Charlie Lower that's got the advantage at the moment. They're always side by side into the left-hander in the final lap of this Mission Motorsport Caterham 7270R Championship final race of the weekend. Up to the outside goes Freddie Chiddicks. Charlie Lower, has he got the position he wanted here? Does he want to be leading going into Brooklands? Here comes Chiddicks. He's going to go to the outside into Brooklands. He's going to go all the way around him. What's Lower going to do to counter this? He keeps to the inside line. There won't be room for him to defend the position. He's right up on the curb, and Lower back up the inside. We nearly loses the rear. He's going to try and stay alongside, but Chiddicks is going to go the long way round on this final turn. They're going to finish side by side. Surely Chiddicks sprints ahead around the outside through Luffield. That's an excellent bit of driving by Freddie Chiddicks. Charlie Lower's gamble didn't work, and it's going to be a hat-trick for Freddie Chiddicks in the 66. He makes it 3 wins out of 3. Frustrates Charlie Lower to win by 0.244 of a second. And well, the man from Manningtree in the southeast has taken 3 wins out of 3. Rog Patke holds off David Rook to take that third place. And I think we may have lost Michael Chaplin on the final lap. He's dropping down the timing screen. It's Vincent that takes 5th position. 6th, it is Peter Mott. Where did he come from? James Cook 7th, then Pride 8th, Merrick 9th, and Mark Jones in 10th. So we've lost Chaplin and we've lost Toby Boys as well. They're slipping down the timing screen. So they've tangled somewhere around the final lap. We were concentrating on the lead battle, so it may well have been a collision further back. There's a bit of debris there.
Yeah,
on
it looks
the
like it might be a blue bit of wing or something going on there. So yeah, maybe it did. But Chiddicks worked a masterpiece there, actually, as he went through into Brooklands. He took that outside line. He held on round the outside, and even though Lower tried his best to stick it down the inside of Luffield, Chiddicks just had the outside momentum and carried it all the way through. Here is a bit of a replay going on from earlier in the race. There is Charlie Lower sweeping around the outside. You saw they're absolutely on the limit of what his tyres would give him. So these are some of the race highlights we've got, tucking down the inside this pack of cars all heading through. That was where Kendall lost it in the middle of the pack, and that actually sent everyone scattering. A bit of contact here between Mott and Theo Theato as they went up into the loop that time through, and Theo Theato sent spinning around. He tried to recover. This was the battle that we had for the final podium paying position. It was Rog behind at this point with just ahead of him, and they were battling all the way towards the tail end of this race for that final, which Patke would come out on top of with this chase group. There is Chaplin, so he was still in the race at this point. point, but we lost him later on in the latter part of the race. Didn't see what happened to him, but here is that lead battle again, a masterclass from these two. They've been up front for the majority of this season, and in fact all through their road sports as well. They were absolutely paired like this. They're very used to each other's driving, and here was that move around the outside, then absolutely managed to hold on. Charlie thought he had the momentum, he had the overlap, but Chiddix was wise enough to go to the outside once more, and it just gave him that little bit of extra speed and momentum as they headed out of that corner, out onto the start-finish straight, and therefore he came home for a victory. That is 3 from 3 for Freddie Chiddix.
Congratulations to Freddie Chiddix. Then we'll check out the provisional result then. Chiddix ahead of lower by 0.24 of a second. Rog Patke, I think that's his first podium in 270R, I believe, in that third place ahead of David Rook. We'll check that in a second. Alex Vincent in 5th ahead of Peter Mott. Then James Cook, Joe Priday, Stephen Merritt and Mark Jones completing the top 10. Theo Theato slipped down to 12th after a spin, recovering from 20th place though, to his credit, behind Chris Ephraim. Mark Kendall, who completed the top 15 after his spin early on. There's a couple of retirements there. We lost Jonathan Ramsey after his trip into the gravel. He pulled the car into the pits, and we lost Michael Chaplin and Toby Boys on the final lap.
Rog got a podium on the very opening race of the season. Came from Academy into 270 and got on that podium alongside Matt Larby, the other person who came up from the Academy. And so, yeah, good to see him back on the podium.
Thank you very much, Chris, for going to the statistical side of things there. Let's head down to Parc Fermé with Sam.
Good afternoon. Well, what another fantastic race. And I do feel like Charlie and Freddie put on a display for us, you know. We don't know who's going to end up in first, although out that last few corners, I think Freddie did have a bit more of a lead than he has been. So there they are, congratulating each other. I'll move through as soon as he's taken his helmet off and have a word. Congratulations, Freddie. Another win. That must feel amazing.
Yeah, I mean, perfect weekend. Brilliant. Another Charlie and me battling again. I mean, they're such good races when they're like that. We have so much fun together.
I was saying it's like a display that you're putting on, you know, because it's like you're just weaving in and out of each other, and you know, one's in front and the other one is.
Yeah, hopefully it's good racing for everyone to watch. Great to see him on the podium again.
Congratulations on the podium. It's lovely to see you on the podium, and I feel like you've found your pace again.
Yeah, I think it's the racecraft that was lacking, to be honest, and it's just really good to be up in the front with the boys, and we didn't battle to begin with. I'm still learning that bit of Caterham racing, so it was good to just kind of tow away from the pack and then have some fun at the end. So.
Yeah, and a great battle with David.
Oh, it's fantastic.
I mean, there was literally Freddie and Charlie on their own, you and David on your own. It looked like, you know, it was good to watch though.
Looking forward to the live feed and catching up.
Definitely. Well, thank you very much.
Cheers.
I'll move around and talk to Charlie. Excuse me, Charlie. Let's have a quick word with you. Congratulations.
Thank you
Fastest lap as well.
Oh, brilliant. I was aiming for that, so that's good.
I thought you might make
Yeah, happy with that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was really tough. Tried everything I could and nothing stuck. So, yeah, I definitely threw everything I could at it, and yeah, he just much faster around that last section than me.
Yeah, you could see that. It was that's where he pulled away from you.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter if I was in front going in or if he was in front going in. We tried a mixture of different things, but I don't know what it is, but his car can hook round right corners pretty well. But no, it was good. It was really good, and yeah, all my cars in one piece, and bring on Thruxton.
Yeah, it's excellent. Well, thank you very much, and congratulations. There we go, 3 very happy drivers. So we'll hand back to you guys for the F4 race.
Yeah, absolutely. It was good fun.
Thanks very much, Sam. Yes, our final single-seater race of the weekend, then race 3 for the ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. Tell you there was a penalty issued in the second race for Deegan Fairclough. He hit the back of Jaden Parriott early on. That's why Jaden retired, due to damage to the rear of his car, lost his rear wing and had to pull into the pits. So a 7-position penalty for Deegan Fairclough, dropped him from 2nd down to 9th place in the race we saw earlier on for the ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. Just like to say a quick hello to one group of viewers, the Howland family. That's Chip, Rebecca, Austin and Daisy. Rebecca, our motorsport photographer. Check out her page on Facebook, Rebecca Howland Photography. There we go. That's the advert out of the way. You owe me a pint for that one, guys. We get ready for our third race of the weekend then, the ROKiT F4 British Championship, normally seen supporting the British Touring Car Championship, one of the top single-seater series in UK motorsports. The results of this grid taken from qualifying yesterday. And it will be James Pijink who will start on pole position this time, the number 4 car in the high-tech Pulse 8 car. The came through the field from the back of the grid in the reverse grid earlier on into the top 10. James Pijink will start alongside his teammate Gabriel Stilp in the number 7 car. We saw him have a spin in race 2 earlier on, so it's an all high-tech front row. Indeed, they've locked out the top 3 places on this grid because Will McIntyre, who will start as one of the favourites here, going from the 2nd row of the grid alongside another championship contender. 55 Dion Gaudet in the Rodin Carlin car will complete the top 4 on the grid. Row 3 will be number 18, that's James Higgins for Tech Motorsports. His teammate Aidan Neitz is not out this weekend. I believe it's Aidan's birthday this weekend as well, so he would very much like to have been racing this weekend. Starting alongside James Higgins is Kanato Lee. The Japanese driver has not had much luck this weekend. Some damage in race 1 yesterday and problems today. Well, problems yesterday. He failed to get away at the first start. The car stalled. He had to make a pit stop in the race this morning with some bodywork damage as well. Row 4 is yesterday's winner, Josh Irfan in the number 12 car, and number 23 of Gustav Jonsson. They're both rookie racers, of course. On the 5th row of the grid, number 14, Akil Alibai starts alongside 87, Deegan Fairclough. He'll be fired up after that penalty earlier on, looking to come through to make up the lost points. Back on the 6th row, Daniel Ginchard, number 49, and Louis Sharp, the championship leader coming into this weekend. I think his championship lead by now, though, is under threat from Will McIntyre. After that on the grid, we've got Patrick Huizenroder alongside Noah Lyle on row 8. It'll be on row 7, rather. It'll be interesting to see Noah come through from there. Sonny Smith and Mika Abrahams on row 8. The 9th row, David Dedeker and Jack Sherwood, so unlucky in race 2. Row 10 is Jaden Pariat and Kai Daryanani, and Isaac Barashi will start from the back of the grid. In a moment we'll hear from a few of the drivers ahead of this race down in the assembly area pre-race.
Yeah, here we are with rookie race winner Gustav Jonsson. How does it feel to get the W in the rookie section?
Oh yeah, it was a very nice race. Started from the back, so it was always going to be tricky, but we made some decent moves, and yeah, it feels great to be P1.
Now, I've been told you're wearing a Viking helmet all weekend. Swedish roots?
Yeah, exactly. You know, it was actually Callan from School of Sense that got it started, and then we made it a thing. So I have the Viking helmet with me, and maybe we'll see it on the podium later.
A little bit, of course. Let's just touch on race 3. That's coming up a little bit later. The expectation for that, this is a good confidence builder. You're going to really go for it in this one?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the pace was really good in this one. I definitely think we had the pace to be on the podium as well. So yeah, no, it's a great confidence boost coming into race 3, and I think we can definitely pull off some good results there as well.
No concerns about heat, is there? Because this is the morning race, so things are a little bit cooler now, but it's going to be pretty toasty later.
Yeah, it's very warm in the car as well, but yeah, the tyres, it's very important to keep them in the right window, and we managed to do that quite well. There were some other people that struggled a lot with that, so yeah, no, it was a great race.
Well done, mate. Good luck for race 3. Thanks for talking to us. There you go. Well, everybody, for the final time this weekend, the British F4 Championship is about to get underway. Yes, race 3, and this one, again, like all the others we've had this weekend, are going to be an absolute corker. This is the grid order from the main qualifying session yesterday. So the fastest, James Pijink, is at the front. We're going to hear from him very, very shortly. Will McIntyre yesterday, of course, with that P2. I wonder if he's going to go a little bit further. Will, we're going to go a little bit further today and get that P1?
Yeah, let's hope so.
He says, I think so. We're going to leave you to it because it's got to get strapped in. Look, in goes the steering wheel. There goes everything to get ready. Let's grab Gabrielle Stilp here and just have a quick word. We haven't spoken to Gabrielle yet. I wonder if we can just jump in. It is very loud, so probably might not be out here too much. Gabrielle, are you ready for this one? The heat's not going to be too much of a problem?
No, yeah. Just hoping for a good race after the last two, not going on a race today.
I hope to see you on the podium at the end of the race, mate. Good luck. Top man, there we go. Oh, sorry guys, almost got to my head taken off by a brolly there as well. Here's the man on pole as well there, James Sieg. Let's have a quick chat with James about getting started. Oh, thanks for that, James. I appreciate. Actually, I was going to come under because it's quite nice to keep out of the sun, isn't it? So how's it been going this weekend for you?
Yeah, it's been a good weekend. Definitely grabbing that pole was a highlight certainly of the weekend so far, and race 1 was really good, moving up 1 position into P3 from P4. And yeah, the reverse grid race 2 that we just had, it was a good race. It's a damage limitation race, really starting from the back, and I was able to work up and move 11 positions up the grid into 10th, so I was really happy about that.
This is the big one now, isn't it? Race 3. Obviously, it's the sort of the proper order from qualifying now. You're going to get the job done, right?
I hope so. I mean, I really hope so. I mean, yeah, it's just going to be keeping my head down and just maintaining the speed and the tyres, just keeping control of the race, hopefully.
Fantastic. We know you've got a speed, James. Thank you for talking to us. Let me get out of there. There we go. Race 3 for the British F4 Championship about to get underway here at a scorching, and I mean absolutely scorching Silverstone. Dave Goddard is going to talk you through the action, and I'll see you at the end of the race.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, the cars on their way round on their green flag lap then for what will be a 20-minute race. This grid based on the fastest qualifying times from the qualifying session yesterday. Race 1 was the second quickest times, then it was a reverse of the qualifying session for race 2's grid, and now the fastest times in qualifying order for race 3. Slightly different grid formats for this championship. So James Pichik will take pole position. Looking at the championship table, he currently sits down in 10th place in the points table. He did have a win at Thruxton earlier this year, the Australian. Quite a lot of Australian talent in this championship, and New Zealand as well, with Louis Sharp out there. Thanks to all the sponsors of this series, title sponsor ROKiT and their many associates as well. As the cars head round to the grid, there's one of our rookies, that's Isaac Barashi at the back of the grid. What a disastrous weekend he's had so far. Failed to finish yesterday, was on pole for the reverse grid for race 2 and probably stalled it on the grid, unfortunately, and didn't get away. Did manage to finish the race, albeit well behind. Gabriel Stilp on the front row, he's one of our Rookie Cup racers. Came into the weekend 14 points off Gustav Jonsson for the points lead in the Rookie Cup. So High-Tech Pulsate showing their speed here on their home circuit at Silverstone. They've locked out the top 3 positions on the grid for this one. Will McIntyre, the former junior saloon car champion, will start 3rd on the grid. He was just 5 points off Louis Sharp coming into this weekend and has had probably the best results out of the top 3 and 4 in the championship so far this weekend. Canato Lee's had a disappointing weekend. Dion Gowder's been down the field. Louis Sharp did get a 2nd place, inherited 2nd when Deegan Fairclough was penalised earlier on today. So coming up to the grid then, with the 3 silver cars at the front of the field, you'll be able to recognise Gabriel Stilp by his yellow rookie number plates. Completing the 2nd row of the grid is Dion Gowder. He's in the black and pink number 55 Rodin Carlin car. Row 3, James Higgins, he's in white and red, the Fortec car with the green flashes on the side pods. And number 6, Canato Lay, in another of the High-Tech Pulsate cars. So all of their cars in the top 6 positions. Just waiting for the last couple of cars to settle into line then. Isaac Barashi at the back of the grid. Watch for Noah Lyle coming through, our earlier race winner as well. He's quite a way down the grid here, down in 14th place. Here we go, the revs are up. 20 minutes of racing for the ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. Let's hope nobody stalls on the grid this time. We're underway. There is a yellow flag towards the back. Someone hasn't got away, but it's a sea of silver at the front of the field. Looks like our poleman has got away the best. James Pichik will take the lead into the first corner as they surge their way. Watch for James Higgins coming up the outside there, the white and red car, but it's the silver cars 1, 2 and 3. Looks like Gabriel Stilp trying to hold that 2nd place, but his teammate gets around the outside, but somebody going across the that's Deegan Fairclough across the tarmac runoff area, I should say, and dropped him further down the order. Not the start he wanted after his penalty earlier on, but it is James Pishick out in front, and teammate Will McIntyre has come up into second place. Gabriel still making it a high-tech 1, 2 and 3. James Higgins side by side with Dion Gowder in the 55 for fourth place. He gets around the outside, and also trying to slide his way through is Kanato Lay in the number 6, try and make it high-tech 1, 2, 3 and 4 for the numbers 4, 5, 6 and 7. Everybody round the first lap okay so far. We'll pick up on who that was who struggled to get away from the grid. There's one car adrift at the back of the field we can see there. Not sure who it is at the moment. So here come the lead. You can see the heat haze on the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. Somebody running wide onto the gravel there. That was, I think, one of the Argenti cars. Either Akil Aliboy or Patrick Huizenroder, I think, that went right there. As they sort themselves out around this opening lap. Already James Pishick looks to have checked out in the lead. Battle further back there. That's the number 23 of Jonsson, Gustav Jonsson, getting involved. It's fairly busy in the midfield, and somebody running wide. That was one of the Chris Dickman racing cars I caught a glimpse of there, running wide, coming out of the loop onto the grass. Jonsson moving to cover there. He's got one of the Fortec cars behind him. That's James Higgins, 3 wide into Brooklands. Oh, that's a bit dodgy. They managed to get away with it though. Just about managing to sort themselves out there. That was very close indeed, and the man who lost out, I think, was one of the Rodin Carling cars. That was Josh Irfan, I think. So leading across the line is Pishick. McIntyre's gone through into second place ahead of Gabriel Stilp in third. Dion Gowder is fourth. We've had a message from race control say start under investigation, so I'm not too sure what has happened there. I think it might have been Daniel Ginchard who may have stalled on the grid, because he's dropped 9 places on that opening lap. It may have been him who ran wide at the loop first time through, because he's in a Chris Dickman racing car. There's the other Chris Dickman car, Gustav Jonsson, battling with James Higgins in the number 18. That's the 6th position overall. So Gabriel Stilp, who leads the Rookie Cup, in third place. High-tech silver cars 1, 2 and 3. Dion Gowder in fourth for Rodin Carlin. Then it's Kanato Lay trying to make it a team 1, 2, 3, 4. There's the battle for 6th. Higgins side by side with Jonsson. Deegan Fairclough is next in the number 87. Then it's Louis Sharp, our championship leader, coming into the weekend. Brilliant fast-paced start. Can High-tech lock out the podium on their home circuit? They're going the right way about it at the moment. They're going clear along the Sir Lewis Hamilton straights. Gustav Jonsson runs a little bit wide there. James Higgins trying to move up the inside, and trying to make a move on both of them is Deegan Fairclough, the 87. He is a bit of a risk taker, is Deegan. He's shown so far in his junior career. He's made up 1 place there, I think. As we watch Dion Gowder coming under fire from Kanato Lay, who's desperate to improve his performance, the former Ginetta junior racer. You can see clearly these cars really do look like scaled down Formula 1 cars with the halos in place and everything else. Somebody running wide there onto the grass at the loop. I'm going to work out who that was. That may well have been Douwe de Decker, the Belgian. Here's Noah Lyle making a move up the inside into Brooklands. Can he get the car stopped there? Only just. He's battling it out with one of the Rodin Carling cars. I think that's Josh Irfan. It is indeed that he is battling with. They're just outside the top 10, I think. Over the line they go. Pishick leads the way ahead of McIntyre by just over a second. Gabriel Stilp has done the fastest lap in third place, 2:03.230. Gustav Jonsson's got a bit of a train building up behind him here. It's a jockey for position down the straight. There's Josh Irfan coming under fire from, I think that's the 17 of Huizenroder, of our Australian young talents. It's Dion Gowder battling it up with the number 6 of Kanato Lay. This is great stuff for 4th position. It's still High-tech all the way. They would love to get a 1, 2, 3, 4 clean sweep here, and if Lay can get past Gowder, they'll be in with an even bigger chance. There's Gabriel Stilp, fastest lap of the race so far for the rookie leader. Jonsson second of the rookies, so we could have 3 different winners in the Rookie Cup here this weekend. We could have 3 different winners overall if James Pishick can stay out in front. Josh Irfan, our race 1 winner, down in 11th place at the moment. Second race winner Noah Lyle is 10th. Shows how evenly matched these cars and these drivers are. Solid line of cars in the midfield. That's James Higgins pulling out to have a look. He's dropped a little way down the order. Racing now, Louis Sharp, the number 11. Here they come through Village. Just ahead of them is Deegan Fairclough in the 87 car. Nice little bit of battling further back. Oh, and there's contact, and round goes that he's at Barashi again. Barashi involved again. He's had incidents in all 3 races. Now, who was he battling with there? I couldn't quite see the number on the car he's tangled with. It might have been the 77 of Jaden Parriott. He's had a luckless weekend as well. We'll pick up on who that was because there was suspension damage I noticed on the other car as well. Over the line come the leaders. The lead gap is 1 second. Will McIntyre's just done the fastest lap in the number 5 car yet. There's the other car involved. Trying to see the number on the back of there. See, the front suspension is damaged. It is the number 72. It's Sonny Smith, in fact, who was involved in that tangle. He dropped out late on in race 1 as well, so we've lost Sonny Smith once again with suspension damage. Great shame for the Alton Park race winner. They charge their way through Beckett's once again. Let's have a look again at that incident up at the loop. The back in the order here. It's towards the back of the field. There we see Sonny Smith goes for the inside. Barashi turns in, contacts. Barashi spins around, but suspension damage for Sonny Smith, and he is out of the race. We'll look and see if Barashi's not going again. Yes, he has. He's still going at the back of the field. Been a disastrous weekend for him and for Sonny Smith as well. 12.5 minutes just over of this race to go then for the ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. Somebody running wide there onto the tarmac runoff area at Club. Still a sea of silver in the podium places. Piszczek from McIntyre, then it's Skilp. Through the loop they go. The gap was 1 second. It will be a bit less than that, I think, this time through, because McIntyre set the fastest lap last time through. Still Dion Gouda in that 4th place. Donato Ley is up to 5th. He's got ahead of Gustav Jonsson. Further back, it's Deegan Fairclough, Louis Sharp, James Higgins, and Noah Lyle rounds out the top 10 ahead of Josh Irfan. Akil Alibai and Mika Abrahams are next, the 2 South Africans. Then it's Huitzenrode next in the order for the Argenti team. Jack Sherwood down in 50, the man who had race 2 at his mercy until his car let him down. Over the line they go. Lead gap is down to 0.86 of a second, so McIntyre closes slightly on his teammates. Still prefer the second back in 3rd position. Out they go towards the Beckett's complex, once again coming up towards half distance. The on-gounder under fire. Here comes Kanato Lee, the Japanese driver, looking to make a move into the top 4. Could we have a high-tech Pulse 8 1, 2, 3, 4 here at Silverstone? They are based nearby, we mentioned earlier. A team run by Oliver Oakes, former karting champion. Through Stoke Corner. Gouda holding on, breaking the silver dominance at the moment in the black and pink Rodin Carlin car. Josh Irfan, his teammate, is currently in 11th place. Louis Sharp, the championship leader for Rodin Carlin, is 8th. Battle is joined for 6th position. Gustav Jonsson just ahead of Deegan Fairclough in the black number 87, the JHR car. Louis Sharp behind them, James Higgins. Noah Lyle rounds out the top 10. There he is with the yellow nose in the background. Josh Irfan behind him, settling down a little at the midpoint of this ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. 3rd and final race of the weekend. International single-seater stars of the future doing battle here at Silverstone. Some of them, remember, just 15 years of age, barely out of karting. Some incredible driving talent on show. Not least Dion Gouda, one of the youngest men on the grid, the man from India. Watching from the BRDC grandstand there as they swing their way through Brooklands and round towards Luffield. Gouda still holds off Kanato Lei, the Japanese driver. Leaders going over the line to complete their 5th lap, and the gap is up to 1.1 second because Piszczek has done a new fastest lap, 2:02.704. Anybody going to use that further back? Doesn't look like it. There is Fairclough, the 87, in 7th place. There's a black and white flag being displayed for exceeding track limits. Number 26, that was Isaac Barashi further down the field, and Jaden Parriat has got the same flag as well. So they need to mind their P's and Q's, otherwise they will get a time penalty. 9 minutes to go. If anything, Gustav Jonsson is getting closer as well. He took a couple of tenths out of Kanato Lay on that last lap, maybe held up slightly behind Dion Gowder. He can't find a way past him. There's Noah Lyle holding off the number 12 of Josh Irfan. Side by side and further back, this is the number 14 of Alipai and Abrahams, the two South Africans battling it out. Of course, several items of speculation in the motor racing press over the last few months that Formula One will be making a return to Kyalami in South Africa. So maybe if there is a future South African Grand Prix, maybe one of these two young racers will be on the grid there someday. Abrahams has a look there, attacking his fellow countrymen. They're fighting for 12th overall. Still the battle for 4th place goes on, with Dion Gowder holding that 4th ahead of Kanato Lay. Still Mika Abrahams not able to make a move. Had a bit of a disappointing weekend so far. Mika looking to improve here. Down to Brooklands they go once again. Still your leader is James Piszczek for High-Tech Pulsates. Lead gap was 1.16 seconds last time through. They go over the line now. It's down to 0.9 of a second. New personal best lap for Will McIntyre, 2:02.877. There with 2:03.0 for Piszczek that time through. 7.5 minutes to go. Gabriel Stilp in 3rd place, still leads the Rookies Cup. Ahead of Gustav Jonsson, Josh Irfan is the 3rd of the rookies further back. Our only other rookies in the field are Dedeka and Barashi, who are 19th and 20th. Of course, with one car out of the race with suspension damage after some contact, Sonny Smith. Through Beckett, they go once again. The first 3 pulling clear now. Gap between Stilp and Gowder is up to 3.8 seconds. There go the leaders. And there's our Rookie Cup leader, number 7, Gabriel Stilp. Race of dominance for the High-Tech team so far. Gabriel Stilp, 5-year veteran of karting. His dad and 2 brothers have also raced over the years. I think one of his relatives is Jordan Stilp, who raced Mazda MX-5s very successfully, if memory serves me rightly. There's Noah Lyle. He's down in 10th place this time, the winner of race 2 with that quite stunning move earlier on. Somebody with a big lock up there into Village Corner. Who was that? I think that was, yes, the 23 of Gustav Jonsson. He's lost out the results of that to Deegan Fairclough. So a mistake there from Jonsson on the run into the right-hander at Village. Going to try and slipstream it back again. There he is in behind Deegan Fairclough. He's moved to cover, you can see there, to the inside, going into Brooklands. He's got Jonsson on his tail, and now right up behind them will be Louis Sharp in number 11, the New Zealander. Here's a replay. A bit of action further back. Oh, that's one of the Chris Dittman racing cars bouncing over the curve. That's Daniel Ginchard. He's running down in 16th place. Did a bit of a wheelie there over one of the curves. It's over 5 minutes remaining then, and James Piszczek has led all the way so far. He leads from McIntyre, but the gap has come down. New fastest lap for Will McIntyre, 2:02.698. Taken some 0.3 of a second now to our race leader. There's Gustav Jonsson. May have lost a place there to Deegan Fairclough, but he's still 2nd in the Rookies Cup. To the hanger straight they go. There's Kanato Lay. Has he got ahead of Dion Gowder? Yes, he has. At long last, he's been trying to do that all race long, so it is now High-Tech cars 1, 2, 3 and 4. I don't think we've ever seen that before in the ROKiT British F4 Championship. Will the team take the clean sweep of the first 4 places? While we're watching the midfield battle there between Johnson, Sharp and Fairclough. The change was made for 4th place. Dion Gowder now will try to fight back. Has he got back ahead there? In fact, no, he hasn't. That's Deegan Fairclough behind him. Lyle through ahead of Josh Irfan in the number 12. Keel Alibi is next. 4 minutes to go. Great weekend it has been on the away day for these drivers. So you normally see them appearing on the British Touring Car package. Bit of a lock-up there from Josh Irfan into the loop. Really pushing their tyres to the limit here more than anything, these Pirelli tyres. Leaders are going to complete their 8th lap this time. Noah Lyle holding on ahead of Josh Irfan in the battle for 10th position overall. Just behind them, the 2 South Africans, Alibay and Abrahams. Patrick Huizenroder is next, and then Jack Sherwood. There go your leaders. McIntyre, has he closed the gap this time? Yes, only by around another 1/10 of a second. It's 0.6 of a second here now between Piszczek and McIntyre. Piszczek down in around 10th in the championship. McIntyre is second, so McIntyre, to boost his chances of taking the championship lead over the course of this weekend, really needs to get ahead of his teammates here. Down the Hanger Straight they go. Let's have a look to see if the championship standings have been updated online. They have indeed. It is McIntyre who's got the lead of the points into this round by 11 points ahead of Louis Sharp and Dion Gowder. So McIntyre could do with getting ahead of James Piszczek here to extend his championship lead. James Piszczek up to 7th over the course of this weekend so far, then, looking to improve his results. We're in the closing stages now. It'll be last lap at this time. There go your leaders. Gabriel still playing rather on his own in that 3rd place, and still Canato Lee in 4th position. Still the number 4 of Piszczek that leads the number 5 of McIntyre. They're P1 and P2 in this race, the 4 and the 5. Going round to start their final lap of Silverstone Grand Prix circuit this time. What a great occasion for these young racers. They can say they have raced on the full circuit here at the home of British Motorsport. Maybe in a few years' time, you never know, we might see them on this circuit in Formula 1 cars. Out of left field come the leads. Canato Lee still there in 4th place, turning around what's been a slightly disappointing weekend for him. 3/4 of a second in it, new fastest lap for Piszczek. He's responding to the pressure, 2:02.613. McIntyre does a 2:02.7 that time through. Average speed of 108 miles an hour around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Even with all the revisions over the years, it's still one of the quickest circuits visited by Formula 1. Silverstone and Monza, the traditional cathedrals of speed in Formula 1. Of course, it was here at Silverstone that back in the 80s, Keke Rosberg in the Williams sets what many people consider to be the ultimate lap of 160.9 miles an hour average at the height of the turbo era. Some referred to it as the lap of the gods. Of course, broken since, and it was Juan Pablo Montoya who was the first man to go quicker around Monza. These drivers, maybe that's something for them to inspire to. Piszczek and McIntyre out front. Is it going to be a 1, 2, 3, 4 for the high-tech Pulsate team on their home circuit? It certainly looks like it. The 4 silver machines out in front. Is it going to be a clean sweep for silver at Silverstone? Piszczek, McIntyre still, and Canato Lee further back. Through to Village for the last time. Is Will McIntyre going to make a cheeky move at Brooklands on the last lap to pinch the win from his teammates James Piszczek? I don't think he's quite going to be close enough. He doesn't want to risk anything too much and spoil a perfect result for the team, I don't think. Here they come. Down to Brooklands for the final time. We've already seen one win for Australia this weekend for Noah Lyle earlier on today. It's going to be 2 wins today at Silverstone for the Australian brigade. James Piszczek from pole position leads from start to finish in the third race of the weekend for the ROKiT F4 British Championship. Across the line ahead of Will McIntyre in second place. Gabriel Still third and wins the Rookies Cup, and Caterham Motorsport makes it a clean sweep. 1, 2, 3, 4 for High-Tech Pulsates. The Silver Machines take the top 4 at Silverstone. Was there a change there across the line for fifth place as well? Yes, Deegan Fairclough pinches fifth on the line from Dion Gouda. Gustav Jonsson is 7th. Then Higgins, Sharp and Lyle complete the top 10. So Will McIntyre will almost certainly be leading the championship at the end of this weekend here at the Silverstone circuits. Everybody will make it home by the look of it, with the exception of Sonny Smith with that suspension damage. Isaac Barashi comes home as the final finisher. A weekend to forget for him, sadly. Take a look at some of the highlights from that final bout of the weekend for our single-seater racers. Just about got it away off the line. I think it was Daniel Ginchard who was fairly slow away. No problems at all for James Pishick out in front. So one of the midfield runners there, the Argenti cars running wide onto the grass. A 3 wide moment, that was certainly dicey into Brooklands, with Louis Sharp charging his way up the inside. And quite made the place stick though with Deegan Fairclough up alongside him in the 87. It's contact towards the back of the field. Sonny Smith tried an over-optimistic lunge at Isaac Barashi. Barashi spun but kept going while Smith was out with suspension damage. And it was a High-Tech Pulsate 1, 2, 3 and 4, and the Rookie Cup win to boot for Gabriel Still. I'll just very quickly bring you the results of this one, with James Pishick taking the win by just under a second ahead of Will McIntyre, still in third place, and Kanato Lay in fourth. A perfect score for High-Tech Pulsate. Deegan Fairclough in fifth ahead of Dion Gouda. He took the place on the final corner. Gustav Jonsson in seventh, then James Higgins, Louis Sharp and Noah Lyle completing the top 10. Josh Erfan third of the rookies in 11th, then Akil Alibai, Mika Abrahams, Patrick Huizenrode, then Ginchard, Sherwood, Pariat, Daryanani, Dudeka and Barashi completing the finishers. We'll head down to Sam shortly in Park Fermé.
Will resume the championship as the championship leader. I think Prix second place, just ahead of Gabriel Still, who makes it to the podium for the first time, as we said. So there's going to be another happy driver down there, just like we had yesterday with Josh Erfan. I'm sure Gabriel Still will be fairly happy as well down there with Alan Hyde.
Thanks very much indeed, Matt. Yeah, you can hear the applause in the background because High-Tech Pulsate really rather happy with this lockout. 1, 2, 3, 4 as Ginny Pizzic stands on the deck of the car.
Oh, what another great race. Look at this, look at what it means as well. It's a High-Tech 1, 2, 3, 4. Absolutely incredible. Jimmy Pizzic getting the win. Being congratulated by Will McIntyre. Look at what it means to everybody. You should have seen them all on the pit wall as well, jumping around. They are absolutely delighted. Look at what it means to them. Oh my word, what a race. What an afternoon it's been for High-Tech. Congratulations to all of them. Gabriel Still as well. And we believe it's his first podium too, and taking the rookie win as well. We are going to hear from the drivers very shortly. Let's just let them savour the moment for a minute and look at what it means. Oh my word, it is hugs all around. Let's see if we can quickly grab Jimmy for a very quick. Jimmy, I know you've got to go through all the hugs and everything. Here he is, just before you disappear. Sorry, Jim, I know you're so happy. What a result for the team, that as well.
Oh, absolutely outrageous. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4 for the team. What could you ask for more? Such a great race, so chill, just lights the flag. Oh man.
Well, we spoke before the race, didn't we? And we said, I said, are you going to get the job done? He said, oh, I hope so. No hope needed, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was a good race. I got the jump on the start. I'm like, I just got to conserve my pace, keep it nice and calm throughout the whole race. It was very good.
Well done, mate. Go celebrate. I guess there's going to be a party in the High-Tech garage a little bit later. Let's just grab Gabriel here as well. What a result that was. Taking a rookie, I believe, is that your first podium? Is that right?
Yeah, we could have got a podium at Thruxton, but we threw it away at the end. So we were just at the end of the race just trying to keep it calm so I could finally get on the podium.
Got to be delighted with that, and great effort by the entire team as well.
Yeah, we worked so hard to get 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's finally paid off.
There you go, well done, mate. Congratulations, rookie winner there as well. Just going to see if I can find Will McIntyre as well. A pair of seconds this weekend for him. Solid point scoring. He's just chatting to Alan Hyde. We will have a word of him very shortly. But incredible consistency in the point scoring for Will McIntyre. That's going to do his title chances the world of good as well. Will, just quickly jump in there. Sorry, this is what happens if you're going to finish on the podium all the time. But a pair of seconds. The scoring's been good this weekend.
Yeah, I think also a great reverse grid earlier from 19th to 5th. It's been a really good weekend. I think we're lacking a bit of pace, I think, earlier, but we sorted it all out, and that one we were really good.
Big emotions for the team and all of you there hugging it out. What a result for everyone here.
Yeah, I think obviously Gabriel's first podium, Jimmy's second win, and I think I've extended my lead in the championship by quite some distance. So we're overall really happy. Yeah.
Congratulations, Will. Well done, mate. Right, I'm going to hand back to Dave because we've still got more action coming up. One more Caterham race, and then of course we've got the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship 2 hour direct. That's a little bit later. Dave, back to you.
Okay, thanks very much, Ian, down there, as we get ready for our final Caterham race of the weekend. It's the Mottl Caterham 7 310R Championship, the grid based on the results of the race we saw before the lunch break. And a cracking race it was as well, with Harry Cook timing his move just right to take the victory on the final lap. That means the number 9 will start on pole for this final Caterham race of the weekend. Dominic Mansberger, number 25, will be alongside him. David Yates, number 15, and 11, Taylor O'Flanagan will be on row 2. Then row 3, Lars Hoffman, number 70, and 92, Phil Bianchi. 4th row, number 22, Hugo Bush, and 81, Tom Willis. Then on the 5th row, 35, Jack Sales, and 43, Alan Curtis. 6th row, number 21, Harry Landy starts alongside number 19, Graham Donald. On the 7th row, we'll have Ben Lopez Appleton, number 5, had to make a few repairs after the first race, after some contact. First race today, I should say. And number 38, Jeff Price, will be alongside him. Row 8, number 71, Alan Cooper, and 8, Darryl Cresswell. The 9th row, number 50, Wes Payne, and 55, Harry Eyre. Row 10 at 98, James Hall, alongside 16, Steve Metcalf. The 11th row, 77, Kevin Cooper, and number 12, Rod Mounsey. Michael Curley lines up on row 12 and number 99, alongside 68 of Chris Welch. Row 13 will be number 27, Johnny Jarrett, and 53, Tim Steele. Then number 85, Robert Bullen. Not to be confused with Bob Bullen, the historic saloon car racer, lines up alongside number 64 of Paul Herndon. On row 14. Row 15, Andrew Murgatroyd, number 84, he dropped out on the last lap of race 1. Race 2, I should say, race 1 today, sorry. Number 10, Chris Fraser, will be alongside him, and 28, Ryan Lovett, who picked up some damage in that early tangle in race 2, will be at the back of the grid.
Yep, final Caterham action of today, but the 310s, what a way to end this. Fastest Caterhams we got here, absolutely race focused. They get to strap on the Avon ZZR tyre over and above the 270s, which we've already seen. They also get a bit more horsepower under their right foot and a limited slip differential at the rear of their car. We saw them making full use of that earlier, and what a race it was. So let's look forward to more of the same. 20 minutes of action here from the Caterham 7 310R Championship. They head off on their green flag lap then. This is going to be an absolute belter around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuits. I've got no idea what's going to happen here. Watch out for Harry Landy. He obviously had to start from the rear of the field last time out, and this he's made his way all the way up to 11th place on the grid, and so he's made his way halfway up the field from the last race. Can he go and complete that process and get himself right to the top of this? But Harry Cook was the man who said he wanted 3 wins from this weekend. Well, he's got 1 win so far, with a little bit of a kind of a mug job at the end there, where he took the last possession. It was the only time he led across the line was that final lap across. Dan Mansberg having another great weekend off the back of Zandvoort, where he had 3 wins. He's had another win this weekend, and he's had a 2nd place as well. David Yates, happy as anything to be on that podium, but we'd love to see him have his first ever Caterham 310R win here on the grid this weekend, as they head down then the Hanger Straight. The sort of the moment where this is the place where the key overtaking spot. They've got a headwind today. It means that they're having to fight them and push the wind wind across their cars, and the tow is so strong that we're seeing 4 or 5 places being made up down all the straights as they go through. There's Johnny Jarrett in the Egmere car as he makes his way round. Tim Steele behind him lost one of his yellow wing guards, and therefore he's now there. Megatroid as well back in the race. He did drop out late on, didn't he? Chris Fraser also further down the field than he would want to be at the back there.
Couldn't see Ryan Lovett at the back there, unfortunately, so maybe his damage was terminal.
I saw he had quite severe rear suspension damage, and there was only a certain amount of minutes between this race and the last one, so I'm guessing they haven't quite managed to get that one fixed up. So we'll see Ryan Lovett back out with us at Thruxton. That's the next time these cars will be with us, on 29th, 30th of July, so looking forward to that.
BRC TV will be at Thruxton before then. In a couple of weeks' time they'll be there with the British Truck Racing Championship, Convoy on the Plane as it's known, with full support for the British Truck Racing Championship on that occasion. We'll have a quick preview of that event while we get a chance here, because alongside the big rigs at that event, we see the Caterham graduates are out there, so we've still got some Caterham action. The pickup trucks there, of course, the MG Owners Club, Hyundai Coupe Cup, the Mini Challenge Club Sport Championship, and the Kumho BMWs as well. That's all coming up at Thruxton in a couple of weekends' time.
And while they complete their green flag lap, also worth me saying that Caterham are going to be in presence at the Festival of Speed on the 13th and the 16th of July. They've got 2 exciting car projects. Project V will be unveiled fully at the Festival of Speed alongside their EV7 car, which they're going to go up the hill with their electric drivetrain for the first time. So really exciting times for Caterham, and we'd love to see you at the Festival of Speed on the 13th to the 16th of July.
Yeah, confirmation that Ryan Lovett is not there at the back of the grid, the man from Birmingham, so his damage not able to be repaired in time. He'll now look forward to Thruxton. Onto the grid they come then for this 20-minute race for the Mottl Motor Oil's Caterham 7 310R Championship. Harry Cook in pole position, the black car with the white wheels, the black and green car of Dominic Mansberger, the man from Hockenheim, home of the German Grand Prix for so many years, will start alongside him. David Yates in the blue and white car on row 2 alongside the yellow car of Taylor O'Flanagan, number 11. Row 3 is the red and white Mottl liveried car of Lars Hoffman. He starts alongside Phil Bianchi. He's in white with some red and black trim. Row 4 is Hugo Bush in grey and Dayglow red. Tom Willis in silver will start alongside him, the number 81. Jack Sales worth watching for, and late mistake dropping him back out of the podium places in the earlier race. It's the white and green car. Alan Curtis in his silver, number 43, completes the top 10.
Yep, Jack Sales dominated that middle phase of the race, but he just wasn't there at the end. He had a contact with Ben Lopez after, the scary looking thing. As we're looking at, it looks like most of the cars are now. Also, we're looking for the right of your screen, the marshal with the green flag again. Once again, thank you so much to the marshals out there today in this sweltering heat. But let's wait for this. The green flag is then presented to this 310R field.
Here we go then, final Caterham race of the weekend, the Mottl Caterham 7 310R Championship about to get underway here at Silverstone. We had 2 belting races earlier on in the weekend. Let's see what they can do this time. Here we go, down towards the first corner at Kops. Mansberger gets away well from the inside. Side by side, Mansberger's got the lead into Kops corner for the first time. Watch for Ben Lopez Appleton, the number 5 car, coming through from 13th on the grid. They're all round Kops. Okay, Lars Hoffman trying to move to the outside. Mansberger is side by side with Harry Cook, our early winner, the number 9. Taylor O'Flanagan having a look up the inside in the yellow car there, side by side for third position. It's Mansberger who's just about got the lead ahead of Harry Cook. David Yates has come through into third place ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan. Hoffman's got away well. He's up into 5th position. Looks like Alan Cooper next in the order, possibly. If so, he's made a flying start from further back. We'll pick that up in just a moment as David Yates moves out wide. They're going to try and go 3 wide for the lead. They dodge about in the middle of the circuit, 4 wide for the lead, and Hoffman has gone round the outside of everybody. That's Jack Sales' patented move he's copied there.
Absolutely, yeah, right to the outside, got the momentum and managed to hold on as they head down into Vale this time. So pretty calm start for everybody. There's a lot of cars to fit in a relatively small piece of tarmac as they head into these dodging at the end of the Vale. A little bit of a lock up from O'Flanagan then. I think he's managed to keep it all pointing in a straight line though. It is Hoffman out front. Cook maintains that near the front of the field, and then David Yates also in this early part of the managing to stick in that podium position.
So Lars Hoffman leads the way then ahead of Dominic Mansberger. It's a German 1-2 at the moment, I think, or is it? We'll see as they come in. No, it's Harry Cook there in second place. I apologise. And Mansberger's dropped back to 4th behind David Yates. It's O'Flanagan in 5th position and Hugo Bush in 6th place as they head towards the right-hander at Village for the first time. Bush has a look up the inside, tries to attack Taylor O'Flanagan for 5th place. Lars Hoffmann has had, and there's a spin there further back. We'll pick up who that is in a moment. A green car, I think it might have been Harry Landy, the 21.
There's a black nose though, and Harry Landy maybe has got a black nose after his incident in the first race. So yeah, it could well have been a Harry Landy, as we see James Hall there around the outside, just as they headed round Atri and onto this. Hoffman finally with Cook there, and the 3 wide into Brooklands, but it's going to be David Yates and Taylor Flanagan losing out a position there as they head round. You can see how little grip they have as they're trying to get that car stopped, turned and arrested before they get to this Luffield complex to start the next lap.
Due to complete the first lap of the race then for the Motul 310R Caterham 7 Championship. It's going to be Lars Hoffmann who leads over the line ahead of Cook, Mansberger, O'Flanagan, Bush and Yates. That's your top 6. 7th is Phil Bianchi in the number 92 car. Jack Sales is in 8th position. Big winner around the first lap was Alan Cooper. He's made up 3 positions, as has the number 98 further back of James Hall, while Alan Curtis has lost a few places down in the midfield. Here's a replay of that spin.
So let's look into see whether we can see who that is. Can't catch the number quite there. I think Harry Landy is safe there. Harry Landy came over the line in 10th place, so I don't think that was him in that green car. So we'll keep an eye out to see that number. But yeah, that was unfortunate for that car. Middle pack, it's easy to do, but 3 wide, 4 wide potentially as they come down. Taylor Flanagan's in there as well as they come across. It is for David Yates to the outside line. Has he got that momentum? He's able to swing across at least 2 of them. He's going to be going into 2nd place from about 6th place as he entered that hangar straight. It really is this. We've got a really gusty wind now here. There's you can see the trees and the blinds in this commentary office really flapping around, so that will affect their line and will buffet these cars. They're only weigh about the same as a Mini, so half a ton. So they do get affected by the wind quite strongly.
It was Graham McDonald, the car that spun at the loop. In fact, I just checked on the timing screen. He came through at the tail of the field on that last lap. As here come the leaders down the Hamilton Straight, trying to make a move this time for the lead. Here's the blue car of David Yates on the inside of Dominic Mansberger. They're side by side. Taylor O'Flanagan tucked in behind them. Lars Hoffmann down to 4th position in the number 70. As they go towards Village Corner, going to be 3 wide. That doesn't normally work in the Village. Mansberger's got the lead back again. O'Flanagan round the outside in the 2nd place. He made that work for himself very nicely, and Hoffman's going to go through. Yates is going to be shuffled back into 4th place, and Harry Cook's coming through on the inside as well in the number 9. Hugo Bush is in behind them. David Yates, the big loser through there.
Yeah, he picked the wrong lane, didn't he, to follow, and got caught up and then wasn't able to get it. He sort of got pushed out of the line and therefore got swallowed up by the rest of the pack. So he manages to stop the problem in 4th place, which is still not the end of the world. Certainly with lots of time left to go, there's going to be plenty of manoeuvres and movement happening, but Jack Sales is making that step forward that he needs to, looking to the outside as well as they go around Luffield. That's Hugo Bush. He's sort of following through the field. Bush is making good forward progress. We've seen that several times from Hugo, haven't we, where he's dropped back but has managed to make his way back through, so maybe not a bad rear to follow around this track.
Over the line they come. It's Mansberger who's got the lead at the line ahead of O'Flanagan and Hoffmann, trying to make a move to the inside. That's Harry Cook alongside number 15 of David Yates. They almost bang wheels. Hugo Bush is in behind them. Then we've got Jack Sales was next in the order. Yes, he's still there ahead of Bianchi, Landy and Alan Cooper. That's your top 10. But further down the order, Wes Payne does the fastest lap. He's down in 13th place. He got the toe correct on that lap. That means the pearlescent liveried number 50 car. So the leaders head through Beckett's and change for the lead through the Beckett's complex. Taylor O'Flanagan leads for the first time this weekend in the number 11 car, the man from Stevenage in Hertfordshire, a former Caterham Academy champion, and somebody up on the curves. That's Graham McDonald. Well, I was going to say he was recovering well, but not now, and everybody will have to go over the tarmac runoff area to miss him. Thankfully, Graham was towards the back, so not many cars to dodge there. It's 3 wide into Stowe Corner, and Hugo Bush, where's he come from through to take the lead? We're saying that every lap. Somebody manages to get the slingshot down the outside and snatches the lead, going from about 6th to 1st.
I said he's done that several times already, hasn't he? He's made his way forward, and that's definitely it. So just a reminder that Alan Curtis got the new lap record because of the new ZZR tyres, but he got that on the first race this weekend, and they are nowhere near meeting that again. 27th, they're still a couple of seconds off. Thank you to our marshals rescuing some bodywork. You don't want that stuck under your wheels as a driver, therefore it's really important to do that. But Hugo Bush making those from 5th, I think, in that over the line to make it now to the lead. He was that car to follow, but David Yates is nowhere to be seen now.
Hugo Bush certainly ambushed the rest of the field there, going into Stowe Corner around the outside. Lars Hoffman is up to second. O'Flanagan has gone down to third. But there's place swapping everywhere you look. There's Harry Eyre in the British Racing Green liveried number 55. That's the classic 1960s Team Lotus colours. Here's a replay of that incident up at Beckett's. Contact there with Graham McDonald bouncing off the side of, I think that was Robert Bullen in the 85 car, and the back marker's just missing Graham, the former Caterham Cars CEO. He's not going again at the back of the field, got it all to do again. Lars Hoffman, meanwhile, takes the lead down into Brooklands, almost being pushed there by Taylor O'Flanagan. Still got 13 minutes of this race to go. Bush alongside O'Flanagan as they run their way into Luffield. Hugo Bush will have the inside line. Jack Sales has come through into 4th place meanwhile, so it's going to be all change in the order once again. Jack Sales was in 7th place when they completed the previous lap.
Mansberger was absolutely sideways through the entirety of Brooklands. He held on to it well, and that's why Jack Sales was able to move up another place, just tucked on the inside, up into that 4th place. Remember, he had a dominant middle phase of this race this morning, but it looks like he's got it all to do again, so he's in that 4th place now. Can he make it to the lead, and can he hold it there, more importantly, to the end, as we head down through Copse and into the Maggot Beckett's complex again. But it's Hugo Bush who heads, Lars Hoffman, Taylor O'Flanagan, then it's that Jack Sales car, and he is ahead of Don Mansberger, who's sort of fallen back in this phase of the race, and it's Cook, our pole sitter, sort of sitting behind him. Is that Cooper on his tail? You see them all just, if they clip those red sausage curbs, it really does unsettle these Caterham cars as go through. We saw what happened to Graham McDonald on that previous lap, and they're all flirting with the edge of them as they jink out from outside of Hugo Bush's toe, and it might be Jack Sales with that patented move around the outside this time.
Jack Sales and Lars Hoffman both snapped their cars across so suddenly there, they nearly spun them as Jack Sales goes round the outside. You'd love to be a passenger in one of these cars, wouldn't you? It'd be better than any roller coaster the way they're throwing these cars around. Up towards the Vale they go. Taylor O'Flanagan's there on the inside. It's going to be, I think, Jack Sales that comes out with the lead. Yes, he's got that patented outside manoeuvre at Stowe Corner done again. Hoffman second, O'Flanagan is third. It looks like it's Mansberger in 4th position as they head towards us, down towards Abbey. Is there going to be any move made here? One car jinks out a little bit further back in the order. It is Sales, Hoffman, O'Flanagan still the order, then Mansberger and Bush in 5th position.
Sales starting in 9th, so you know, when we say that anyone in this sort of top 15 can win, we absolutely mean it, and they do keep shuffling themselves backwards and forwards. Hoffman with a little bit of a flapping front arch there, but he's going to win the battle but not win the war as Jack Sales goes down the inside. But by the time we get down to Brooklands, that's all going to be changed again. Brooklands not quite the same toe. I think Hanger Straight's still got the sort of bigger toe, but we're definitely seeing people being able to dive down the inside of Brooklands. There is David Yates. He has fallen quite a long way back now behind Harry Landy. I think that might be Bianchi there as well, so David Yates will be looking to see if he can move forward as we approach the second half of this race.
Diving up the inside there further back, that's Harry Cook attacking Hugo Bush, trying to take 5th place away. Also up ahead of them is Mansberger holding off Taylor O'Flanagan. Yes, David Yates dropped 6 places on the previous lap. He may have fallen even further back here. A side-by-side, that is Alan Cooper, the Rothmans livery number 71. Good run through the field there. Harry Cook runs a bit wide, puts a wheel onto the gravel briefly there. Holds it together though as over the line they come, and it's Jack Sales who will lead at the line ahead of Hoffman, Mansberger, O'Flanagan, Bush, Cooper and Harry Cook down into 7th. Ben Lopez Appleton, remember him, is in 8th place in the number 5. Harry Landy has come through into 9th position after starting a little further back, and Phil Bianchi, the man from Malta, rounds out the top 10.
Yep, here comes Jack Sales, and is he going to be able to hold on? No, he's not. He's going to come under attack from Mansberger as well. Had to give away that position. There goes one of those wings. Was that Hoffman's wing just letting go finally as he pulled out of the slut's toe and into the airflow? It just ripped that wing off, and that will get pushed hopefully to the edge of the track. But it is still absolutely nose to tail for this front pack. They have not split up at all since the opening lap of this race, and it's absolutely, I don't know how many wheels that is. I just can't count them. It's just an amazing sight for this 310R grid. Hoffman though leads it currently, although it looks like Mansberger and Jack Sales have got that momentum around the outside as they head into Stowe again.
Here comes Sales, you know what he can do around the outside here, but O'Flanagan's got there first, and he gets first as they come out of Stowe Corner for the second time. Taylor O'Flanagan takes the lead of this race as they head down towards the Vale. Is he going to hold it? Yes, he is. The yellow machine is still in front there ahead of the white Caterham with the green cage of Jack Sales. The Mossel car in 3rd place is Lars Hoffman. Then it's Mansberger side by side with Bush for 4th position. Those 5 trying to initiate a breakaway, I think. They head up towards the straights, the Hamilton straight down towards the right-hander at Abbey, then the left flick into Farm Corner. So we've got the old Silverstone farmhouse on the outside of this section of circuit, somewhere behind our camera position. Here comes Jack Sales attacking for the lead, but Taylor O'Flanagan cuts him off into the right-hander at Village. Lars Hoffmann up on the outside. Here comes Hugo Bush as well, the grey and red car. Lars Hoffmann holds that place up on the outside. That's Harry Cook side by side with Cooper. I think Mansberger's dropped back a bit. Yes, he's lost about 3 or 4 places in there, Dominic Mansberger, down alongside, I think that's Tom Willis further back.
Yeah, I think he's got shuffled back with the Lopez Appleton sort of moving forward. And here comes O'Flanagan, and Lars Hoffmann went to a gap that didn't look like it was there, did it? He had to back away from it, but that does mean that they both outbrake themselves. Jack Sales also looking like he might have have followed them in, but they absolutely drew each other into that call. Jack Sales is going to come out on top, and if he's looking in his mirrors now, he's going to see whether he can break away. I don't think that gap's sufficient as the rest of the pack. So Mansberger out wide again. He looks like he's got a rear end of his car that is fighting him at every single opportunity. Black and white flag being shown to one of our drivers there for track limits, so we'll keep an eye out who that is. Track limits is an important part. They're keeping it within the white lines for the most part, but Jack Sales does hold on for the majority of that straight. And can he? We saw him do this earlier, but he's got to hold on until the checkered flag this time.
Through Brooklands that time for O'Flanagan and Hoffman. It's a case of who's going to break latest, who's going to break latest. So hang on, I've got to break now. And they are both overshot and let Jack Sales through into the lead. But they're still there in second and third place, although Hugo Bush might have something to say about that. Harry Cook's back up there as well. Remember how well he timed his move in the previous race. He's trying to hang on to the coattails of the leaders. Ben Lopez Appleton's on the move as well. 7 minutes of this race still to go. There's Harry Landy going side by side. I think that was Bianchi as they came through onto the Hanger Straight, as Jack Sales, as expected, goes to the outside. O'Flanagan on the inside. Here comes Ben Lopez Appleton going for the tighter line. They're going to be 5 wide for the lead on the entry. O'Flanagan might have it here. I don't think Jack Sales has done enough. They're leaning on each other further back. The 43 car nearly lost it in there of Alan Curtis. That was 6 wide. Yeah, 5 wide just about works. 6 wide doesn't.
I'm pretty sure I just saw, so this is the replay of Brooklands, like say they're both just outbreaks each other. Jack Sales was like, where do I go? Well, he tucked back on the inside, managed to get it all hauled up. I did see, you saw Hugo Bush up here, but as they went into Maggers that time, I think he went completely over the inside curb. I think he got pushed over the sausage curb and kind of was a passenger, and we've seen him drop back a little bit, so you can see Hugo Bush was in that 3rd place. He's about 6th place now, and I think that was because he had to ride over the sausage curb. But it is Jack Sales now in 2nd place with O'Flanagan ahead of him. So O'Flanagan sort of recovered his car and brought it all back together, and those two are going to be fighting to see if they can get past Jack Sales again. They do it all again. A bit of contact there. That was Lopez Appleton again, wasn't it? Having contact with one of those drivers, and Hugo Bush sort of still trying to recover that position. A bit of a lock-up as well as they head into the loop.
It's a good spot there, Chris. We did lose Hugo Bush to a mistake there at Maggots and Beckett's, and there's somebody slowing in the middle of the pack there. Is that Lopez Appleton, perhaps? So slowed, or somebody else through there? Pick that up in a moment.
Yeah, see who's dropping down, because Cook was there, and I'm not sure if I can see that anyway. Anyway, O'Flanagan at the moment is down the inside. Jack Sales seeing whether he can hold on around the outside. He's going to try and hold on over the top of Lars Hoffmann. It is Hugo Bush next, and maybe that is Cook there. Let's see as they come over the timing line. But one of the dark cars, like you said, is looking like it is struggling. So let's see who pings down. There's another
bit of contact there. Somebody
maybe a rear punctual suspension. That's Harry Landy, I think, in the green car there. He's already had a torrid Silverstone after getting 2nd place on that opening race. On the grid and the qualifying. So not good for him. Let's see who else is going down. So Jack Sales currently holds it as they go into turn 1.
Harry Landy's into the pits, so that's the end of race for him, because we've only got 5 minutes of the race to go. Couldn't see anybody else who had fallen back by any major stretch there. The big winner on that lap was Tom Willis. He's gained 5 places up into 8th. As through goes Lars Hoffmann into the lead now, coming through into the Maggots Beckett's complex ahead of O'Flanagan, Sales, then it's Bush. There's Tom Willis, the silver car. So who's dropped back out of that group? It was Mansberger. It was Dominic Mansberger, so he's dropped down the order into 12th place now, so maybe he's got a problem. We'll keep an eye on the 25 car, as here come the leaders. Jack Sales, as always, goes to the outside. Alec Cooper throws it across and nearly hits the back of Harry Cook as he pulled out, so didn't see him there. And down they come on the outside of Hugo Bush. Here's the next group. Yeah, I think Mansberger's got a problem. You can see he's falling back there.
We said the rear of his car looked like it wanted to bite him at every corner. I wonder whether his A-frames had a failure or something like that. That can mean that the rear of the car is then very unsettled as they head round. Jack Sales locking up as they go into club. There's a bit of contact there. The cars hitting each other, but think they've managed to settle it all back down. But I think it was Jack Sales locked up, but it's Hugo Bush.
Yeah, Bush has hit somebody.
There, maybe it was him that was locking up there, and he did sort of substantial contact. You can see the nose cone there. He's having to pull to the inside. Maybe that is the end of his radiator, and that will be race over if that is the case. Jack Sales continues on in that lead then ahead of Toto Flanagan. It is still Hoffmann in that 3rd place. and I think it is still Cook in 4th place.
Here's a replay of an incident from earlier on. This will be the contact going into the club section there. He's hit the back of Hoffman, I think, yes. So Hugo Busch locked up there, went into the rear wheel of Lars Hoffman, so we hope Hoffman's car has survived that. Hugo Busch, as we've seen, hasn't. Looks like he's damaged the radiator, and he is going to be out of this race, sadly. So we've got just over 3 minutes to go, so it'll be possibly last lap this time. We'll see what the time is when the leader crosses the line. Here is the leader, Jack Sayles out of Taylor O'Flanagan. Hoffman has survived that, and he's going for 2nd place. Don't outbrake each other this time, gents. They hold it together this time in 2nd and 3rd. It's Harry Cook in 4th position.
Might get 2 laps out of this. It's 2 minutes 50 as they go across. Their laps are 2 minute 27 last time through, so I think they might just get 2 laps out of this. We'll see whether we see the last lap board, but it's certainly exciting as they head there. It's going to be close as they go over that line. But yeah, I think Jack Sayles definitely locked up into it, but unfortunately, it was Hugo Busch that lost out.
Couldn't quite see if the last lap board was out there, unfortunately. There's Ben Lopez Appleton. I think we will get 2 more laps because, yeah, the 2:27, which is what they're lapping in Kemp as they came into Cops, so we should be okay for 2 more. Here comes Lars Hoffman swarming about on the back of Jack Sayles and Taylor O'Flanagan. It was Sayles who led at the line. Here comes Harry Cook. Has he judged this to perfection again? He may be attacking too early here. He's gone up into 3rd place. He doesn't want to let Jack Sayles get too far ahead. That's what he's concerned about here. Most of these cars now missing at least 1 wing, you'll notice. Ben Lopez Appleton could be in a good position here at the back of this group, along with Alan Cooper as well, as they start the big weave down towards Stowe Corner. Here comes Taylor O'Flanagan to the inside. Hoffman's going to go through the middle. He almost barges his way through the middle. Cook loses out on the outside, and it's worked for Hoffman. He's got through just as he did on the opening lap.
Lopez Appleton absolutely on the inside of Jack Sayles then. There was only millimetres between them, and in fact maybe even a bit of contact as they went out of Stowe that time. They're heading down into Vale, but it is Hoffman who still leads O'Flanagan. Then it's Cook. Jack Sayles trying to get round the outside, going to be up the inside now as they move into Club then, and he is going to take that position back, but side by side is going to slow them down. Then it's the Lopez Appleton car and Alan Cooper, who's made it all the way to this front group but can't make as many things. You can see Hugo Busch's car stuck on the inside of the circuit there, sort of outside of the actual firing line of the cars. Mansberger seems to have stopped the rot. He did start that slow couple of laps, but he's at the front of the group that is chasing them down. They have them headed up here with only 1 minute of this, but we think they're going to get back to the line and they're going to get that other lap. We'll keep an eye out just in case they do throw the checker quickly. But this weekend they've been quite consistent with the timings of that. But Jack Sayles does find himself in that 3rd place, held on and stopped Cook and Lopez Appleton from taking him when they looked all likely as they were going out of Stowe that time.
So Lars Hoffman has actually pulled away a little bit now as they come down onto the Wellington Straight for what should be the penultimate time. Here comes Sayles to the inside on Taylor O'Flanagan. Harry Cook's keeping a watching brief from behind, looking to time his move to perfection as he did in the 2nd race of the weekend. Look at the lengths he's closed up there, very late on the brakes for Brooklands. He sends the car on his outside out wide. That was Lopez Appleton, I think. As they come towards the line, we are going to get another lap out of this. Just a few seconds left on the clock as they head up towards the line. Waits and confirm if the checkered flag is going to go out or not. No, it doesn't. So over the line they go to start their final lap. Lars Hoffman weaves to break the toe, even down the pit straight this time, ahead of Jack Sayles by 0.3 of a second. New fastest lap on this final lap. Going into this final lap, Alan Cooper in the 71. Keep an eye on him.
Yep, he's still got a few places ahead of him that he can see, and he'll want to be you want them by the end of this race. But Hoffman does seem to have checked out a little bit as they head into Beckett's and Maggots this time, and there is O'Flanagan fighting with Jack Sayles, so that's only going to help Hoffman to disappear off down the line. But they've still got that powerful hanger straight to come, and that's going to be worth about 5-6 miles an hour to Jack Sayles. He's going to be catching up all the way through. He's got quite a nice distance off the back of Hoffman actually to allow him to catch that toe. He's got to watch his mirrors as well though, as Hoffman is weaving that toe, and Jack Sayles has got a difficult position. He can't weave anymore because the other cars have caught him up. Hoffman might have absolutely come a blinder with this one.
Watch for Cooper at the back of this group, the white and blue Rothmans livery car. He's trying to get the inside line, but he finds his way through, blocked by Jack Sayles. Taylor O'Flanagan's run wide on the exit. It's everybody's race for second now, because look, Hoffman's taking advantage of that little squabble as they go up the inside. Big lock up there. That's Ben Lopez Appleton. Did they get away with that? We caught a glimpse of there. there? No, they haven't. That's Lopez Appleton and somebody else. He's tagged the back on. I think that's Harry Cook that he may have taken out there. It's all come to a head in the club complex.
Unfortunately, he was fully locked up there, fully committed. He couldn't get that car stopped. And again, we've seen another issue for Ben Lopez Appleton this weekend. Jack Sales is in that third place, but Hoffman looks like he's got enough of a buffer if he could just take it through these next few corners. But who is going to be second on that field? Is it going to be O'Flanagan or is it going to be Jack Sales?
Yeah, it was Harry Cook, the other car involved there, unfortunately. Ben Lopez Appleton, again, a little bit over-exuberant throughout this weekend, so it's only ended in disappointment for him. But Lars Hoffman, the man from Germany, is away and clear in the Mottl livery car, and he's heading for victory in the Mottl Caterham 7 310R Championship here at Silverstone. It's going to be 2 wins out of 3 for Germany this weekend. Who is going to be second, though? Jack Sales still side by side with Taylor O'Flanagan. Into the final corner they come up. The inside goes Jack Sales, O'Flanagan on the outer. Into Luffield they go. This time the yellow car will be on the inside, but it's going to be a win for Lars Alexander Hoffman. Here he comes out of the final corner. A very fraught Mottl Caterham 310R Championship race, and Lars Alexander Hoffman will come in to take the checkered flag. Jack Sales will come over in second, exactly 1/10 of a second ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan. Who is going to be fourth? It's Alan Cooper. Dominic Mansberger recovering well to take 5th position in a photo finish with Tom Willis. Then Wes Payne came through for 7th. Good run for him. Alan Curtis, David Yates, remember him? And Andy Murgatroyd from the back of the grid. Fair play to him, coming through for 10th.
Yeah, what an action-packed race again. A little bit of an issue. It was always going to come to a head into Vale that time through. You could see that we're all clumping together in that battle for second, and it was just Ben Lopez Appleton locked up that wheel. Unfortunately, collected Cook as they went through. But Hoffman taking that victory then in the front at the right time, and Sales managing to manage it a little bit better this time ahead of O'Flanagan as they crossed the line. It was absolutely nose to tail with them as they went into Luffield that time through. Alan Cooper making good hay whilst the sun shone, as then all of that. But we have some highlights then of that race from early on, where we saw Graham McDonald spinning, didn't we? There he is to the inside there. That was not the only time we saw him spin this race. And again, here he is again collecting that the inside sausage herb, and then Cook, I think it was, just managed to get his car stopped up. There's that double lock-up of Jack Sales going down the inside, absolute sort of red arrow stuff, synchronised flying. Hugo Bush was still part of the battle at this point, wasn't he, on the inside there of Luffield, with Cook around his outside, as they headed down then into 4-5 wide as we were going through this pack. And absolutely were contact there. That was Landy versus Alan Curtis. Definitely made some side-to-side contact. And there's Murgatroyd making his progress up through the field from the back. He's made that all the way up there. So they headed into the Vale. Lots of action down here throughout the race, and there was a little bit of contact there, and there is that spun car. So it was Ben Lopez Appleton and Harry Cook all coming together as they headed into the Vale complex. Lars Hoffman, though, took the flag ahead of the field. Jack Sales managed to manage the situation ahead of O'Flanagan, and they were our top 3 as they crossed the line.
Yeah, sorry, I had to laugh briefly there seeing that outbreaking moment. You could imagine them looking across at each other, couldn't you, Hoffman and O'Flanagan? No, you break first. No, you break first. Uh-oh. But it was Lars Hoffman who took the victory ahead of Jack Sales by 1.2 seconds. Taylor O'Flanagan completing the podium. Alan Cooper coming through for 4th ahead of Dominic Mansberger. Then Tom Willis, Wes Payne, good run through for 7th ahead of Alan Curtis, David Yates, Andy Murgatroyd from the back of the grid to 10th. Then Harry Eyre, Jeff Price, Ben Lopez Appleton did get going again after that tangle to take 13th ahead of Darrell Cresswell and Steve Metcalf and Kevin Cooper. Phil Bianchi dropped back in the closing stages. He was 17th ahead of Chris Fraser. Harry Cook got going again to 18th place was James Hall, apologies there. Chris Fraser and Harry Cook rounded out the top 20 after he rejoined. A couple of retirements there. We lost Harry Landy and Hugo Bush. Fastest lap went to Alan Cooper. Good run for him for 4th place, but it's Lars Hoffman who takes the victory, and we will head down to Sam in Parc Fermé in just a few moments' time.
So I was just having a look at Lars's car as it's just pulled in. He's only got 2 out of his 4 wings left on his car, but he made it to first place. Congratulations, Lars.
Thank you very much.
I feel like you deserve that place.
Hard work to get here. Yeah. The first race was horrible for me. I had a good place in second and crashed then. So now from 13th to 5th, from 5th now to first. Good result for the weekend. So yeah, hopefully next weekend we're getting a bit better.
Yes, you're getting there. Yeah. Excellent. Well done. Congratulations. I'll just move round and speak to Jack. Congratulations, Jack. It's lovely to see you on the podium.
Yeah, it was a relief after the chaos of the last race when I got into a half spin out of the lead, which was far from ideal on the penultimate lap. Just tried to keep it clean and get through to the end and survived. So yeah, really chuffed, yeah.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Nice way to end the weekend, isn't it? And I'm going to go and have a word with this man, Taylor. Taylor, congratulations. It's great to see you back here on the podium.
Thank you. Yeah, it feels like a win, to be honest, after this weekend. I'm super chuffed for that. Yeah. Thank you.
Your fan club will be up there waiting in Parc Ferme, won't they? We'll be able to hear them.
yeah, they're amazing. Thank
Excellent.
you.
Well, wish you enjoy the celebrations, and we'll see you soon. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Right, we'll head back to you guys in the commentary box.
Thank you, Sam. And just to let you know that that's the last Caterham action here today, but we are back out at Alton Park on the 8th of July. The Academy are going to be out there. We've also got Portimao on the 22nd and 23rd of July for the CS UK cars, and then the next time we're going to see most of our fields, the Academy are at Road Sport 270 310 at Thruxton on the 29th and 30th of July, and then finally, remember, the 13th and 16th of July, Festival of Speed. Caterham excited there to present the Project V and also the EV7 going up the hill. We're looking forward to seeing you there, and we will be back with BARC TV for those. And thank you very much, and we'll see you next time.
Well, Chris Hutchinson, thank you very much indeed for joining us for the Caterham races this weekend. But in order to have Chris with us as always, he'll join us again, I'm sure, at Thruxton next time here on BARC TV. We've got one race to go here at Silverstone this weekend, and it's a 2-hour race for the ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy Championship. Now, normally we see the Britcar Trophy Championship have a pair of 50-minute races, but it's a longer race for them this weekend. There will be a 2-hour race with 3 mandatory pit stops for each car within the 2-hour period. The pit window opens 20 minutes into the race, closes with 20 minutes of the race to go. We'll give you the grid for this one then, and it's a gamut of Ginettas that will start at the front of the grid. Class 1 for the most powerful GT cars is nearly all Ginetta G56 GTAs, plus just the one BMW going up against them in there. Class 2, we've got a couple of Porsche 911s, one a 997, a Honda Civic and a BMW M240i. Class 3, we've got a couple of Honda Civics, a VW Golf and a VW Scirocco. We've got one Class Ginetta G40 car, just one entry in that division. And then we've got the Renault Clios. They've got 6 entries in there, the Renault Clio Cup Generation 4. But it's the Ginettas that have almost locked out the front of the grid in qualifying, the G56s. And we'll bring you the grid in a second. It's the 2 car that has set pole position. Which is the car of Mike West and Jade Edwards, the British touring car racer. Jade Edwards will start that car for Assetto Motorsport, sharing with Mike West. And alongside them will be their teammates, which will be Julian Wantling starting the car, and his co-driver is Jim Edwards Jr., Jade's father. So father and daughter together on the front of the grid in the 2 Assetto Motorsport cars. Then we've got 4 cars from the Datum Motorsport team. Treble 1 Axel van Nederveen, the Dutch financier, will start on the 2nd row of the grid. He drives solo alongside the number 47, which is Maurizio Sciglio, the Sicilian-born racer based in Scotland. Fresh from a pair of wins in the 50-minute races at Alton Park last time out. Row 3 of the grid, we've got another Italian-born racer, Marco Anastasi, business partner of Maurizio Sciglio. They used to run a gaming company together up in Scotland. Marco Anastasi drives solo in the number 4 Dayton Motorsport Ginetta, and alongside him will be another Dayton Motorsport car, the car running in the invitation class, which is Sebastien Dubois, a winner at Silverstone here a year or two ago in his Dayton Motorsport number 55 Ginetta. Row 4 is another Assetto Motorsport car, which is the number 50 Ginetta G56. Lee Goldsmith starts that car, sharing with Robin Grimwood. And then we've got the first non-Ginetta on the grid, which is the first of the Class 3 cars. A good effort in qualifying by the TSR VW Golf. That will be started by Tony Rogers. Mark Jones will take over. The 5th row of the grid is number 23, the Form Evo Clark Racing Porsche 997. Simon Clark drives solo, and he'll get a race this time because he crashed in qualifying, unfortunately, at Alton Park last time out, didn't get to race. Alongside him, number 19, the Thorny Motorsport BMW. That's driven by Callum Noble, BMW M3. Row 6 of the grid, we've got number 31, which is a Class 2 entry, the Porsche 911 of SW Engineering. James Walker starts that car, sharing with Tony Whitney. Alongside them, number 183, which is William Puttigill at the wheel of his Class 3 Honda Civic, the CH racing car. Row 7, we have the Cook family, also in Class 3. Stephen Edward Cook, it's Edward who's going first in the Major Motorsports Honda Civic Type R. Alongside them, number 66, which is the first of the Clios, the Dragon Sports car, as in Welsh Dragon, the team owned by Rhys Lloyd. He'll drive the second stint. Jack Meakin starts that car. Row 8 of the grid, number 92, is that car's teammates, the Alex Neville and Travis Coyne car. Travis Coyne is going first, alongside number 88 from High Row Motorsport. Now that's Max Coates' team. They've actually got 3 drivers in the 88 car, and it's the reigning junior saloon car champion Max Hall who is driving first. Andy Tucker goes second, and Max Coates is the 3rd driver in that team, the team boss. Row 9 of the grid, we've got number 70, Team Brit. The BMW M240i, shared by Paul Fullick, who's going first, and Tyrone T. Matherin, as he's known. Alongside them, number 45, Major Motorsports other car, that's Arthur McMahon. He drives solo. Row 10 is the other High Row Motorsports Clio, number 89. Ben Jenkins going first, sharing with James Harrison. Alongside them, number 22, which is the Sim Dynamics Clio. Simon Mason, pro driver, will start, sharing with Crispy Allen. Row 11 is number 64, the JW Bird VW Scirocco. Paul Goodlad drives that car, running in Class 3, and he starts alongside number 41, the Spires Motorsport car. Andreas Georgiou starts that car, sharing with Jonathan and Christy Rundle. And on row 12 of the grid, we've got the little Ginetta G40 of Brendan Hafner, the Raceway Motorsport car, number 13. And at the back, we've got a Class 1 car. That's, you might think, is a bit unusual. It's the number 24 of Ian Astley and Neil Wallace. Ian Astley, the ex-British GT racer, he starts that car. That's an SVG Motorsports Ginetta G56. That car very nearly didn't race today. They had a gearbox failure right at the start of the qualifying session. They contacted Ginetta, who are based up in Leeds. Now think how far Leeds is from Silverstone, and were able to go and pick up a gearbox. They met representatives from Ginetta halfway up the M1, picked up the gearbox, and they got the car running again about 15 minutes before this race was due to start. So fair play to Ginetta and to everyone else involved there at SVG Motorsport. Okay, 2 hours of racing with 3 mandatory pit stops to come. Then we'll say a big thank you to Britcar press officer Steve Wood for his help with the starting drivers and a few other details. So 3 mandatory stops. Pit window opens 20 minutes into the race, closes 20 minutes before the end of the race, and in multi-driver teams no driver may drive more than 60% of the race, so they do have to be careful in dividing up the time spent behind the wheel. Well, the 24 car has made it out that we've just mentioned, because I can see it from my commentary box windows lining up on the grid. Well, I think our intrepid paddock reporter Ian Waterhouse has made his way out onto the grid, and we can hear from 1 or 2 of the riders.
Hello everybody, it's almost time for the 2-hour ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship race. We know it's hot, we know that, it's baking. Listed the tarmac down here 42 degrees. That is how hot the time I get. So much so, in fact, I'm not even joking, on the white paint here, my foot actually sticks a little bit to it. That is how hot it is. Let's keep going down for a week, because I don't know if it is the heat or something, but I'm just seeing Ginetta, 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 Ginetta. No, it's not the heat. It really is Ginetta after Ginetta after Ginetta after Ginetta. We've got Julian. I think it's almost time to get going, actually. Who have we got over here? We've got, in number 42, on pole position, Mike West and Jade Edwards. Let's just keep moving down a little bit, because I did want to speak to Axel van Nedderveen here in the 111. He's a sole driver today. You don't have to have two drivers, so Axel's on his own. I wonder how much that is going to have a bit of an impact today, because it is that hot in these cars. Some of them, though, I spoke to William Pattergill in the 183 blue Honda. You're going to see that going around. He actually has AC in his car, so I wonder if we can very quickly just jump in back to make sure everything's actually okay there before we get ourselves going. Whilst we're doing that, I think we might actually have Maurizio over here, so let's grab a quick word with Maurizio Siglio. Maurizio, it is roasted toasty. How are you anyway? Are you suitably cool enough?
I am hot already, so it's going to be a long day. Yeah.
It is going to be a long day. No concerns about tyres, or we're just going to see how it goes?
Concerned about myself first and then tyres.
I'm concerned about you too. Come on, won't you? In one piece.
It's going to be fun though.
Fantastic. Look, better let you go, because I think we've been called off already. So good luck. That's Maurizio Siglio there. Lots of Ginettas. I think 7 to get us going. We're going to be called off the grid straight away now. Almost time to get right for the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship race. 2 hours coming up. Dave, over to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ian. Sunning himself down on the grid there. So it's almost time to go racing for the final time at Silverstone this weekend. 2 hours of racing for the ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy Championship. The overall points coming into this round, led by the Clio of Andy Tucker, Max Hall and Ollie Meadows. It is who's previously raced with them, the regular mini challenge racer, but no Ollie Meadows this weekend, so team boss Max Coates has climbed into the car. It's a double Max in that car along with Andy Tucker. They're just a point ahead of Maurizio Siglio, the double winner at Alton Park in the Britcar Trophy. In fact, Caterham Motorsport are unbeaten in terms of overall wins this year, because the other 3 races here at Silverstone and at Brands Hatch were won by Axel van Nedderveen's number 111 car. Third in the points is another Clio, that's of Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin. Class 2 is led by Arthur McMahon. I know his daughter's watching on our YouTube feed. She did comment earlier on, so hello to Katie McMahon, cheering on her father Arthur McMahon in the Honda Civic. He leads Class 2 in the points. Class 3 is led by William Pattergill with his Honda Civic Type R. The Ginetta G40 class, meanwhile, we've only had a couple of entries in that this year. Alex Turnbull currently leads the points in the SVG Motorsport car. He's not out today. Brendan Hafner, the only entry. There's the little Ginetta G40 towards the back of the grid. But it's, as we said, a plethora of Ginettas at the front of the field. The Ginettas have dominated this series so far. We've got 7 of them at the front of the grid, and another one towards the back. Watch for the number 24. Ian Astley is going to rip through the field in the early stages here. Very experienced GT racer of almost 30 years standing now, sharing with Neil Wallace. It's a Pro-Am pairing effectively in that one. Ian electing to go first today. That car is on the grid. If you look further back down the Hanger Straight, you might just see it come into view. Yes, there it is, right at the back. The all-white car. It's the green and white Ginetta number 42 of Jade Edwards, the British touring car racer, one of Britain's leading female racing drivers, on pole position. Her father will take over the number 2 car that starts alongside the 2 Assetto Motorsport cars. It's Julian Wantling who will start that car, though. There is the number 24, Ian Astley, at the back. Watch for him coming through. Maurizio Siglio will be in with a chance here from the second row of the grid along with Van Nedderveen. Row 3 is Marco Anastasi, a pair of runner-up finishes at Alton Park. That corner of Cheshire turned forever Italy that weekend. And the 55 car of Sebastian Dubois, the car that won at Silverstone on Dubois' racing debut last season, completes the field with a couple of Porsches, a couple of BMWs, a pair of Hondas in there, half a dozen Clios. There's the Team Brit BMW, that's a bright purple machine. Team Brits, of course, have done so much to help those with physical and mental handicaps to enjoy their motorsports. Paul Fullick it is who starts their car. Team Atherin will take over. Dragon Sport topped the Clio qualifying, but I reckon that 88 car, the overall points leader, is going to be the one to watch in the Clio class. Let's hope the gearbox holds out on the number 24 car of Astley and Wallace. Great to have them on the grid. Great effort by the SVG Motorsport team. They're running the little G40 that starts just ahead of it as well. So they'll start to form up 2 by 2 behind the pace car, which is driven today by Evelyn Buanik, the ex-Kumho BMW racer. Fine sight they make. The 7 Ginettas, the VW Golf in there as well for TSR, a newly liveried car for this year. Callum Noble's BMW, the purple machine. Not as purple as Team Brits BMW though. As we get ready for 2 hours of racing from the ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy Championship here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. We saw the MS UK British Endurance Championship race here yesterday, over 2 hours. And this is going to be just as entertaining. 3 mandatory pit stops for each car. We'll see driver changes. We'll have our reporters down in pit road to bring us all the latest news. Here we go then, the revs now beginning to rise. Red lights go out and the race is on here at Silverstone. The ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy Championship is go. Jade Edwards will lead the way into the first corner at Copse. The Ginettas pull away from their opposition as expected. There's the Porsche of Simon Clark. He's just pleased to get some laps in this time after crashing in qualifying at Alton Park last time out. It's Jade Edwards who has got the lead as the Ginettas start to sort themselves out behind the blue and white car there. That's Julian Wantling in second place. In third is Axel van der Veen. The yellow car is Maurizio Silio. His teammate in the black and yellow is Marco Anastasi in 5th position. Then we've got Sebastien Debois, that's the black and bronze. Oh, the second place car is spun coming out of Beckett's into Chapel. He's just missed the gravel there. That's Julian Wantling, so one of our front runners in trouble already. That's left Jade Edwards with a clear lead. The first non-Ginetta is the Golf, driven by Anthony Rogers. 2 Porsches and the number 31 there, that's James Walker and Tony Whitney, the SW Engineering Porsche 911. There's Paul Goodland further back in the VW Scirocco run by JW Bird, or as it says on the side of the car, limb torn off racing. We'll explain that in a second. And there's the second place car spinning out, just got sideways coming out of Beckett's. And round went Julian Wantling. He's trying to restart the car up there on the exit of Beckett's. We don't want to lose one of our Ginettas already. Through go the leaders. Already you can see there Ian Astley further back is making his way through the order. Jade Edwards with a clear lead, drawing on her BTCC experience. Celio and Anastasi together, running wide there. Axel van der Veen coming out of Village. He's in second place. 5th is the number 52, that's Sebastien Dubois, just ahead of the Grimwood Lee Goldsmith car. It's Goldsmith at the wheel at the moment. Here comes Ian Astley. He's got a clutch of Clios around him at the moment. He's got the 8C9 car, I think that was behind him. Got one of the Dragon Sport cars up ahead of him, the 66 of Jack Meakin. Through come the leaders. Anastasi running a little bit wide. He and Maurizio Silio both originally from Sicily, so you'd think they'd be quite used to heat like this here at Silverstone, although they have lived in Scotland for several years. They're based in Edinburgh. They used to run a gaming company. Start to sort themselves out then around this first lap. A long way to go in. Your leader is Jade Edwards ahead of Axel van der Veen by just under 3 seconds. Silio in third place, then Anastasi, Dubois, Goldsmith. Rogers leads Class 3 in his VW Golf. The TSR car shared with Mark Jones. It was originally supposed to be Mark's son Finn Jones who was racing with him today, but Anthony in as a substitute. Class 2 is being led by Simon Clark. There's the green and white Porsche. In fact, that's got ahead of the Golf now. Side by side there, Callum Noble's BMW with the other Porsche of James Walker. Ian Astley, where's he got up to? He's gained 11 places on that first lap from the back of the grid. Just ahead of William Puttergill there in the... Well, he's actually gained 12 places now. He's ahead of Puttergill in the blue Honda Civic. Leading Clio at the moment is that of number 92, which is Travis Coyne at the wheel of one of the Dragon Sport cars. Ian Astley making up another place past one of the Honda Civics. There's the leading Clio. It's Coyne and Alex Neville will take over that car. Car's run by Rhys Lloyd, based down in South Wales. He's also run his Opel Astra TCR. We saw that take a win in an open saloon event, the Snetterton Saloons, when they had an away day here at Silverstone a few years ago. Through go the Ginettas. The leading non-Ginetta is now the Porsche of Simon Clark. Oh, we've got a spinner. I wonder why the camera had flicked round there. That's the number 50, Lee Goldsmith, has spun coming out of Abbey. So these Ginettas are certainly gyrating in the early stages. But Lee Goldsmith. Did Julian Watling get the number 2 going again? Yes, he's at the back of the field. One car that didn't come through on the first lap, unfortunately, is Arthur McMahon, number 45. So, not sure if he was there. I thought I only counted 23 cars on the grid, actually, so I don't think Arthur McMahon took the start, unfortunately. There's Simon Clark in the Form Evo Clark racing out to Porsche 997 Carrera. He's leading Class 2. He's got the Class 3 leading VW Golf. Lovely looking car, that one is behind him, the TSR Golf. Certainly a long way to go yet in this race. Thanks for your comment. It's showing your support. We've got a few fans of Dragon Sport Racing in the comments. In our Clio supporters, Broad and Swan says, come on Dragon Sport. A few supporters of TSR as well. Robber HD supporting the Golf. And there's James Walker. He's already been caught by Ian Astley in the Ginetta in the ex-British GT race. I remember him many years ago racing a Lotus Esprit. That's a rare car these days. Callum Noble behind him. That's the Thorny Motorsports BMW M3. Had some problems with that car at the last round at Alton Park. Missed the first race with gearbox issues. Thorny Motorsport, they briefly appeared, of course, in the British Touring Car Championship a few years ago. John Thorne and his team. Here comes Ian Astley. He's monstering up onto the back of that very smartly liveried Porsche 911. I don't think we've seen SW Engineering in the championship so far. I can't see him on the points chart. James Walker and Tony Whitney. There's one of the Honda Civics. That's the Cook family. Edward Cook starting that car, son of Steve, his co-driver. Still plenty of time before the pit window opens. We're only 5 minutes into this. Just a couple of laps into this 2-hour enduro in the sunshine of Silverstone, and in these conditions it certainly is going to be an endurance race. I mentioned yesterday during the British Endurance Championship race that I did a couple of laps as a passenger in a GT3 car up at Croft a few years ago, and I was boiling hot just at the end of 2 laps, and I was only wearing... Oh, we've got to interrupt myself there because we've got a problem there for one of the Hondas. Is that Arthur McMahon? Or is that the Cook family car? Saw going slowly down the straight there. Yeah, there's McMahon. So he is out there, but he's got a problem. So whether he's joined the race late from the pit lane, he's not showing as having completed any laps. So I think he's joined in after a last-minute problem from the pit lane. Arthur's on track, but clearly not all is not well with the Honda Civic. That's a great shame for Arthur. He's the leading scorer in Class 2 so far this season, 4th overall in the championship, and I suspect he's going to be coming back into pit lane. Yes, Arthur McMahon back into the pits. Don't know what the problem is. Hopefully Ian can find out for us down there. So Jade Edwards leads Axel van Nederveen by 4.3 seconds. Maurizio Cilio, the double Alton Park winner, is in third, a further 1.5 seconds backwards. Anastasi Dubois completing a Ginetta top 5. We've lost a couple of our other Ginettas due to spins. Here's the fight for 4th place. Ruben Anastasi in the black and yellow car, chased by Sebastien Dubois. Italy versus France for 4th position at the moment. Leading non-Ginetta is still the Porsche of Simon Clark. It's the 6th race of the season for the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship. It's Caterham Motorsport who are unbeaten so far. It's Caterham Motorsport who lead the way at the moment. They run Ginettas in a huge number of series around the UK. One of their drivers also competes in Formula 1 stock car racing occasionally. Simon Traves, number 47, I've seen out in his F1 stock car. Won the Scottish Championship a couple of years back. Our comments thread, we've got some fans of Team Brit, Benji Rushton and Charlie Stevenson. Hello to you, cheering on Team Brit in their BMW. Where are they running at the moment? They're carrying a 13th place with Paul Fullick at the wheel. That's a second in Class 3, I think. No, third in Class 2, apologies, wrong way around there. Now there's the number 2 car, that's Julian Wantley on a recovery drive after he spun at Beckett's on the first lap. He's in 19th place, so starting to race his way back up the order. He's cutting through the Clios at the moment. The number 22 Clio of Simon Mason behind the Sim Dynamics car. Leaders completed 4 laps so far, 4.3 seconds the lead for Edwards over Van Nederven. There's a bit of damage there to the front of one of the Dragon Sport Clios. That's the 92 car. That car was leading the Clio class, so it's had some contact somewhere, the 92. It's got Lee Goldsmith has just gone through. He's recovering from a spin as well in his Ginetta. Meantime, Ian Astley, I can tell you, is up to 6th, so he's up with the other Ginettas now. And he'll probably be fighting for the lead fairly soon in this 2-hour race here at Silverstone for the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship. Thanks to ROWE Motor Oils for their support. First time they've been involved with the championship this season. There you can see that damage to the 92 car. I seem to remember that car had similar problems at Alton Park. They got the black and orange flag for some loose left front bodywork, so whether it's a reoccurrence of that or whether he's hit something we didn't see. Travis Coyne. And I believe Ian is down there in the pits and he's got an update on the number 45 Major Motorsport car that we saw slowing earlier.
Yeah, welcome down everybody. As you can see, we're in the pits here. We've got Arthur McMahon in the number 45 Civic here, has pulled into the pits early doors. Arthur, do we know what the problem is?
Seems to be an intermittent fault. We had it in quali and just happened again about halfway around the first lap. So no, we think it's an electrical problem, so we'll try and get to the bottom of it.
You're obviously staying in the car, so that's a good sign. And we think we get it sorted quick.
Well, you have to be optimistic in this business.
You'll need some water though. Arthur, thanks for talking to us. Thanks for clearing it out. Hopefully we'll see you back out soon. Thank you.
Thanks.
Dave, back to you.
Well, thanks very much, Ian. We hope that the Major Motorsport team get Arthur McMahon's Civic up and running again and continuing the event later on in Class 2. Who's leading Class 2 at the moment? It's the Porsche of Simon Clark in 7th overall. Class 3 is being led by the Golf of Tony Rogers and Mark Jones. The Clio class still led by that slightly battered looking 92 car. Class 1 of course is the overall leader. The Ginetta Class 1 Invitation is Sebastian Dubois. It's a Class 1 spec car, it doesn't conform fully to the regulations. Big hello to a few more of our commenters. Hi to Leslie Holdway cheering on Jack Meakin. Lauren Overend cheering on Team Brit as well. Hi to NK as well, and Assetto Motorsport fan says hello to Will at Assetto. Thanks for all your comments. We'll answer as many as we can through the event when we get a chance. Pit window not yet open. It'll be another 7 minutes before the pit window opens. Here's a battle between James Walker in the second of the Porsches, second in Class 2. This is the only non-Ginetta in Class 1. Callum Noble in the Thorny Motorsport BMW. They're fighting for 9th place overall, these two, through Beckett's. Noble gets the BMW up alongside almost. It's BMWs you like, then watch BARC TV in a couple of weeks' time. We've got the Kumho BMW Championship heading to Thruxton in support of the British Touring Car Championship. Porsche pulls away there down the Hanger Straight, swings its way through Stowe Corner. Is the BMW slowing a bit there? Ran wide on the run into Stowe Corner. Still the lead is with the number 42 car, started by Jade Edwards. She'll hand over to Mike West at the pit stop, although we'll have to wait and see whether driver changes take place, because not every pit stop it is compulsory to make a driver change. You don't have to make driver changes as long as the drivers serve the requisite amount of time in the car. The 92 Clio is slowing because that front splitter is now hanging down and dragging on the road. So they've lost the lead of the Clio class to their teammates. Looks like, in fact it's the 22 car that's come through into the lead of the Clio. Simon Mason and Chris Bielan's car. Chris Bielan, the ex-Lotus racer, among several other things. Second in the Clios now is the 66 of Jack Meakin, sharing with Dragon Sport boss Reese Lloyd. Further back in the order, we've got the number 88s. They're only 5th in the Clio class at the moment, so they'll want to rise up the order with Max Hall on board. He's still learning the car. Won the Junior Saloon Car Championship last season, defeating Harry Hickton. Now competes regularly in the Mini Challenge Trophy category with his BMW Mini Cooper. Trying something new this weekend. Here at round 6 of the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship. Here come the Clios. There's the Clio class leader, number 22, in around 16th overall. As we used to see these cars in the Renault Clio Cup UK supporting the British Touring Car Championship. Here's the Porsche of Simon Clark. It's now got clear of the Golf of Tony Rogers. They're both leading their respective classes in 7th and 8th overall with Class 2 and 3 leaders. There is the Golf, the TSR team car. Wonderful looking car, that is. Had tyre problems in the previous round at Alton Park, dropped out of the first race. Tony Rogers sharing with Mark Jones. We saw TSR over the last couple of years competing slightly more standard looking Golfs than this one. That actually reminds me of Sean Hollenby's VW Golf that competed in British touring cars in the 2010s. Likes of Martin Byford, among others, drove that car. Tom Onslow Cole drove it briefly as well. There's the battle for 9th behind them, the Porsche and the BMW. There's another of our class leaders, the little Ginetta G40. Number 13, Brendan Hafner for SVG Motorsport. The Clio is going through behind. And then behind them, number 64, that's Paul Goodlad, the JW Bird VW Scirocco. I was explaining earlier on why that car's got limb torn off racing written down the side of it. It's because Paul Goodlad only has one leg. Lost a leg in a motorbike accident several years ago, but it certainly hasn't slowed him down. Seen him as a regular in the Britcar Trophy over the last couple of seasons. He's running 23rd at the moment. Oh, and that's the Clio has just lost its bumper. That's the 92 of Travis Coyne. He's been dragging that front splitter around and it's come off up at Club Corner. Arthur McMahon's heading back out in his Civic. They've tended to the problem. Hopefully Arthur can go and chase some Class 2 points. Here's a battle between a couple of Ginettas. Marco Anastasi on the inside, Sebastian Dubois, the Invitation class car, on the outside. This is the fight for 4th overall. Ian Astley a few seconds behind them. So I think he's plateaued now. He's made his way up the order from the back. Lead gap is 5 seconds. Jade Edwards still ahead of Axel van Nedderveen for the overall lead. Number 92, not surprisingly, is being called into the pits by the Dragon Sport team for front bodywork repair. Well, it's bodywork replacement now because the front splitter has come off. Travis Coyne to make it into the pits. I can just about see the pit lane entrance from my commentary box. Well, he hasn't come in this time, he's just gone through down the pit straight. He's slightly lightened Clio. He'll get the signal this time, he'll have to come in next lap. There's the front bumper, you can see the remains of it on the right of your screen there at Club Corner. Another souvenir for our volunteer marshals. There's that battle for 4th, Anastasi ahead of Dubois. There's Ian Astley. Then to Ginetta, he'll hand over to Neil Wallace. And a gap back to Simon Clark of some 11 seconds. Porsche next through. So we've now got all 24 cars out there and running because Arthur McMahon's joined the fray. To a couple of our commenters, Steve Crompton says, let's go Team Brits. Fordman Motorsport, they're cheering on the Sim Dynamics. Number 22 Clio, well, I'm pleased to tell you that car's just taken the lead of the Clio class in the hands of Simon Mason. Stasi holding off Dubois. The battle for 4th place. You can see just ahead of them is Maurizio Cilio's Ginetta. Here's a battle with Julian Wantling making his way back up the order after his spin on the first lap, taking Edward Cook in the number 83 Honda Civic. So he'll hand over to his father Steve. That's Accord. Civic running second in Class 3. Nice to see some Honda Accord Super Touring cars out there. They'll be out with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club over the course of this year. There's Ian Astley, rather lonely run at the moment in his Ginetta. He's 15 seconds clear now of Clark in the Porsche. He gained 4 seconds on that last lap. Is he gaining on Sebastien Dubois ahead of him? Yeah, about a second he took out of him on that last lap. Well, here's our leader. We haven't forgotten about Jade Edwards. She graduated from Clio Racing into the British Touring Car Championship, where she's raced with Tony Gillam's Team Hard setup, among others. Tony Gillam's Barmy Army, as some call them. Great fun-loving team they are. Let's take a look if anybody's making their way into the pits soon. The pit window has just opened about 30 seconds ago. Here's our battle for second. It could be a battle for second. Axel van Nederveen ahead of Maurizio Cilio, but it's over 3 seconds. Here's the fight for 4th. Dubois trying to make a move on Anastasi. Representatives of Italy, France and the Netherlands out there in our Ginettas. Certainly an international field in this ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship race. Still yet to see any pit callers. The window has only just opened. Is anybody going to call in at the earliest opportunity? Certainly a bit of a breeze kicking up here at Silverstone through the afternoon. Sky's still fairly clear at the moment. I won't say any more than that because we don't want to put the curse of the commentator on things. We've got first pit caller. It's the number 88 Renault Clio. Max Hall will be handing over to Andy Tucker. There it is. That's the High ROWE Motorsport car. The car run by Max Coates. Now it's gone into the garage, not because it's got a problem, but because that's where they will do their refuelling. Some of the cars do refuel. They haven't got the pit lane refuelling system, so they have to fuel the cars up in the garage. So Max Hall, the young gun, will climb out, put the fuel in, and it should be Andy Tucker who will get in. That's the overall championship leading car. Oh, and Arthur McMahon, I can tell you, has come back in as well, so the Honda Civic still struggling with its problems. That's a great shame. It's Callum Noble's BMW. He's got ahead of James Walker. This is the battle for 9th place, so Noble's got the BMW clear of the Porsche now. Noble, the only non-Ginetta in Class 1 for the more powerful cars. It's James Walker, running second in Class 2 behind his fellow Porsche pilot, Simon Clark. Dan Jones asked in the comments, why did car 24 start from the back? Well, the reason for that was, if you missed the pre-race, is because the 24 car had its gearbox fail right at the start of the qualifying session. So the SVG Motorsport team made a call to Ginetta up in Leeds. They found them a gearbox, managed to open up the workshop and got a gearbox out. The team made a mercy dash up the M1. They met halfway, picked up the gearbox, came back and fitted it, and the car was ready about 15 minutes before the race started. That's motor racing. Well done to SVG Motorsport and to Ginetta. Marco and say yes. Come on, ROWE Motorsport with Andy Tucker, Max Hall and Super Max Coates. I'm not going to sing the song, don't worry. That car is in the pits, and I think we can head down to Ian in the pits. I think he's talking to the man who's just got out of that car, Max Hall. Oh, we've got a spin there just before we hand over. That is Ruben Anastasi that's spun coming into Brooklands. So Ruben Anastasi has spun his Ginetta. It's coming through Brooklands there. That's dropped him back a couple of spots. Dubois will have got through, and I think Ian Astley as well, but he's got going in. He hasn't hit anything, and Ruben Anastasi rejoins the race. Well, let's head down to Ian in the pits in a moment then. He's talking with Max Hall.
Yeah, welcome back to the garage, everybody. Just seen the 88 Clio come into the pits. So Max, you were piloting it. What's the problem?
Just took a knock on the front left instant in the second hairpin. Steering was like that, so I had to come in and get it fixed.
Oh, you actually get the driver change now, as Andy looks like he's getting ready to go out.
Yeah, driver changing as well. Andy's just hopping in, see what we can do from here. It's a recovery drive now.
You're allowed another stint out there, won't you?
Yeah.
Thanks for talking to us, thanks for clearing it up. That's great stuff. Let's have a little look at the work that's going on right now on that front left. They have just changed the tyre as well. A lot of action going on in the pits fairly early on in this race as well. Don't forget mandatory pit stops as well. So lots of action going on here. It's the number 88 Clio. It's taking a knock on the front left. Hopefully they can get it back out soon. But it is a driver change. Max Hall's out. Andy Tucker is in. Dave, back to you.
So it wasn't just an early stop for a driver change for the 88 Clio. There was a problem there. We couldn't quite see the left front there as he came in. So a bit of damage and a steering repair needed for number 88 car. Looks like a bent steering arm. So hopefully the ROWE Motorsport team will be able to repair that, and he'll be back out fairly shortly. Back to our battling Ginettas towards the front of the field. This looks like Ian Astley is now catching Sebastien Dubois for fourth place. More problems for Arthur McMahon. He's now been given a stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane. The car is not currently out running though, because he's back in the pits with whatever that problem was. We think it's electrical problems, but when he goes back out he's going to have to serve a stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane. Marco Anastasi has rejoined after his spin in 6th place, isn't he, behind these two cars. And we see here Dubois and Astley. They're coming up to lap Paul Goodland's VW Scirocco. Another car has come into the pits as well. It's the 92 car, the Clio of Travis Coy, car that lost the front splitter earlier on. So that's coming to have presumably a new front end body panel fitted. Rainbow Lizard Racing says, come on JWB. Actually, that means JW Burr, which is the VW Scirocco. So the order coming up to the half-hour mark is Jade Edwards with the lead. 4.7 seconds over Axel van Nedderveen. Maurizio Cilio is still third in his Ginetta. And I believe Ian's down in the pits with the Dragon Sport team for an update on the 92 car.
Welcome down to the pits, and it seems to be a feast of Clios at the minute, but big confusion here for the 92. It actually pulled in to the penalty box when it shouldn't have, so the Dragon Sport team had to leg it down to the far end of the pit lane and tell him to come down into his actual pit box here. As you can see, quite a bit of damage on the front wing there. That was the car that had the contact with the 88, so they're just getting it fixed. They'll get it back out as quick as possible, but they've lost some precious time with it parking in the penalty box when it should have come straight down to its pit stop here. Dave, back to you.
Okay, thanks for the update there, Ian. The Golf has come in as well. Tony Rogers has brought the TSR Golf into the pits. That's gone into the garage, so we don't know if that's a problem or whether they're refuelling in the garage. We said earlier some of the teams refuel inside the garage instead of in the pit lane, so wait and see what the Class 3 leader is up to as Jade Edwards comes up to lap one of the Clios going through Luffield up towards Woodcote. Got through there no problem. That was the 88 car that has rejoined in the hands of Andy Tucker. There she is down the pit straights into Coppice, into Copstrana. See what her lead is. She comes through 4.4 seconds over Axel van Nederveen, so the lead gap is fairly stable. Further 5.3 seconds back to Maurizio Cilio, the double Alton Park winner, in third. And Sebastien Dubois in fourth place, the invitation class leader, still in his battle with Ian Astley. Marco Anastasi is still in sixth place in the number 4 after a quick spin at Brooklands earlier on, battling with Dubois. And there is Axel van Nederveen, the Dutchman based in London. There is the number 47, Maurizio Cilio. He dominated Alton Park. I don't think even during the pit stops he was led. Here's the battle for fourth. Ian Astley trying to get ahead of Dubois. Axel van Nederveen, based in the UK, the Dutchman. He's the treasurer of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. A couple of cars into the pits. We've got the Grimwood Goldsmith Ginetta number 50. That's the Assetto Motorsport car Goldsmith handing over to Robin Grimwood. And the Cook family, their Honda Civic has come in as well. It's one of major motorsports cars, Edward Cook, handing over to his father Steve. The Golf still in the pit lane, number 77, so if there's a problem there, I'm sure we'll have an update shortly, as Ian Astley trying to make a move on Sebastien Dubois, but he's not close enough into Village. So I passed the half-hour mark now. Let's run you through the order as we reach a quarter of this race. Jade Edwards in the number 42 Ginetta for Assetto Motorsport leads the way. Second place for Dayton Motorsport, number 111 Axel van Nederveen. Third is number 47, also for Dayton Motorsport, Maurizio Cilio. Fourth place in the leading invitation class car, as we see here, only just in the Dayton Motorsport number 55 is Sebastien Dubois. And in fifth place, number 24 for SVG Motorsport, Ian Astley. Has a look up the inside there, not quite close enough. Sixth place is Marco Anastasi in the number 4 Dayton Motorsport Ginetta, and now Astley gets the move done, coming out of Luffield into Woodcote and up into fourth position. Behind them in seventh, behind the Ginettas, we've got the Class 2 leader, which is number 23, Simon Clark in the Formigo Clark Racing Porsche. Eighth place, recovering after a spin on the first lap, Julian Wantling in the number 2 Assetto Motorsport Ginetta. He's up into 8th position now. Ninth is number 19, Callum Noble in the Thorny Motorsport BMW. And in 10th place, well, now in the pits, is Lee Goldsmith in the number 50 Assetto Motorsport Ginetta. 11th place, Edward Cook in his Honda Civic, number 83. He was leading Class 3 when he came into the pits. 12th place is James Walker in the number 31 Porsche 911. 13th, William Puttigill with his number 183 Honda Civic. 14th place are Team Brit, Paul Fullick at the wheel of their BMW, second in Class 3. Then the leading Clio is in 15th place, which is Simon Mason, number 22. Behind him is Jack Meakin, number 66. They're separated by about 3 seconds. Third in the Clio class, number 89, Ben Jenkins for ROWE Motorsport. And behind them is Andreas Georgiou, the Greek driver in the number 41 Clio. The lone Ginetta G40 is 19th, number 13 rather, which is Brendan Hafner. Then 20th is Paul Goodlad in number 64 VW Scirocco. The Golf is still in the pit lane, Tony Rogers in the Golf Mark 5 of TSR. Travis Coyne has rejoined behind him in the classification in 22nd. And back in the pits is the number 88 car, so clearly the car still having steering issues there in the hands of Andy Tucker. Arthur McMahon is still going, I think, but a long way behind in the number 45 Honda. So that's your order at the half-hour mark. Here's the Team Brit BMW. Is Is that extra ventilation he's got there? We can see in the roof there. Look at that. I've never seen that before. Those are like those air resistance flaps you see on the roof of a NASCAR that open up when it spins to stop it rolling over. I've not seen that before. That's a bit of cooling innovation, we think, by Team Brit. I'm sure Ian will ask them about that. Callum Noble incidentally has brought the BMW in, and James Walker in the Porsche number 31. Tony Whitney will take over that car. Don't forget, everybody has to do a minimum of 3 pit stops during this race. Hi to Tim Roche in our comments thread, he's watching from France. Hi to Ollie van Nederveen as well, cheering on his father. And Tim Roche also says, great work in getting Simon's Form Evo 911 ready for this weekend after a lot of work post Alton Park. Yes, he took a wallop into the tyre wall then. The Porsche is in 8th place. Let's hand down to Ian in the pits who's got an update for us.
Oh, there it is. Right, we're down at the garages again. I'm here with Mike West, partner. Let me just say what a privilege it is to be partnering Jade Edwards today.
I'm having an absolute ball with Jade, and you know, she's a great driver, and so we're having fun, and it's even better to see her racing against her dad. You know, they're both getting their elbows out, which has been absolutely great.
She's right at the sharp end at the minute.
Yeah, she's doing really well, so obviously no pressure on me. Try and just keep it around. There's some good drives out there as well, so yeah, we're having fun. It's a great weekend, good format. You know, we've enjoyed it in the GTA with Ginetta, but this is something different and it's great. We've enjoyed it.
You probably don't, I don't need to be Sherlock Holmes to work out that you're now in your race suit, so not too long to go before Jade comes in and you take over.
I think we've got the second car's coming in next, and then Jade's coming in, so she was always going to do a longer stint. So we're running the 3 cars, obviously, so we're just doing them one at a time. But it is quite a narrow window, actually, which is why we've got Gilles here, who's in charge of it all.
It looks very serious,
with,
though, doesn't
yeah,
it?
well, with his 3 timing clocks.
Yes, I don't know if you put the camera on it, but he generally does have 3 stopwatches there. Serious, professional as well.
Yeah, it's good. It's good, yeah. It is different to the sprint racing, you know, so it's good. It's good.
Mike, best of luck out there, enjoy it, won't you? Thanks for talking to us. There you go, that's Mike West.
I just got this fucking balaclava.
Dave, back to you.
Apologies for any choice language from Mike West there. Save his aggression for when he gets into this car, I think, from Jade Edwards, as the 42 car continues to lead nearly 7 seconds clear now of Axel van Nederveen. So Jade's pulled away over the last couple of laps. She's got the fastest lap of the race as well, 2 minutes 21.825. There, that took a 2 minutes 0.8. That was the fastest lap for Marcus Clutton in the Audi R8 GT3 in yesterday's MSUK British Endurance Championship race. Of course, coming up at Donington in July, we will see these cars mixed in with the MSUK British Endurance Championship cars for the big 6-hour race around Donington Park. The Donington 6 Hour, what an event that promises to be. Is our Class 2 leader, the Porsche of Simon Clark, now up to 7th overall because Julian Wantling has come in car number 2, and it'll be Jim Edwards Jr., father of Jade Edwards, who will take over. I seem to remember a few years ago, the first time I saw Jim Edwards Jr. racing was in the MG Owners Club Championship in, get this, an MG Montego. He's done British touring cars as well in the days of the production class a few years ago in a Honda. He's raced just about everything in between. Of course, Jim Edwards Sr. raced with him in the MG class as well, Jade's grandfather. Celio's still 3rd, Astley in 4th, because Sebastian Dubois has come into the pits now, so Marco Anastasi will move up into 5th position. The number 88 Clio instead is still in the pits, so still problems there. The Golf has rejoined, so presumably they stopped for refueling. It was a long stop for them, they're down in 22nd now. So leading Class 3 now, with a couple of its fellow runners having pitted, is William Puttingham in 9th place in the blue number 183 Honda. He's driving solo. The Clio class leading number 22 car of Simon Mason is coming. Chris Biella will take over the Sim Dynamics car. Yes, a couple of our commenters were right, it was quite a nasty shunt for that Porsche number 23 at Alton Park. We had another big shunt in British Endurance qualifying at Alton as well. Charlie Hand was in Chris Compton Goddard's Ferrari in qualifying there. He had a big wallop as well. Thankfully all drivers okay. The Ferrari sadly written off. There's number 64, that's Paul Goodlad, still going well in 16th in his Class 3 Scirocco. 16th overall, second in class. There's Will Puttigill, he leads Class 3, he's going well in 9th overall at the moment. Through towards Village, he's got a Clio ahead of him, that's one of the Dragon Sport cars. That's the Clio that's been in for repairs, I think the number 92 of Travis Coyne and, yes it is, Travis Coyne and Alex Neville's car. We're not sure if Alex got in that car. One hour 20 minutes of this race to go. It's gone by fairly quickly so far. Marco Anastasi now 5th, ahead of Simon Clark. The number 41 Clio is coming. Andreas Georgiou will hand over to Jonathan Christie Rundle. Brendan Hafner's come in, the number 13 Ginetta G40. He's got quite a clutch of G40s last season, just the one here today though, sadly. There's Callum Noble, the BMW. Now he's in 17th place, so who's that behind him? That is could be Robin Grimwood now at the wheel of the number 50 car. That car's been into the pits. This is for position. They both stopped. They're down in 17th and 18th at the moment. The Ginetta has a look at Village. We don't very often see overtakes there. They're 7th and 8th in class. They have already made their pit stops. Their first pit stops. They've got to make another 2. The leader, I can tell you, has come in. Jade Edwards into the pit lane. So that'll give Axel van Nedderveen in the Caterham Motorsport car the lead of the race. I'm not sure why the blue flag was out there for the BMW, because that's a race for position, and yeah, Robin Grimwood's now overshot Brooklands nearly there onto the outside, and Callum Noble goes back ahead. But I don't know whether that's just a general blue flag on the Wellington Straight, but I don't think it was specifically for that battle, because these two are racing for position. A few more cars coming in. Ian Astley's come in, he'll hand over to Neil Wallace. Marco Anastasi's in as well. They're pouring in now for their first stops. Paul Fullick's come in for Team Brit. Team Matherin will take over. Yeah, these two still scrapping it out. Look, Robin Grimwood and Callum Noble swap. I think they're swapping places for fun, these two. So who hasn't made their stops yet? Van Nedderveen hasn't come in, Celio hasn't come in, nor Simon Clark, Will Puttigill. Jack Meekins still hasn't made a stop, or Paul Goodlad's Scirocco. They're the only ones that haven't stopped yet. Charlie Stevenson says, can we see the Team Brit cooling flaps again? We'll see, the car's in the pits at the moment. Paul Fullick has brought it in to hand over to Team Matherin. And there is a slow Civic. I think that might be Arthur McMahon again, unfortunately. He's back out on track, but that Civic is refusing to play today, unfortunately. Yeah, there he is, onto the Hamilton Straight, just keeping out of the way, trying to bring it back into the pits. I suspect this is going to be end of play for Arthur McMahon, unfortunately. The Civic not happy today, as Robin Grimwood again gets past Callum Noble. They're very evenly matched, these two. Currently fighting over, as we say, 17th place, these two. A couple of laps down on the leaders. So the minimum pit time, pit in to pit out, is some 240 seconds for 2-hour races in the Silverstone Heritage pit lanes. That's 4 minutes for a pit stop here. So you basically lose a couple of laps in making a pit stop, even on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. One of the longer circuits in the country, along with the Snetterton 300 circuit. 1 hour 16 minutes of this race still to go. Had a message from Axel van Nederveen's support team. They're watching over on the Hamilton Straits. Friends Tony and Virginia, hello to you. And hi to Andy Abrams as well, long-time saloon racer. Let's come on, Jack Meakin. Jack Meakin, where is he now? He's made his stop, I think. Or has he? No, he still hasn't come in. He's up to 6th, up to 8th overall, I should say, and leads the Clio class. More cars pitting. Marco Anastasi has come in. Van Nederveen hasn't come in yet. He leads by 8.5 seconds ahead of Maurizio Silio. There is our leader, the Caterham Motorsport Ginetta, looking for his 4th win of the season. And there is the car that Jade Edwards has just handed over to the man we heard from a few moments ago, Mike West. Assetto Motorsport Ginetta. Off it goes. Into the pit lane speed limit. It's quite a draconian penalty if you speed in the pit lane. Number 4 was in as well. That's Marco Anastasi. William Puttergill bringing the Honda Civic in. He was up to 4th overall, the Class 3 leader. There we can see the rather taped together number 92 Clio. Travis Coyne and Alex Neville. Paul Goodlad has come in as well, so there's only 4 cars that haven't stopped now. Van Nederveen, Silio and Clark, the top 3 overall. And the Lloyd Meakin Clio, the only other car that has yet to make a pit stop. Car, that is now Neil Wallace on board, I believe. He's got the team Brit BMW. They've closed the roof flaps now on the number 70 car. Tyrone Matherin is on board. Silio has come in, and I think we can hand down to Ian Waterhouse at Assetto Motorsport in the pits.
Yeah, welcome down everybody. Jay's got iced coffee because it is roasting out there. Job done though for that stint.
For that stint, yeah, that went amazingly well. We had a little bit of luck on our side with a little bit of a kerfuffle behind us, but we then just maintained the gap. I was driving sort of within the limit of the car and constantly asking what the gap was, and as long as it was around sort of 5 seconds, I was happy.
I spoke to Mike before he went out. He said, I've got Jade, it's a privilege to drive her, no pressure on me. There's no pressure on him, is there?
There actually isn't. I sometimes feel like there's more pressure on me to perform from where I've come from, if you know what I mean. But I'm here because of Mike. Mike's asked me to join him in the car, so he can go and do whatever he so wishes with his own car out there now.
Just bring it in, because you have another stint.
Yes, so I'll have another stint, but essentially it's Mike's car and it's Mike's race, so there's absolutely no pressure for him to do anything special. Like you say, bring it in for me to jump in for the next time, and that's good enough for me.
Take it to the checkered flag in first. Yeah, Jay, thank you very much. Enjoy your iced coffee, won't you? Dave, back to you.
Great to hear from Jade Edwards, the British Touring car star. She's now cooling down after her stint. Mike West has taken over, and here he comes into the pit straights. It's nearly a lap up, I think. See a replay here of the 24 car just in front of our race leader there. There is Mike West, our leader. Oh, what's going on here? The doors come open. Now, is that the driver's side door? No, it's not. Hopefully that door will blow closed, or he's going to get flagged in for that. I Thought I saw that as he came through Luffield last time through, so we'll keep an eye on that. Is that door going to close itself as Arthur McMahon, I think, has given up the struggle now? So looking back at the timing screen for a moment, Axel van Nederveen leads and has yet to stop. Simon Clark and the 66 Clio of Meakin and Lloyd are the only other cars that haven't stopped now. Keeping an eye on Mike West, see if that door is staying shut for him. He's slowed up there, so he's going to have to bring the car in and get that door tank closed, I think, unless he's got further problems. You can see it hasn't closed fully, look. It's flapping open. So he's going to have to come into the pits, Mike West, and as Larry Grayson will put it, shut that door. So it's Axel van Nederveen who leads. 48 minutes completed. He's over a minute clear at the moment of Simon Clark. Those two have yet to make their pit stops. Hello to Bernard Matherin in the comments, says just in time to watch my nephew T Matherin. Good luck to Team Brit. Thanks for being with us, Bernard. Cilio is rejoining after his stop. First of 3. So just 3 cars still to come in. Paul Goodlad is rejoining in the Scirocco. I'm going to wait to see if Mike West is going to bring the 42 car back into the pits here. Is Van Nederveen coming in? No, he's not. He continues. So he's running a different strategy, clearly, to the other Ginettas. Here's a battle between the number 4, that's Marco Anastasi. He's got the other white Ginetta, that's number 24, Neil Wallace, behind him there, battling for 5th position at the moment. So Marco Anastasi getting through there. Neil Wallace, with all due respect, is not as quick as his co-driver Ian Astley. Ian Astley is effectively the pro of the Pro-Am pairing. Plenty of activity still down in the pit area. I can tell you Julian Watling has made up a couple of places, got ahead of Mike West and also Will Puttigan. And Mike West is coming into the pits. Mike West is coming in because of that loose door. So we'll catch up with the team down there again, I'm sure, at Assetto Motorsports. This could put the kibosh on their hopes of victory. There is the 42 car. It's caught a glimpse of there. One of the Clios back in as well. The 92 car is in again of Neville and Coyne. The 31 Porsche has come in for a second stop as well. The Whitney and Walker car. We don't know whether they're scheduled stops or not. We haven't had any notification of any penalties or anything. The only penalty we had notification of was Arthur McMahon getting a pit lane speeding penalty, and I don't think his car kept going long enough to take it, sadly. Still just those 3 cars that haven't stopped, and not surprisingly they are the top 3 overall. Van Nederveen, Clark and Jack Meakin. Right, we've got an update on the 42 car. We've just been told by Steve Wood up here in the box it may not just be the door that it's called back in. We saw the car slow right down. It may have a gearbox issue, the 42 car, sadly. So we'll try and get an update on that from down in the pits to find out if that is the problem. It may be a problem with the gearbox on the car that was leading the race, the 42. There we can see the 88 car. See some, that looks like tracking alignment going on. So they've clearly replaced some of the steering components on the 88. This is the car that's called in the hands of Max Hall and reported steering issues. Took a knock in the left front and it knocked the steering out of kilter, so they're carefully aligning it all there once they've fitted the parts. That's a pit stop with a difference. And Andy Tucker will head back out in that Clio. The High ROWE Motorsport team run by Max Coates, who's one of the 3 drivers in that car. A couple of Civics we spotted battling it out there. I think that was 4 position as well. Will Puttergill and Steve Cook fighting it out, and this is for the lead of Class 3. So Will Puttergill has taken the lead of Class 3 back again after the stops from Steve Cook. And Axel van Nederveen is in the pits, so the leader has pitted. He was must have been getting close to a lap ahead of the Porsche in second place of Simon Clark, so we'll see the Class 2 car possibly take the overall lead. He doesn't come in this time. "22 laps completed by Axel van Nederveen. There are the Civics. They're currently 13th and 12th and 13th overall. What's happening down at the pits are the 92 car has been in. That was a scheduled stop, I think, after the repairs earlier on, so it's likely to be Alex Neville on board that car now. In 24-hour races at Silverstone, they have a tag system where the driver wears a wrist tag and scans it on the way out of the pit lane after a driver change, and that comes through the timing screen, so you can tell which driver is in the car at a given time. We haven't got that here this weekend, unfortunately, so we're not 100% sure of which driver's in the car after each stop. Well, Van Nederveen is in the pits, still just 2 cars that haven't stopped. And it's getting on towards half distance now, so they're either going to make their stops very close together, because they will have 40 minutes to make 3 pit stops. And a pit stop takes quite a long time, as you've already explained. There's Maurizio Silio, lapping Paul Goodlad, and also Brendan Hafler, the little Ginetta number 13, the only runner in the Ginetta G40 category, run by SVG Motorsport, that car. Well, on one sheet it says Raceway Motorsport, on the other sheet I've got it says SVG, so we'll confirm that. Confirm that it is a Raceway Motorsport car, the number 13 Ginetta G40, not SVG, so apologies there. There is the 23 Porsche, and that is now the effectively the leader of the race, because he's the leading car that hasn't stopped. Is he slowing there? Yes, I think that Porsche may have a problem. It looks like his exhaust may have come loose. Look underneath. The exhaust pipe may have come loose on that car. So we'll see if he comes in this time. He's got to make a stop soon anyway. Simon Clark. He's definitely slow. Through goes the other Porsche, with Tony Whitney on board. So yeah, Simon Clark unfortunately is in trouble. Quite a few cars hitting a few problems. So the 23 is coming in. Maurizio Silio goes through. Hi to Charlene Coyne in our comments thread, cheering on Travis Coyne with the rest of the family. Where's their Clio at the moment? Down in 21st. Here's Sebastien Dubois with his Ginetta. He's battling with Callum Noble. They're 9th and 10th now, these two. Taking the fight to the Ginettas, the BMW. So Clark is in. He would have taken the lead of the race there if he hadn't come in that time, but problems with the Porsche. So the only car that hasn't stopped now is the Lloyd Meakin Clio, number 66. Ah, there's Arthur McMahon. He has got the Civic going again. I was wrong. I thought he'd retired. He's a long way behind. He's some 18 laps down on the leader after his repeated problems. Oh, and somebody's off. That's the number 4. That's Marco Anastasi. He's in the gravel. I think that's on the exit of Copse. He's not going to get out of there without help. So Marco Anastasi bogged down in the gravel. I think that's up at Cops at the end of the pit straight. He's gone straight on. Now, is he going to get out of there with some help from the marshals? Yes, the Orange family come in to dig him out. Hopefully they can get him out of there without the need for the safety car. There is the Porsche in the pit lane. A quick look underneath. We'll find out what the problem is there. Ian can find out for us. So a few front runners hitting problems. Marco Anastasi was in 5th place when he went off. Gets the heave-ho from the marshals. We'll try and see what happened. No, he spun it, coming into Cop's corner, and he's just, unluckily there, dropped into the edge of the gravel. He nearly got away with that. And the marshals have got him out. Well done, marshals. Quick weave around by Marco to drop the gravel out from underneath. You can see it streaming out there, trying not to drop too much of that on the racing line. And Marco Anastasi back in the race. The Clio has now come in of Jack Meakin. That's the last car to make its first stop. So the only car now in the pit lane is the West and Edwards car. We think gearbox issues for the car that was leading prior to the stops. So we'll wait for things to cycle through. There's the 66 car being refueled in the garage. That was a long stint for Jack Meakin. Maybe they're planning to just do a couple of quick stops in succession later on. Because while it says the pit window opens after 20 minutes and closes 20 minutes before the end, it doesn't say how spaced out your stops have to be. You can take them whenever you need to. Okay, there is Axel van Nedderveen back in the race. Down into Stowe. The Cook family Honda is back in, whether that's their scheduled second stop, we'll wait and see. The Golf has come back in as well, so they're on an early pit strategy. So we reach halfway in our 2-hour spectacular for the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship. There is the 47, that's Maurizio Silio. Now, how far behind Axel van Nedderveen is he? 6.5 seconds. Last lap, 23 laps completed. So with the Clio in the pits and with Simon Clark having pitted with what looks to be a problem, that could be the gap for the lead of the race between the two Ginettas. So it looks like it's going to be van Nedderveen from Silio. Wallace and Astley are in 3rd. They're about 40 seconds back on the two leaders. And Watling and Jim Edwards are next. There's Silio. So I reckon it's going to be between our two previous winners. But there's a long way to go yet. There is van Nedderveen. And there is Silio. Those are your two leaders now. With Clark and the Lloyd Meakin Clio now in the pits. We'll see what the gap is as they go over the line. 5.9 seconds, so the leaders come down a few tenths that time through. So Maurizio Silio is catching the Dutchman. They're well ahead of everybody else. It's Wallace and Astley who will be 3rd, then Watling and Edwards. Grimwood and Goldsmith, number 50, are in 5th. Then Marco Anastasi after he's off. He lost, have a look at his lap time last time through. Yeah, he lost over a minute there, being recovered by the marshals. So we'll see how far down the list he may have slipped. Sebastien Dubois is next, then Callum Noble. They were having a good scrap earlier on, but Dubois has now pulled ahead. There's Noble. And next to will be Will Puttergill, the leading Class 3 car, the Honda Civic, because the Cook family are back in the pits. Wait to see where Lloyd and Meakin slot back in to see who's leading the Clios. We can hand down to Ian Waterhouse in pit lane. He's talking to Jack Meakin at Dragon Sport.
Yeah, I'm down here with Jack Meek. We're just watching Reece Lloyd actually go out in the car. You just done the first stint. Now I had to come talk to you, Jack. So apparently your nano shouting wildly at the TV.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
How was it out there other than roasting hot? We know that.
Yeah, super hot. I mean, we had a little bit of contact at the start, and I was just kind of nursing the car for that stint. I mean, the pace was a bit slower than I expected it to be, but the boys have had a look at the car now, sent Reece out. I think we're in a good position, so really it's just about surviving, and hopefully we'll be good.
Well, I have to say, you actually came in from third. That didn't quite tell the whole story because, of course, a lot of people had pitted, but it seems like everything's going reasonably well, and now it's in Reece's hands. Safe hands, right?
Yeah, safe hands. Reece is just class. It's just going to be, like I said, journey to the finish now. We were in a good place, so we'll see how we go. I think we're in a strong.
You fill that water bottle up as well, mate. Jack, good to see you, mate.
Thank you.
Take care, Dave. Back to you.
Okay, we're up to 55 minutes to go, 55 and a half minutes to go in this ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship, round 6 of the season. Our Caterham Motorsport going to keep up their unbeaten run of overall wins. Well, they're in a good position at the moment with their two Ginettas running first and second. Axel van Nederveen has pulled out a bit of a gap over Maurizio Cilio, 7.2 seconds separating. There's another of their cars, that's Marco Anastasi, recovering after he's off at Kops, a couple of laps to go. Callum Noble and Sebastien Dubois, I can tell you, have come in to make their second stops, number 55 and the number 19. Will Puttigill is leading Class 3. Simon Clark is back out in the Porsche, so whatever the issue was there, the way he slowed on his in-lap, it was a long stint for the Porsche. I wonder if he was running low on fuel. So the Porsche is going again. He leads Class 2 provisionally. I think he's still ahead of Team Brit, but we'll wait and see where they slot back in. The Clios, we'll wait and see if they're still being led by the Lloyd and Meekin car, as another car into the pits, number 22 car, the Mason and Bialan Clio, makes its second stop. Brendan Hafner's back in with the Ginetta G40 for his second stop as well. There's number 4 of Anastasi. He's caught Robin Grimwood, the number 50 car. That's for 5th position, so nice recovery by Marco Anastasi. This is where he spun earlier on as well. It's been an eventful race for Marco in the black Ginetta. This is for 5th position in the overall classification and in Class 1. They come up towards the line. What's the gap between the two of them? It's half a second in it, and the last lap for Anastasi was 3 seconds quicker than Grimwood ahead of him, so he's going to get through sooner or later, I would think. And Nederveen still leads by just over 7 seconds from Cilio. They're 50 seconds clear of everybody else, with Neil Wallace in 3rd place with his Ginetta. What's the gap between Neil Wallace and Jim Edwards Jr.? Still 34 seconds was the gap between those two. Anastasi may try and move here down into Stowe Corner. It's the closest on-track battle we've got at the moment in this ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship race. Up the inside of Stowe. I thought he may try the move there. And through goes Anastasi up into 5th. Who's leading the Clio class? Well, I think Lloyd and Meekin will cycle back into the lead because Chris Bialan has just come in. There's the Team Brit machine. So many drivers they have helped rehabilitate themselves through motorsport over the years, aiming to become the first all-disabled team to compete at the Le Mans 24 Hours. We've seen them successful in British GT, of course, with the likes of Bobby Trundley and Aaron Morgan. BMW heads down towards Brooklands. Where's that car running at the moment? 12th place, second in Class 2. Simon Clark's Porsche's back in the pits again. Now, is that a scheduled stop, or has he got a problem? No, it's neither. It's a drive-through penalty, just been told, for a pit lane infringement. Simon Clark's Porsche, a drive-through penalty. There's the number 2 Ginetta, that's Jim Edwards Jr. Upholding honour for the Edwards family now, because his daughter Jade's car has hit problems, sadly, after leading the first stint before the stops. This car running in 4th place overall at the moment. It's over 30 seconds behind Neil Wallace in 3rd. And 27 seconds clear of Marco Anastasi. Well, here's our Class 3 leader. And Grimwood and Goldsmith's car has come in for its 2nd stop, so the number 50 car is back in. Will Puttergill, we see here, is in 7th place. He leads Class 3. The number 89 Clio is in for its 2nd stop. Harrison and Jenkins, the high row car. As is the number 41, run by Spires Motorsport, the Andreas Georgiou, Jonathan Christie Rundle cars, run by Anton Spires, who raced Clios for many years. There's Will Puttergill. He's looking good in Class 3. A couple of his rivals having hit 1 or 2 problems. We saw the Golf make a very long stop earlier on. They've now made 2 stops. There's the Porsche. That's just been in for a drive-through penalty for a pit lane infringement. Was very slow on its in-lap to make its first stop. I'm wondering if Simon was running low on fuel. "27 laps completed by our leader. The gap is now up to 10.1 seconds. Axel van Nederveen over Maurizio Silio. And yes, you're right, Martin, in our comments there. Team Britcar looking a bit smoky. I thought he was slowing down there. I think it's Team Atherin on board that car. He has brought it into the pits, so we hope there's no problems with the BMW. The Grimwood Goldsmith car is in, the Harrison Jenkins Clio is in, the 41 Clio is in, the 13 car and the 42, well, the 42 we know has had problems. I've just mentioned the 42 Ginetta, and I believe Ian Waterhouse is down there with an update in the Assetto Motorsport pits.
Yeah, welcome down to the pits, everybody. A little bit dejected down here, actually. Here's the 42 Ginetta, of course, Mike West and Jade Edwards. We've heard from both of them. In fact, it wasn't that long ago. We spoke to Jade, and she came in from the lead feeling very, very upbeat. Went back out on track. Unfortunately, compressor. The issue with a compressor means they can't change gear, and they are out. I mean, what does Jade Edwards need to do to get a bit of luck? Real shame, but the 42 Ginetta is out of the race. Dave, back to you.
I certainly agree with Ian's sentiment there. Jade Edwards just has no luck in motorsport at all, does she? Well, it's left to Jim to uphold family honour now in the number 2 car. Here's Marco Anastasi and Callum Noble. I think they're a couple of laps apart now, these two, because the BMW has made 2 stops. Marco Anastasi has made just 1. Now, how many cars haven't yet made 2 stops? Van Nederveen, Silio and Wallace and Astley, Wandling and Edwards, Anastasi the top 5. Will Puttergill has only stopped once. The Lloyd and Meakin Clio we know is on a late strategy. It took an hour to make its first stop. Paul Goodland's only been in once, and everybody else has been in at least twice. The number 88 Clio is back out. They've made 3 stops because they've had steering damage. And, well, Arthur McMahon has been in and out of the pits 4 times now. He's a long way behind. He is still running, but repeating problems with the Honda. Here's one of our Clios. It's the number 66, which is leading the class, once again after the 22 car called in. They're in 9th overall, that's Rhys Lloyd, the Welshman on board the 66, the boss of Dragon Sport. Saw him out early this season in the Opel Astra TCR as well. Now there is Team Brits BMW, some work being done. Well, that car was struggling a bit, so working on looks like the brakes they were changing there. We had an update on them when we can. Team Brit, Paul Fullick and Tyrone Matherin in for their second stop. Personal best last time through for the Porsche of Simon Clark, 2:26.020. So whatever minor issue he had earlier, he's ironed it out. Still leads Class 2 in 7th place. Will Puttergill is in for his second stop. And the Wantling and Edwards Ginetta has come in as well. Jim Edwards bringing that car in, I believe, to hand over to Julian Wantling. There's our race leader. Axel van der Veen completes his 29th lap, 46 minutes of the race to go. He's got to make 2 more stops in that time. I imagine there'll be a round coming up shortly of second stops for the last few cars, and then possibly a final splash and dash, if you like, at the end of the pit window. Another 25 minutes of the pit window. We've got 5 cars that have yet to make their second stop. The 111 Ginetta we're seeing now, the 47 of Celio in second place, Wallace and Astley, number 24, number 4 of Marco Anastasi, and 64 Paul Goodlad, the Scirocco, recouping some ground. He's up to 11th now and second in Class 3. His strategy is working well. Class leader has come in, Will Puttergill, so maybe he just wants a spell in the lead of the class, the orange Scirocco. Here's another of our Hondas, number 83, this is the Cook family. I believe it's Edward back on board that car now. They're third in Class 3, running 13th. Here's a replay of number 24. This is the Neil Wallace Ginetta in third place. We haven't seen much of that car for a while. It's passing number 41. That's one of our Clios, the red-white Clio of Andreas Georgiou and Jonathan Christie Rundle. That's the Spires Motorsport car. Where are they running at the moment? 20th place. There goes the leader. No, that's the 50 car, sorry. Just ahead of the 23 of Simon Clark. Too many white Ginetta G56s in this race. Apologies there. Car number 22 has been given a stop-go penalty. That's the Simon Mason Crispy Alain Clio. 10-second stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane. So the Clio is going to have to come back in. Where are they running at the moment? They're in 14th, second of the Clios. Paul Goodlad has come in for his second stop. The Lloyd and Meakin car is back in for its second stop as well. So they're on a slightly unusual strategy. The Whitney and Walker Porsche is in for its third stop, and Team Brit are still in the pit lane as well. A couple of Clios, the 88 and the 22. The 88 is a long way behind after those steering issues. They're about 9 laps down, 6th in class. The 22, that's the car that's got a stop-go penalty to serve for speeding in the pit lane. Crispy Allen Simon Mason car that's got a call into the penalty box. Maurizio Celio is in for his second stop. He dropped 19 seconds down on Axel van der Veen. It's Team Brit still with their problems in the pits. I think they had a puncture possibly. The car that Chris Overend and James Whitley took to the title last season in the Britcar Trophy. Battle of the Clios here. They are a few laps apart because of the delays for the 88 car earlier on. The 22 is running in 14th place. The Wallace and Astley car has come in, so Ian Astley will take back over there as their second stop. So only 2 cars left to do their second stop now, Van der Veen and Marco Anastasi. Sebastian Dubois, number 55, he's in 7th place now, still leading the invitation class. Simon Clark is back in for what's hopefully, he's serving that penalty, isn't he? So he's either already served the penalty and this is his second scheduled stop, or vice versa. Yeah. And as promised, Ian has an update from Team Brit in the pits.
Always a brave face, mate. Always a brave face.
I'm down here. I'm here with Paul. We were just talking about it, brave faces, but I think that's the race run, is it? What's the issue, Paul?
So as I understand it, drive shaft's popped a seal, and once it does that, that's it. It's drive shaft oil coming out. So we ran it, we blowed the drive shaft up. We risk absolutely catastrophically destroying the car. So we'll send out for one lap at the end just to check a flag. It's a bit of a trophy lap, but. We got on the grid, everyone pulled together as always, overcome every single problem up to here, but unfortunately that problem is just a little bit too big and a little bit too late today.
It's a learning weekend for Team Brit, isn't it? Because obviously here, the McLaren, an issue with that meant it couldn't go out in the British Endurance Championship yesterday. Now this, but you come back stronger from these moments, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely, and this is what it's about. You go out there, you get on the grid, you try it, you see if you can get it round and get it home again and hopefully win it. Just wasn't our day today, but we've had such a great time. We've come back smiling, and we're not upset. We're just it could have been different. That was all.
I had a very nice lunch with you, though, Paul.
It was fantastic lunch.
Thanks for talking to us, and thanks for still smiling. You certainly will. Let's just have a quick look at the car. So, to confirmation, then the Team Brit 70 car. Unfortunately, it's out of the race. Although they will do one more lap right at the end just to take the checkered flag. Dave, back to you.
That is such a shame for Team Brit. Car that won the title last season. We thought it was a puncture at first, was causing that smoke, but it is a drive shaft failure. And Team Brit, well, as we just heard, they will head back out for the final lap. A bit like the Le Mans 24 Hours when teams just head out for a ceremonial finish. The top three, incidentally, are all currently in the pits. Van Nederveen's coming for his second stop, Cilio's in the pit lane, and the Wallace and Astley Ginetta is in. So the only car that has yet to stop twice is Marco Anastasi. There he is. Is he going to come in this time, the black and yellow Ginetta, or is he going to keep going and effectively take the lead for a lap? Waiting to see if he comes through. I can't see him there, so I think he's coming as well. Yes, Anastasi's come in as well. We were waiting for him to come through there onto the pit straight. So all the leading runners are making their second stops at the moment. Although in the case of Simon Clark, he's showing as having made 3 stops. We know he had a penalty and he's in again not too long after another stop, so whether that Porsche has got another problem, we don't know. Cilio is the first of the lead group to rejoin, so Maurizio Cilio looks like he's going to take the lead here, but we've still got another round of stops to go. See what happens when everything cycles through the pits and everything settles down. There we see that's number 92, Clio. The front end held together by racer tape. That's running in 14th at the moment, 3rd of the Clios, and that's the 89 car behind, I think, the Harrison and Jenkins car, so that is 4 position, I believe. Harrison and Jenkins trying to make the move at Vale into club. Flashing the lights there down the Hanger Straights. They're fighting for, I believe it's 14th overall and 3rd in the Clio class, these two. Yep, lights flashing away on the 89, the ROWE Motorsport car. There he goes through. 3rd in the Clio class, which is currently being led by the 22, but they've just been in to serve a stop-go penalty. Van Nederveen and Anastasi still in the pits. There is Axel Van Nederveen. Out he goes. We'll see where the Caterham Motorsport car slots back in. There's the stricken BMW of Team Brit, sadly. There is Ruben Anastasi. And I just caught a glimpse of the Ginetta G40 as well. I thought that car was out of the race. It's had a very long stop, the number 13 of Brendan Hafner, so there's clearly been an issue there. We thought that car had retired, but he has just gone back out. I'll wait and see what the race order is going to be. Checking the tyre pressures there on the number 4 Caterham Motorsport car. There are the Clios. This is a battle between number 66 of Rhys Lloyd, Jack Beakin, and the Bialan Mason car after its stop-go penalty. And this is for the lead of the Clio class now, because the 22 car has dropped back and has lost the lead of the class, but only just to the Dragon Sport car. Yeah, just behind the number 13 of Brendan Hafner, who's got going in after a very long stop. Mauricio Cilio just ahead of them, and this is the battle for the lead of the Clios. Round the outside goes the 22. We don't know, unfortunately, which of their drivers is on board at the moment. Trying to get the cut back there at Stowe Corner. Great little battle here going into club. I think the Welsh Clio has got the inside run, or has it? Very close indeed. Classic Renault Clio action. Treating this like a sprint race at the moment. It's got 36 minutes just under to go in this ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship race on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, and an entertaining race it has been, certainly. Still a long time to go as the 22 comes up alongside going towards Farm. Can he make that move stick? Yes, nicely done. This is the fight for the lead in the Clios. The number 4 Ginetta, meanwhile, Marco Anastasi rejoins. We'll see where he's going to slot back into the order, showing in second place when he came into the pits behind Van Nederveen. Now everybody's made their stops. The order might be juggled around a little. It depends how far apart they were on track when they all came in. So we shall see when everyone's completed their outlaps. Nederveen has gone through. 32 laps completed. Cilio goes through. Now the gap between the two of them, 17.7 seconds. After their outlaps. Wait to see where everybody else slots back in now, and it looks like it is still Van Nederveen from Cilio at the front of the field. There go the Clios with the 22 car pulling away slightly. The 92 car Clio of Neville and Coyne is back in. That's the one with the damaged front end. It looks as though we have lost, unfortunately, the number 31 Porsche 911 of Whitney and Walker. That has now made 4 stops, so there's clearly issues with the Porsche. There's Paul Goodlad, still going in the 64 car, the JW Bird run Scirocco. There is Maurizio Cilio, still in second place. The gap is some 17.7 seconds. An update from Ian in the pits. Let's head down.
Yeah, welcome down to the pits, everybody. As you can see, quite a lot of work going on the 31 Porsche. Tony Whitney and James Walker, they've been into the pits quite a lot of times. The reason being is that's 3 punches at the rear of the car. Not too sure what's going on with it. Just spoke to one of the drivers, but a number of punches has caused all sorts of issues for the 31 Porsche. Back in the pits again. Dave, back to you.
Well, that is rather bizarre. Certainly dreadful luck for the number 31 team, the lovely looking Porsche of SW Engineering. Hopefully they will come back out and be able to complete the race. I thought they'd retired. They spent so long in the pits there, but it's just repeated tyre issues. The number 13 of Brendan Hafner's been back in to complete what I think was his 3rd stop. The 88 Clio back in as well. We know they're having problems with the steering. So it looks like there's been no major change in the order, because it's Van Nederveen from Cilio. See what the gap is when Cilio next goes over the line. Wallace and Astley are in 3rd place. So it's Ian Astley, I believe, on board that car now. And the Watling and Edwards car is 4th, about 25 seconds back. There's the number 183, Will Puttigill. He's still leading Class 3. It's Class 1 and invitation class cars locking out the top 8 places at the moment. And Simon Clark is still leading Class 2. The Porsche back up to speed now. He's just done a personal best, 2:25.743. Pit window staying open for about another 11 minutes or so. And so we're going to see a flurry of stops. Who's stopped 3 times? Clark has. The Cook Honda has just made its 3rd stop, so they're making that slightly earlier than the others. Callum Noble has just come in, and Sebastien Dubois as well, so they're all making their 3rd scheduled stops. The 92 Clio has stopped 3 times. Everybody else has stopped twice, except for a few cars that have had issues further back. We know the Western Edwards car is out of the race. Brendan Hafner's back in, but that's now on its out lap, so the Ginetta's done its 3. That lost quite a lot of time earlier on. There's Simon Clark's Porsche. The car of Tucker, Coates and Hall. I'm not too sure if Max Coates, well, just as I say that, it comes up with out lap on the tyre sheet, so maybe Max Coates is on board now. We know the Team Brick BMW is out. The Whitney and Walker car will hopefully rejoin. And the Neville and Coyne Clio is just in place its 3rd pit stop as well. There is the Porsche. It's chasing down Will Puttigill. This is for position as well, so the Porsche should catch the Honda fairly soon. They're both class leaders, but this is for 9th overall. The gap between the leaders, Van Nederveen and Silio, is now 19 seconds, so it's looking fairly safe for Axel Van Nederveen. And then in 3rd place we've got the Wallace and Astley. So that's the car at the head of this group. They're in 3rd overall. Good work by Neil Wallace today. Then Wanling and Jim Edwards in 4th place. This car's just done its personal best. And Axel Van Nederveen has as well, 2:22.780, but it is still Jade Edwards who's got the fastest lap of the race, 2:21.825, but her car sadly out of the race. Completing the top 5 is Marco Anastasi. He's 13 seconds off the Wanling and Edwards number 2. There's the number 2 car. And 6 is Grimwood and Goldsmith. They're 30 seconds further back, so the leader's fairly well spaced out. The Golf is still going. It's good to see. They're 3rd in Class 3. They had a long stop early on. In fact, I think they have gone 2nd, yeah, because the Cook family Honda has pitted for its 3rd stop. We're going to see a flurry of pit activity over the next few minutes. Most of the field is still going, have yet to make their 3rd stops. Simon Clark making his 3rd stop. Well, it's showing us 4 on the timing screen, but of course one of those was a penalty. So Simon Clark is back in, the Class 2 leader. Who's 2nd in Class 2? Let's have a look further down. Well, it's the other Porsche, and that's several laps down. So it looks as though Simon Clark, barring any major disaster, is going to win Class 2. Axel Van Nederveen has come in. He's come in for his 3rd stop. So we can see a flurry of pit activity. So Van Nederveen leaving his last 2 stops fairly close together. Anybody else going to come in this time through? Lloyd and Meakin are in for their 3rd stop. There's the Wallace and Astley car, and that's being caught by Sebastien Dubois. They are a couple of laps apart, I think, those 2 cars, because Wallace and Astley hasn't made its 3rd stop, while Sebastien Dubois has. So Van Nederveen is in the pit lane. The gap had come down to 16.5 seconds, so Cilio had closed in, and Dubois is closing right onto the rear wing of the 24 car. Side by side. Just about to say, and I've had that confirmed by Steve Wood here in the box, Neil Wallace is still in that car, doing a short stint before handing back to the quicker of the two drivers, Ian Astley, to do the sprint to the finish. I was just speculating that was what the number 24 team had done, and indeed looks like number 24 is coming in this time through. I'll just take a quick look out of the window. Yep, there goes the number 24 car into the pit lane. So Ian Astley will take over for the sprint to the finish. 26 minutes of the race still to go. The Bale and Mason car is back in for its final stop. Harrison and Jenkins are in their Clio. In fact, most of the Clios are in at the moment. I've just had a report through my headphones. 31 Porsche sounding terrible. So we'll try and find where that has got to. The Whitney and Walker car. That's the SW Engineering car. It's been having repeating punctures. I've just had a report saying it's sounding very rough out there, so we'll try and find that car. Brendan Hafner didn't get round his outlap either. That's Ginetta G40 still showing as outlap on the timing screen. So it looks like that car's gone missing somewhere as well. There's the Golf, number 77, still pressing on. That's in 11th place, second in Class 3. Cilio's come in. On the lap he was due to take the lead from Axel van Nederveen. Marco Anastasi's in for his third stop as well, as is Grimwood and Goldsmith. So nearly all of the top 10 has come in, as I expected. The only ones that haven't are William Puttergill and the Wantling and Edwards number 2, the blue Ginetta. I imagine they'll get Jim Edwards Jr. in there for the final sprint in that car. So almost everybody's completed their pit stop rotors now. Yeah, the only other car that hasn't made its third stop is the Golf. They've only stopped twice. They're trying to make up time after a long stop at the start of the pit window. There is the Golf. Jones, Rogers car. I think I've just heard Team Brit have just rejoined. Yeah, Team Brit has got going again. There's the BMW. So they may have effected a repair. Paul Fullick and Tyrone Matherin are going to carry on. May as well get a few more racing laps in, I suppose. Just getting the car, trying to get the car up to speed there. Doesn't look very quick, unfortunately. There's Sebastien Dubois behind them, and I think that's, is that Van Nederveen there as well? Yes, he's just rejoined. There is Van Nederveen. That's to jink round the BMW there. That could have been a bit dodgy. We've got the other two Data Motorsport Ginettas are in the pits. I think that's Anastasi and Cilio together. The Wantling and Edwards Ginetta has yet to make its third stop, so if they go through for another lap, they will become the race leader. But there's only 2.5 minutes of the pit window left, so they are surely going to have to come in this time. William Puttergill's come in, the Golf has come in for its third stop, so there's only Wantling and Edwards. They're leaving it right till the end of the pit window to make their third pit stop. The blue and white Ginetta. Cilio in. It's looking good for Van Nederveen though. We'll see where everything slots back in when everybody's done their outlaps. We can hand down for an update on the 31 SW Engineering Porsche, I think, with Ian in the pits.
Here we go.
Yeah, we're down in the pits with Tony, the 31 Porsche. It's been in and out of the pits quite a bit, hasn't it? But we're not totally sure what the issue is.
No, well, we've been through 3 left rears so far in sort of 20 minutes, and then just going out on a brand new one. James didn't even do a full lap, and he came back in, so we think it might be drive shaft related. But it's still a new car, isn't it, relatively, so we're working our way through it. And the engineers are all scratching their heads. So.
There's still 20 minutes to go. Is this now a bit of a glorified test session? Or
I think that's exactly right, yeah. I mean, we're still P2 in class, and so there's still a bit to play for there. You don't want to get a result out of other people's misfortune, but I think we'll just keep going around if we can. But we'll see.
I might still be seeing you on the podium then at the end.
Exactly, my flip-flops.
Best of luck. I hope you can get it home. Thanks for talking to us. There you go, Dave. Back to you.
Pit window will close in 1 minute's time then, and yes, the last car has just come in time, the car of Wantling and Edwards, the number 2 Ginetta, so everybody has made their regulation 3 pit stop minimum. Let's wait and see where all the Ginettas on their outlaps fit back in them. There is the number 31 Porsche after quite a few problems. They're down in 19th place, second in Class 2 though, because a couple of their rivals have hit problems. Team Brit, they're a Class 2 car, and Arthur and Marr as well, they've had repeated issues. So Wantling and Edwards now in the pits from what was going to be the race lead. Now we're going to wait to see what happens when all the Ginettas who are on outlaps kick through on lap 37. See which order they're in. I suspect it's going to be Van Nederveen leading. There he is with the 55 car of Dubois on his tail, but I think they're going to be a lap apart. It's the invitation class car, so just got to wait for the timing screen to do its job. Pit window has now closed. Everybody has made their stops okay. Wind is certainly getting stronger, I can tell you as well. The trees blowing around strongly in the background. With less than 20 minutes of this race to run now for the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. "21 of the 24 cars started are still running. Here's the battle for the Clio class lead. It's still the 22 that leads it, the Biella and Mason car. They're 13th overall. Van Nederveen has gone through. Let's have a look what the gap is to Celio. 19 1/4 seconds. So Axel Van Nederveen looking safe at the front, ahead of Maurizio Celio. And Caterham Motorsport looking good to preserve their unbeaten run of overall wins this year. It looks like it's going to be Neil Wallace and Ian Astley in third in the SVG Motorsports car. Wait and see what the gaps are between those two. Their gap back to Marco Anastasi was 24.7 seconds last time through. I think we can head down to Ian for a further update in the pits, possibly.
Yeah, welcome down everybody. I've actually just popped up to the Caterham Motorsport garage here, and as you can see, everything's pretty cool, calm and collected. They're running, of course, number 111, that's Axel Van Nederveen. They're also running the number 47, Maurizio Celio. They're also running the number 4, Marco Anastasi, and also running the number 55, Sebastian Dubois. All of their 4 cars in the top 8 at the minute, and things looking pretty good. Everybody's cool, everybody's calm. It seems to be for Caterham Motorsport. No issues right now. Let's just hope this isn't commentator's curse. Dave, back to you.
Well, they could get a lockout of the podium if Marco Anastasi can get ahead of Ian Astley. What's the gap between those two? Astley is over a minute 27 seconds behind Maurizio Silio, so it's not going to threaten the top two, I don't think. There's our leader, Van Nederveen, coming through into Luffield. Has to run a bit wide to avoid a slower clear there. He's got Sebastien Dubois behind him. Yeah, the gap between Astley and Anastasi is 24.85 seconds. So I don't think they'll quite get the podium knockout because the SVG Motorsport car is there in third place. There goes your leader, Axel Van Nederveen, looking for win number 4 this year in the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship. It's been 50-minute races so far this year, but it's this the longer 2-hour event, serving as a good warm-up for the big one at Donington in July, the 6-hour race where these cars will race mixed in with the MS UK British Endurance Championship cars. One of the events that promises to be. 19.5 seconds is the gap. They're fairly evenly matched. Only a few tenths of a second the gap increased by there between Van Nederveen and Silio. Sebastien Dubois behind the leader there is in 6th place. He's 12 seconds off Anastasi. Caught him by, he took a second out of his lead last time through Marco Anastasi, so I don't think there's going to be any change there. See where the Watling and Edwards car has slotted back in after its pit stop. I think they should be in either 4th or 5th. See where Jim Edwards Jr., I suspect it's him in the car anyway, will slot back in here. Thank you to Carl Britchford for watching today. Watching with Melissa and Holly, we mentioned them earlier. Holly will be back to her cycle training soon ahead of the Thruxton Truck Weekend, where she's going to lap the circuit to raise money for motor neurone disease research. It's a long way around Thruxton. There's Anastasi, and he's just ahead, look, of the number 2 car of Edwards. So this is the battle. We could have a battle on our hands for 3rd place here. For 4th place, I should say, sorry. It's Astley in 3rd place. Of course, in the number 24 car. Apologies there. This is for 4th place. What's the gap going to be over the line? Compare their lap times as well. Coming through to complete 38 laps. Over the line they go, Anastasi. Less than 2 seconds apart, these two, but, Watling and Edwards are on an out lap, so we haven't got a representative lap time for them at the moment after their final stop. So Marco Anastasi is up into 4th place. He's 27 seconds off Ian Astley, though. So I don't think Dayton are going to get the podium lockout unless misfortune befalls the number 24 car. Still 14 minutes, just under 14 minutes to go, so plenty could still happen. Endurance races can be decided in their final seconds, as well known by the Toyota team. Don't remind that of Le Mans 2016. So let's have a look at our class leaders. Now all the pit stop cycles are complete. Before we do that, though, I mentioned the car of Brendan Hafner we may have lost earlier on. I think Ian is down with him in pit lane.
Welcome down to the garages. Now we've placed ourselves right in front of the fan, haven't we, Brendan? From the number 13 Ginetta. But you are going to go back out again, aren't you?
Yeah, we're going back out.
Just having a rest, or?
Just having a rest, yeah.
That's literally it.
Well, it got really hot in the car. I think we were up to 60 odd degrees in the car, so a little bit of heat exhaustion, I think. So we just pulled it off and had a little break. And we'll take it back out and just go down.
It's certainly the sensible thing to do because you're a lone driver as well.
Yeah.
Definitely going to benefit from having a partner next time.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, thanks for talking to us anyway, and best of luck for the last little stint out there. Cheers, Brendan. Take care. Dave, back to you.
So it was not a problem with the car. It was Brendan needing a rest due to exhaustion. He's a solo driver out there today. It is a very hot day here at Silverstone. We mentioned earlier how hot it can get in these cars. let's have a look at our class leaders then. Hopefully Brendan Hafner will be okay to continue. He's the only man in his class, the G40 class. He's down 22nd at the moment. So leading Class 1 is Axel van Nederveen. Class 1 invitation is Sebastian Dubois. He's 6th overall. He's just under 6 seconds behind the Watling Edwards car. Class 2 is led by Simon Clark. He had to make an extra stop to serve a drive-through penalty, of course. He's in 9th position. 10th position is the number 3, is the Class 3 leader, rather, 183 William Puttigan in the Honda Civic. He's looking good for class victory there. The Clio class, it's closer there. BL Allen Mason, number 22, lead Lloyd and Meek in the Dragon Sport car by just under 10 seconds between those two. But their last lap for the 22 car was 3 seconds quicker. Watling and Edwards car still fairly close with the number 4 of I believe we've lost the number 47 car. Try and get pictures on that. The number 47 of Maurizio Silio, who was second. We're told he's pulled up on the Hamilton straight. You know, we said about the commentator's curse, Ian down in the pits. Well, Maurizio Silio, there he is, has stopped, unfortunately, on the Hamilton straights. And, well, Ian was saying how calm and collected the Caterham Motorsport team were looking. They were looking forward to a podium lockout. But the 47 car is unfortunately out of it. We don't know what's happened to Maurizio Silio. Hopefully Ian can find out what has happened. We're just saying it's never over until that checkered flag goes out. So a lot could happen in the last 14 minutes. So that's going to put the Wallace and Astley car up into second place. And this is going to give Axel van Nederveen a lead of over 1 minute. He's just got to keep going over the last 4 laps or so of this race. Lap times of 2 minutes 22 at the moment. Fastest lap of the race still with Jade Edwards, 2:21.825. Mephisto 2000 says in our comments, keep it up, Simon Clark. Yeah, he's doing all right in 9th place. He's dropped behind Callum Noble's BMW now, early more powerful Class 1 car up into 8th place. So the order is Van Nederveen from Wallace and Astley, who will go up to 2nd. Marco Anastasi in 3rd. And the lead gap is actually up to 151.6 now, so about 3/4 of a lap the lead for Axel van Nederveen now. Such dominant form in this season. Meantime, we see here Ginetta's running together. That's Dubois, and I think he's got ahead of the Watling Edwards car. Yes, he has. That's for position. That's for 5th place. Dubois, the invitation class runner, has taken 5th position from Watling and Edwards, when it will soon become 4th position, because of course Dubois is going, Silio is going to drop down the order. So it's now Van Nederveen from Wallace and Astley. Marco Anastasi is on for a podium in 3rd. Dubois is up to 4th overall. Watling and Edwards are 5th. So who's going to inherit 6th? The Grimwood and Goldsmith car will be 6th. Callum Noble will go up to 7th. Simon Clark will be 8th overall. Will Puttergill, looking set to win Class 3, is 9th. And it'll be the Cook family in 10th. Wait and see what the gap is between the two Hondas when Steve or Edward Cook, we don't know which one of the Cook father and son pairing is at the wheel at the moment, comes through to complete their next lap. We'll see what the gap is. 33 seconds, so yes, it looks fairly safe for Will Puttergill. Sebastian Dubois comes up to pass our race leader, Axel van Nederveen. Is Van Nederveen backed off because he's got a safe lead? Is he just enjoying battling the other Ginettas? He's dropped behind Sebastian Dubois, the invitation class leader. Thanks for the update, Ollie Van Nederveen on Maurizio Cilio there. Get a picture of the 47 at first there due to a quick glitch, apologies there. Yes, Van Nederveen is back on the pace now, chasing Sebastian Dubois. He's certainly not backing off. Throws it for him, a bit sideways there, all the leaders nearly loses it, he has lost it, oh my goodness. Now Axel Van Nederveen, what on earth was that all about? He spun it coming out of Village. He's got a lead of 1 minute 50 seconds, so he'll have time to recover. I don't know why he was pushing so hard there. There's only 5 minutes of the race to go. He could have coasted home from here. Was he racing Sebastian Dubois? I'm not quite sure what was going on there. And the rear of the car just got away from him. Unless something has broken there. It didn't look like a car failure. We'll keep a close eye on that 111. If something's wrong with that car, don't tell me we have put the curse of the commentator on Caterham Motorsport, because if Axel Van Nederveen does have a problem, then it's going to be Neil Wallace and Ian Astley in the SVG car who are going to come through and take the lead. Just over 4 minutes left. There's Sebastian Dubois, the 55. And he's only 6 seconds now behind Marco Anastasi. Try and see a replay of what happened there. Yeah, there is Axel Van Nederveen. You see the car just goes sideways. It was as if he was struggling to get the car slowed down for Village Corner, and then had to spin around. Did he either miss his braking point? Are his brakes wearing out? Because it looked like he was trying to avoid the back of Sebastian Dubois there. Rather bizarre. He's going again. There he is. He lost about 20 seconds there. Coming up on the Golf, 77. Have a look as he goes through Stowe Corner. Maybe his tyres are going off. Car looks okay. I think he'll be coming round to start his final lap this time. There's Anastasi. He's still third. There is Dubois. Dubois' last lap was a few tenths quicker, so it's going to be close for third place here, you know. There's Dubois. And there's the Wantling and Edwards car, so we could have 3 Ginettas together for third place. Well, the end of this race has worked out very nicely indeed, hasn't it? If you're in a Ginetta G56. See what the lead gap is. Van Nederveen's gone through to complete his 43rd lap. I think we'll get another lap out of it after this one. Yeah, 1:32, so he's lost about 20 seconds there with that spin. Here's the lead gap to Ian Astley. See the gap coming down between Anastasi and Dubois over the last Dubois over the last 3 laps. Was 7.5 seconds. It's now 6.3 seconds. We'll see if it's come down again this time through. Oh, problems for the Clio number 92, the Travis Coyne and Alex Neville car. I think that's up at Beckett's. Now through goes Anastasi. Yeah, it's down to 3 seconds now. The gap for third place ahead of Dubois. Dubois also in a Caterham Motorsport car. There we see them, 3rd and 4th. And there's the blue car, Wantling and Edwards in the background. That's only 3.6 seconds off Dubois. So Sebastian Dubois wants an overall podium here. Van Nederveen has, I think, come through. Yes, he's just completed lap 44, so I think he's into his last lap now, the Dutchman. Saving his blushes there after that spin. That was bizarre. There goes the number 2 of Wantling and Edwards. Going to be close for third place here. 30 seconds between Astley and Anastasi. There's Marco Anastasi through club corner. If you look closely at the 55 car, I thought that was a bit of debris that had come loose, but there's something stuck on the front of it. That might be affecting his cooling. Take a close look. There's the 55 car. Yeah, it's not something that's come off the car. Yeah, there's a bit of debris stuck on the front of it. We are on the last lap now, I think, though. So Axel Van Nederveen is heading for his 4th victory of the season. He won the season opener here at Silverstone. He won at Brands Hatch. He was absent for Alton Park, where Maurizio Cilio took a couple of wins. Here he is, number treble 1. Axel Van Nederveen into the Wellington Straits. Under the bridge he comes, surviving a late scare with that spin. Only got to get through Brooklands and Luffield now. Here he comes for win number 4 of the season. Caterham Motorsports keep up their unbeaten run in the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship for 2023. Through Woodcote for the last time, the checkered flag is in sight. Despite a late spin, Axel Van Nederveen scores his 4th win of the season. A superb, dominant performance. The only thing to sort out now is who's going to be third. Can Sebastien Dubois catch Marco Anastasi in time? It's going to be Neil Wallace and Ian Astley second for SVG Motorsport. We've got one of the Clios out in the background there, the number 41. That's the Jonathan Christie Rundle Andreas Georgiou Spires Motorsport car in problems. So there is Anastasi, and there is Dubois. I don't think he's quite going to catch him. Coming through Stowe for the last time. I can tell you Will Puttigill has taken the checkered flag. He wins Class 3. That'll help his championship challenge. Jetta's come through club for the final time. A little more spaced out now. Over the line comes the Cook family. They're second in Class 3, 35 seconds down on Puttigill. The Grimwoods have come in 6th place. Brendan Hafter has rejoined to take the flag. That's good to see. He wins the G40 class. Wallace and Astley are still going a little further round the lap in 2nd position. We await Marco Anastasi. There's our Class 2 leader, the Porsche just ahead of the Ginettas here. And there's Team Brit, they're still going. Just out there to finish. Ian Astley takes the flag in 2nd place, 1 minute 37 seconds down on our race winner. There's Astley second, sharing with Neil Wallace in the SVG Motorsport Ginetta. The Clio's is flagged off. Is that our class winner coming through? We'll wait to see. Should be. Now we've had so much going on. I think, yes, the lead of the Clio class has changed. It's the Lloyd Meeking cars leading the Clios. Simon Clark wins Class 2. And 3rd place goes to Marco Anastasi. Just 2.5 seconds ahead of Sebastien Dubois. He wins the invitation class. Wantling and Edwards are 5th overall. Callum Noble is 7th. We'll confirm the results in full in just a moment. We're just waiting for the last couple of Clios to come in now, I think. And there is the Reece Lloyd and Jack Meeking car. They win the Clio class. It's the 92 Clio we saw had stopped further round at Beckett's, so I think we've lost that car. We lost 41 as well. So the 2-hour epic for the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit comes to an end. Let's have a look back at some of the highlights. It didn't start too well for Marco Anastasi. A spin while battling the Grimwood, the Dubois Ginetta. Thankfully was able to rejoin without any contact. There was a good battle between a couple of the Ginettas, the 24 of Astley and Wallace, battling with Sebastian Dubois, who's certainly heavily involved throughout that race, the invitation class runner. Marco Anastasi had an entertaining race too, with a couple of spins. Good scrap with the number 50 of Robin Grimwood and Lee Goldsmith midway through as well. Axel van Nederveen, dominant out in front, but nearly threw it away with that spin with just a couple of laps to go. But he recovered for win number 4 of the 2023 season for the 111 Caterham Motorsport car. They keep up their unbeaten run. Let's have a look at the provisional results of that ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship race. Van Nederveen the winner by 1 minute 37.6 seconds over Wallace and Astley, and Marco Anastasi completes the Ginetta podium. Sebastian Dubois wins the invitation class in 4th place, then Watling and Edwards, Grimwood and Goldsmith in their Ginettas, Callum Noble, the top non-G56 home in 7th for the BMW. 8th place went to Simon Clark, he won Class 2 in his Porsche, and Class 3 won by William Puttigill in 9th place in his Honda, ahead of the similar Civic of the Cook family. The Clio is won by Lloyd and Meakin, the Welsh team, ahead of Harrison and Jenkins, Bialan and Mason, dropping back in the latter stages there. Behind them with Jones and Rogers Golf. We are not sure, we don't think the Neville and Coyne Clio took the checkered flag in the end. Behind them Paul Goodlad's Scirocco, the other cars were running with a Whitney and Walker Porsche, a Tucker Coates and Hall Clio, and the Team Brit BMW, Arthur McMahon's Civic and Brendan Hafner's Ginetta G40. We lost Maurizio Cilio, we lost the Christy Rundlander Giorgio Clio, and of course we lost sadly Jade Edwards and Mike West in their Ginetta. But shame they weren't able to fight for the victory, but the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship 2-hour spectacular comes to a close here at Silverstone. Congratulations Axel van Nederveen on the victory, his 4th win of the season. We can head down to Ian shortly in Park Fermé.
He was absolutely exhausted last time I saw him. Now it's
Hey everybody, what a race it was. We're going to grab Axel van Nederveen. I've just been chatting to him actually. He was talking about rhythm. That's what it is. It really is a rhythm circuit. But of course, don't forget he's a sole driver. Did the full 2 hours by himself. Axel, sorry to interrupt, guys. I know you want to have a chat with the team, and I know we have just been talking, but we didn't do it in front of camera, unfortunately. You did the full 2 hours by yourself. But you said it's a rhythm circuit. You just got into the rhythm despite the heat.
Yeah, and partially because, as I say, there's enough airflow through the car that as long as you keep going straight, it's fine.
You actually said the pit stops are the worst when you're sat there and not going anywhere.
Yeah, they are the worst. For the engine as well as for me.
How great for you for that bottle of water right now, right?
I was a bit wobbly in the legs, let's be honest.
Well, go on, relax a little bit. If you can get a chance to sit down, do it soon. But there you go, great stuff. Thanks, Axel. Great to see you. We'll probably see him on the podium very shortly as well. Let's go have a word as well. In 3rd place, Marco Anastasi. Let's just let him get out of the car. Actually, I can't emphasise enough how hot it is. Again, Marco, another single driver. Now that heat, I can feel it absolutely billowing out of the brakes here as well. It is roasty toasty. Great effort from everybody. We must give a shout out to Neil Wallace and Ian Astley. Actually, they're just over there with Alan Hyde at the minute. Finished 2nd place, of course. What a result that is. They started stone dead last, didn't they? After qualifying issues as well. Here is Marco. Let's just very quickly jump in with him. Mark, I don't know how you did it by yourself. That was incredible.
Sorry.
How are you feeling?
I barely see. A little bit hot.
Yeah. Want to get out? Because I feel really bad, like trying to sort of keep you in. And there's a bottle of water there as well. So do grab some as well. The last thing we want is you to feel a little bit light on your feet. We certainly don't want that. But
it was a little bit hot out there.
Now I was talking to Axel and he said, because obviously you're a single driver as well in this, it was just a bit of a rhythm circuit, Silverstone. Get into the rhythm and you'll be alright.
Yeah, actually I found the 2nd and 3rd stints easier than the first somehow. Once you get into the rhythm, it really helps. But to be fair, first and foremost, I want to thank the marshals for being here today and for getting me out of trouble at COPS. Obviously, not my best moment. My race would have ended a lot earlier than that if the marshal didn't.
Thank goodness they got you out, because it ended up quite well for you.
Yeah, pretty well. Yeah, can't complain. On a day like this, to be honest, just bringing it home would have been enough for me. Yeah, it was great. They call it endurance for a reason, right?
That they do. Well done, Marco. Let's just head over here as well. That's Marco Anastasia finishing in 3rd place, of course. I wonder if we can just grab the chaps as well, finished in 2nd place, because here they go. It was some drive, wasn't it, chaps? In the end, we spoke a little bit actually at lunch, starting right at the back, but you managed to bring it home in a very good position.
Yeah, no, I was really pleased. I mean, we thought 3rd would be a dream finish, really, from where we started. And to finish 2nd, excellent. Neil put in a great shift in the middle. The track was really, really slippy.
Was it?
I think he got the radio and said, Ian, you buggered the tyres. But he did really well with the tyres like that. So, yeah, and then we swapped tyres and the car was good to the end.
Fantastic.
Bit hot, but apart from the engine was running really hot. But and a short shift, but it was fine. We got there.
Guys, well done. Fantastic effort. Really is. Incredible stuff there. There you go. There's your top 3 outright for the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship. We're going to hand back to Dave.
Well, thank you very much, first of all, to Ian Waterhouse, our intrepid pit reporter this weekend. Thanks for all his service, particularly during our endurance races this weekend. But that does wrap up our coverage here on BARC TV this weekend at sunny Silverstone. But once at Silverstone, the sun stayed out all weekend. We normally get every type of weather over the course of just one day of racing here. It's been a really hot, really glorious weekend. Fair play to all our endurance drivers there. That was an endurance race, certainly. Thank you first of all to our volunteer marshals, the Orange family. Could not go racing without them. Thanks to them for their services. Hopefully they'll head off to cool down now. Thank you to everyone else here as well. All the medical staff, the recovery crews, the race control team, everybody else from the British Automobile Racing Club here at Silverstone this weekend for making this event what it was. Thank you to all the drivers and their teams as well for keeping the cars going, providing the entertainment this weekend, and most of all, thank you to all of you for watching. Thank you to our camera crews as well, enjoying the sunshine out there this weekend, bringing us the action. We hope you can join us in a couple of weekends' time for Convoy on the Plain down at Thruxton Race Circuit in Hampshire. The British Truck Racing Championship is back in action with full support of car racing. We've got the Caterham graduates, Kumo BMWs, the MG Owners Club, the Hyundai Coupe Cup, and more besides. The Mini Challenge with their Club Sport category as well. I don't think we've seen the Club Sports yet on our coverage, so it'll be interesting to see them back out. So that's all coming up at Thruxton Circuit in a couple of weekends' time. Thank you very much once again for joining us here on BARC TV this weekend. Thanks for all your comments as well. I think the biggest smile now is with Ollie van Nederveen, who's been commenting his father Axel winning that race, his 4th win of the season. Well, we'll see you back in a couple of weeks then, but for now this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here on BARC TV on behalf of Ian Waterhouse and everyone else, and my co-commentator from the Caterhams, Chris Hutchinson. Thank you very much indeed for watching. We'll see you soon. Bye for now.